He must have made some sound, a grunt of surprise or perhaps just the creak of abused floorboards beneath his feet, because her head turned slowly, those unnerving obsidian eyes fixing on him. Her expression was, as usual, a perfect mask of cool indifference. But there was no denying it. The scent of rosemary, clean and distinct, clung to her like a subtle, almost defiant, statement. "We're broken bar, you smell like a herb garden," Lloyd managed the words out before he could stop them. Smooth, Lloyd, real smooth. Top-tier conversational skills right there. Probably why he was still sleeping on the sofa, or, the rug. Rose's eyebrow, that perfectly sculpted arch of disdain, rose a fraction of an millimeter. "An astute olfactory observation, Lloyd," she replied, her voice the usual cool, crisp monotone. "Perhaps your time spent communing with nature in our broken bar questionable locales. A broken bar has sharpened your senses." The faintest, almost imperceptible emphasis on questionable locales was the only hint that she was aware of his Gila Forest escapade, or perhaps just disapproving of his current, rather disreputable, appearance. Lloyd chose to ignore the implied critique. He was too focused on the rosemary. "So, the soap?" he pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. "The dispenser." "Were broken bar tried it?" The cleansing agent provided a broken bar adequate for its intended purpose, Rosa stated, her gaze returning to the window, dismissing the topic with her usual infuriatingly detached efficiency. "Adequate." That was it. After everything, the dung, the pump, the rich lather, the Duchess's near swoon of delight, her verdict was adequate. Lloyd almost laughed. It was so perfectly, frustratingly, Rosa. But he saw it. The slight flush on her cheeks, perhaps from the warmth of the morning sun, or perhaps from the uncharacteristic admission, however understated. And the scent. The undeniable, lingering scent of rosemary. She hadn't just used it, she was wearing it. A small, almost invisible victory, but a victory nonetheless. The Ice Princess had, however reluctantly, embraced the Ferrum family finest, prototype, cleansing elixir. His soap empire had claimed its first, most formidable, convert. Buoyed by this unexpected, if subtle, triumph, Lloyd's thoughts immediately, eagerly, turned to the other, more pressing victory, the system coins. 103 of them, burning a metaphorical hole in his mental pocket. The maternal bloodline awakening. Power. Progress. Right, he muttered to himself, already turning away from Rosa, the scent of rosemary now a pleasant, almost triumphant backdrop. System. Show me the goods. Time to cash in those well-earned, nearly got me eaten by a pantheon of mythological nightmares, trauma-inducing reward points. He closed his eyes, focusing inwards, ready to access the pulsating notification, to finally initiate the awakening ritual, to feel the surge of new, untapped power coursing through his veins. A broken bar. Knock, knock, knock. The sound, sharp and insistent, cut through his anticipation like a well-aimed dagger. Lloyd's eyes snapped open, a groan of pure frustration escaping him. Seriously? Now? Could he not get 5 minutes of peace to engage in a bit of clandestine, system-fueled, bloodline-enhancing self-improvement? Was that too much to ask? "Young Lord Ferrum?" A timid voice called from beyond the heavy oak door. A maid. "Apologies for the disturbance, young lord, Buta broken bar the Archduke. He requests your immediate presence in his study." Lloyd stared at the door, then glanced towards Rosa, who was now observing him with that unnervingly calm, analytical gaze, as if cataloguing his reaction to this new interruption. His father summoning him, again? This was a broken bar unusual. Lloyd Ferrum was not a man given to casual chats or frequent, impromptu meetings. His summons were usually reserved for matters of state, significant transgressions, or the thrice-daily ritual of family dining, which often felt like a combination of the first two. To be called to the study twice in such short succession, especially after the dramatic events of the Gila Forest incident, which Ken had undoubtedly reported in excruciating, deadpan detail by now, felt a broken bar ominous, or perhaps, just deeply inconvenient. "Of course," Lloyd called back, forcing a calmness he didn't feel into his voice. "Inform His Grace I will attend him presently." He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, his plans for immediate power-ups dissolving like mist. Well, so much for a quiet morning of mystical bloodline awakenings and existential contemplation, he muttered under his breath, shooting a wry, exasperated look towards Rosa, who merely blinked, her expression unchanging. Duty calls, or, paternal interrogation. Probably the latter. He quickly splashed some water on his face in the washroom, pointedly not using the rosemary soap this time. The irony would be too much, and changed into a slightly less battle-scarred, more presentable tunic. He needed to look like the responsible, if somewhat adventurous, heir, not like someone who had recently been using giant mythological creatures for target practice. Chapter 152. The walk to his father's study felt longer, heavier, than usual. His mind raced, replaying the events in Gila Forest. Ken's intervention. The sheer, overwhelming power. His father knew everything by now. What would the verdict be? Approval for his initiative? Fury at his recklessness? A lecture on the proper protocols for engaging, or, more accurately, fleeing from, creatures that could level small towns? He reached the familiar, imposing oak door and knocked, bracing himself. Enter. Lloyd pushed the door open and stepped inside. The study was its usual bastion of ordered, intimidating power. Archduke Lloyd Ferrum sat behind his massive mahogany desk, quill poised over a stack of documents, his face an unreadable mask of stern authority. But it was the other figure in the room that made Lloyd pause, a flicker of surprise, quickly suppressed, running through him. Ken Park, standing silently, impeccably, near the bookshelves, his presence a subtle counterpoint to Roy's overt authority. Ken, not in his battle-merged, Demon Lord Butler glory, but in his usual discreet, dark livery, radiating quiet competence and the faint, lingering scent of far broken bar. Well, nothing. Ken always smelled of nothing, which, Lloyd supposed, was a talent in itself. His presence here, in the study, during a summons that clearly pertained to Lloyd, was significant. Witness, corroborator, or simply a broken bar reinforcement? Father Ken, Lloyd greeted, bowing respectfully, his gaze steady. Lloyd, Roy acknowledged, his voice flat, devoid of inflection. He set his quill down with deliberate precision, the small sound echoing in the sudden silence. He didn't invite Lloyd to sit. This wasn't a discussion, it was a judgment. I have received Colonel Park's report. Colonel was Ken's official military rank within the Ferrum household guard, a title rarely used in daily interactions but invoked now to lend weight to his testimony. Our Broken Bar comprehensive account of your recent unsanctioned expedition to the periphery of Gila Forest and your subsequent, rather dramatic, incursion into its depths. Roy's dark eyes, sharp and penetrating, fixed on Lloyd. He detailed the Broken Bar ecological survey, the unexpected and uncatalogued hostile entity encountered in the sunken fen mire, your commendable, if ultimately futile, attempts to engage it, your strategic, if desperate, retreat into Gila proper, the subsequent encounter with the Broken Bar indigenous serpentine guardian, and, his voice dropped almost imperceptibly, a dangerous quiet, Colonel Park's necessary, decisive intervention to ensure your survival and that of Lady Farrier Crutz and her retinue. He paused, letting the summary, stripped of all its terrifying, chaotic emotion and reduced to a series of cold, tactical facts, hang heavy in the air. Colonel Park also informs me, Roy continued, his gaze unwavering, that the initial guild assessment of the region was a broken bar catastrophically inaccurate, that the creature encountered in the mire was far beyond the parameters of a moderate risk assignment, that its presence so close to the forest edge, barely a kilometer from established pathways, is a severe anomaly, indicative of either gross incompetence on the part of the guild's scriveners or, his eyes narrowed slightly, something more a broken bar deliberate. An investigation into the guild's intelligence gathering and contract vetting protocols for that sector has already commenced. Heads, I assure you, will roll if negligence or malfeasance is discovered. Lloyd nodded slowly, appreciating the thoroughness, the immediate action. His father, whatever his faults, was a ruthlessly efficient ruler when roused. That ice a broken bar reassuring, father. Reassuring is not the point, Lloyd. Roy cut in sharply, his voice losing its flat neutrality, gaining an edge of steel. The point is your conduct. He leaned forward, his gaze hardening, the full weight of his ducal authority pressing down. Venturing into known hazardous territories, even on a guild-sanctioned task, is one thing. It demonstrates a certain broken bar initiative, a willingness to engage with the world beyond these estate walls, which, I will concede, a flicker of something unreadable, perhaps grudging approval, crossed his face for a fraction of a second, is a recent development. I find a broken bar noteworthy, if occasionally perplexing. The perplexing was undoubtedly a nod to the soap, the dung, and his son's generally bizarre recent behavior. However, Roy's voice rose again, sharp, commanding, to do so without prior consultation, without seeking permission, without informing your commanding officer myself of your intentions, your destination, the potential risks involved. A broken bar that, Lloyd, is not initiative. That is recklessness. That is insubordination. That is a dereliction of your duty as heir to this house, a house that relies on your continued existence and sound judgment for its future stability. The Archduke's mask was firmly in place now, stern, unyielding, radiating paternal fury and ducal displeasure in equal, overwhelming measure. You are not some common hedge knight, Lloyd, free to chase adventure and risk your neck for a few paltry silver coins. You are Ephraim, the future Archduke. Your life is not solely your own to gamble with. Every decision you make, every risk you take, has implications far beyond your own person. Implications for this family, for this duchy, for the thousands of souls who depend upon our strength, our stability, our leadership. He slammed a fist onto the desk, the sound a sharp crack in the tense silence, making the inkwell jump. What if Colonel Park hadn't been there? What if he's a broken bar? Considerable abilitas a broken bar had not been sufficient. What if that a broken bar serpent a broken bar had decided you were a more appealing appetizer than the Maya creature? You would be dead, Lloyd. Dead. For what? A misguided ecological survey. A handful of silver? The thrill of facing down monsters you are clearly ill-equipped to handle on your own? His voice was a low, dangerous growl now, the controlled fury of a man pushed to his limit. You will not do this again, Lloyd. You will not engage in any activity outside these estate walls, be it guild contract or personal whim, that carries even a moderate risk, without my express, prior permission. You will not place yourself in unnecessary jeopardy. You will not act like a common thrill-seeker. You are the heir. You will behave as such. Is that understood? The silence in the study was absolute, broken only by Lloyd's own steady breathing. He met his father's furious gaze, not with fear, not with defiance, but with a quiet, unwavering understanding. He saw the anger, yes, but beneath it, raw and undeniable, he saw something else. Fear. His father's fear. Fear for his son, for his heir, for the future of their line. It was the same fear he'd recognized before, the fear that had driven Roy to push him towards business studies, the fear that now manifested as this thunderous, almost desperate, assertion of authority. And in that moment, Lloyd didn't feel chastised. He didn't feel resentful. He felt a broken bar. A strange, unexpected warmth spread through his chest. This wasn't just the Archduke reprimanding a reckless subordinate. This was a father, terrified of losing his son, expressing that terror in the only way he knew how, through anger, through commands, through the assertion of control. A small, almost imperceptible smile touched Lloyd's lips, a smile of genuine, quiet affection that his father, in his righteous fury, probably missed entirely. He's worried, Lloyd thought, the realization surprisingly heartwarming. He's actually, genuinely, fatherly concerned about my well-being. Worried. Even if he sounds like he's about to have me clapped in irons and fed bread and water for a month. If you ever, Roy Ferrum continued, his voice dropping again, laced with a threat that was both terrifying and, in its own twisted way, deeply paternal, pull a stunt like this again, Lloyd, if you so much as think about setting foot in a place like Gula Forest without my knowledge and a full contingent of the Ducal Guard armed to the teeth, I swear by the bones of every Ferrum ancestor, I will personally break both your legs. And then, he added, his eyes blazing, I will have Ken chain you to that ridiculous sofa in your suite until you develop some semblance of common sense. Are we absolutely, unequivocally, crystal clear on this point? Lloyd looked at his furious, powerful, secretly terrified father. He looked at Ken Park, standing silently by the bookshelves, his face an impassive mask that probably hid a universe of butlerly exasperation and demon lord amusement. He thought of the 40 system coins, the promise of his awakened bloodline, the burgeoning soap empire, the giant snake that had almost eaten him. Life, he decided, was certainly never dull. Crystal clear, father, Lloyd replied, his voice calm, respectful, and holding absolutely no trace of the internal amusement bubbling just beneath the surface. My apologies for Thea broken bar unsanctioned fieldwork. It will not happen again. Without proper authorization, of course. He even managed to inject a note of sincere contrition into his tone. The break his legs threat was a classic Lloyd Ferrum rhetorical flourish, usually reserved for particularly incompetent stable masters or tax collectors caught with their hands in the ducal till. To have it directed at him, the air, was a broken bar almost endearing. In a terrifying, slightly dysfunctional, aristocratic family sort of way, he was pretty sure he wouldn't get his legs broken. Probably. But he also knew he'd just been given a very clear, very loud, and surprisingly touching demonstration of paternal concern. The Ferrum Way. Chapter 154. The thunderous echoes of Lloyd Ferrum's leg-breaking pronouncements slowly faded, leaving behind a heavy, charged silence in the study. The paternal fury, having vented its immediate pressure, began to recede, replaced by a different kind of intensity, a keen, probing scrutiny that made Lloyd feel as if his very soul were being dissected under a powerful, analytical lens. His father, having established the absolute, non-negotiable boundaries regarding future unsanctioned, potentially suicidal, adventuring, now shifted his focus. Now, Lloyd, Roy began again, his voice regaining its flat, almost judicial tone, though the underlying tension remained palpable. He steepled his fingers, his gaze fixed on his son with unnerving precision. Your recent broken bar activities have brought several matters to my attention. Matters beyond mere youthful recklessness or a sudden, inexplicable aptitude for soap-making. He paused, the silence stretching, heavy with unspoken questions. It is about damn time, I believe, that we speak plainly about your broken bar abilities. Lloyd's internal alarms, already jangling from the near-death experiences and the paternal dressing down, went into overdrive. Abilities? Plural? Uh-oh. He's not just talking about my surprisingly adequate soap chemistry, is he? He kept his external expression carefully neutral, projecting polite, slightly chastened, attentiveness. My abilities, father? He prompted, feigning mild confusion. Do not play the fool with me, Lloyd. Roy's voice sharpened instantly, cutting through the pretense. I am not Master Elmsworth, to be distracted by feigned ignorance or clever deflections. His eyes narrowed. Colonel Park's reports have been a broken bar detailed. Illuminating. He described your encounter with those street thugs as the ones loyal to your uncle. A flicker of renewed displeasure crossed Roy's face at the mention of Rubel. Not just the initial slap, but the subsequent broken bar incapacitation. Heat, precision, injuries consistent with something far beyond a simple brawl or basic void manipulation. He leaned forward, his gaze intense. Then, the incident in Gila Forest. The Maya creature. Colonel Park described you attempting to engage it with a broken bar, manifestations of what appeared to be metallic cables, superheated. And then, his voice dropped, acquiring a new note of gravity. Your engagement with the scavengers, the A-Ridge runners, as they pathetically styled themselves. The initial, non-lethal takedown using unseen forces. And then, the subsequent display against their summoned spirits. Wires of gleaming a broken bar steel, not iron. And finally, Roy's eyes bored into Lloyd, the projection of solid, heated, metallic spheres from your bare hands. With considerable force. He paused, letting the litany of observed powers hang in the air. These are not the actions of someone with merely mediocre iron body capabilities, Lloyd. This is something else entirely. Something a broken bar potent. Something you have kept remarkably well hidden. He looked towards Ken Park, who stood as impassive and silent as a stone gargoyle. Colonel Park confirms my assessment. The power signatures were not consistent with publicly known Ferrum abilities, nor with any rudimentary spirit power you might possess. Lloyd's mind raced. Okay, this is it. The big reveal, or, the carefully curated, partial reveal that doesn't involve interdimensional travel, 80 years of accumulated life experience, or a cosmic shopping catalogue that runs on magic money. He couldn't tell them the truth, the whole truth. It was too fantastical, too unbelievable. It would mark him as a lunatic, or worse, something to be feared, controlled, perhaps even a broken bar dissected. He needed a plausible explanation, something that fit within the known parameters of their world, even if it stretched them. Father, Lloyd began, choosing his words with extreme care, it is true. My abilities are broken bar. They have been developing unexpectedly, perhaps more rapidly than I anticipated. He focused on the Ferrum power, the one Roy had directly observed, via broken bar metal manipulation. It is stronger, more refined than I previously demonstrated. It feels less like crude iron, more likely a broken bar true steel. And there is an affinity for heat, for fire, that I am only just beginning to understand and control. He deliberately omitted any mention of the system, Fang's true nature beyond developing, or the source of his knowledge. Stick to what they've seen, what they can potentially verify or understand within their own framework. Roy listened, his expression unreadable, absorbing the partial admission. Steel, he repeated, the word resonating with a strange, almost ancient significance. And fire. His gaze became distant, thoughtful, as if accessing a deep, seldom visited archive of memory. The old tales, the whispers, the true Ferrum legacy, before Thea broken bar dilutions, before the public facade of mere iron blood was established for security, for survival. He looked back at Lloyd, a new, almost startling intensity in his eyes. How, Lloyd? How did you come by this knowledge? This control? The Book of Ferrum, true lineage, the one detailing the path to awakening the steel blood, to undoing the ancestral curse that binds our true power. A broken bar. That book is sealed. Known only to the Archduke. I have not yet shown it to you. I deemed you a broken bar unready. The unspoken implication, how do you wield a power you should not yet comprehend, let alone master? A trap. A direct, pointed question designed to expose any deception, any hidden source of knowledge. Lloyd felt a bead of sweat trickle down his spine. He couldn't admit to finding the book in his previous life. He couldn't reveal the system's potential for buying void powers, though he hadn't yet. He needed a different explanation, one that played into their existing understanding, yet allowed for his unexpected development. He feigned confusion, a look of genuine bewilderment crossing his face. Steel blood, father? An ancestral curse? The Book of Ferrum? He shook his head slowly, as if trying to process unfamiliar, almost mythical concepts. Yeah, broken bar. I confess, I know nothing of these things. I have merely a broken bar focused. Meditated, tried to understand the power that flows within me, the Ferrum blood. It a broken bar. It just responded differently this time. The steel, the fire. A broken bar. It felt a broken bar, natural, innate, as if it were always there, just waiting to be properly grasped. He looked down at his hands, as if marveling at some newfound, inexplicable talent. I simply a broken bar willed it, and it obeyed. He looked back up at his father, projecting an air of earnest, slightly dazed, discovery. Let him think I'm some kind of prodigy, Lloyd strategized wildly. A once-in-a-generation talent who stumbled into awakening the true power through sheer instinct and dumb luck, bypassing the need for ancient texts and forgotten rituals. It's more palatable than I died, went to another planet, came back with a magic shopping list and a serious case of D8 copyright AVU. Roy Ferrum stared at his son, his mind clearly grappling with this new, even more perplexing, possibility. Lloyd, using the steel blood without the book, without the knowledge, without the ritual to break the curse, it was a broken bar. Theoretically impossible. The curse, a self-imposed limitation from generations past, designed to shield the true Ferrum power from those who would misuse it, was supposed to bind the full potential until specific rites, detailed only in the sealed book, were performed. For Lloyd to have bypassed it, To have awakened the true steel and fire through sheer innate talent and willpower, a broken bar, it was unheard of. It would make him not just powerful, but a genius of a caliber not seen in the Ferrum line for centuries. A true, unadulterated expression of their most ancient, most potent, bloodline. A slow, almost stunned expression began to dawn on Roy Ferrum's face. It wasn't disbelief, but a dawning, almost fearful, awe. "Were broken bar, you undid the curse?" he murmured, more to himself than to Lloyd. "On your own, without the truths, simply by a broken bar instinct?" He looked at Lloyd again, a profound, almost unsettling reassessment occurring. The boy he had deemed mediocre, a Virgia broken bar, was he, in fact, a diamond of unparalleled brilliance, merely hidden beneath layers of youthful insecurity and a lack of proper guidance? Had Roy himself misjudged, underestimated, failed to see the true potential lurking within his own son? The thought was both exhilarating and deeply humbling. It would seem, Roy concluded, his voice regaining some of its usual gravitas, though now tinged with this new, almost reverent understanding, that you possess a level of innate talent, Lloyd, a connection to the Ferrum lineage, that surpasses even my most optimistic, if previously unvoiced, hopes. He paused, a flicker of something that might have been paternal pride, a fierce, unexpected, almost painful in its intensity, crossing his stern features before being ruthlessly suppressed. "You are a true Ferrum, it appears, perhaps more so than many who have borne the name." Lloyd merely inclined his head, accepting the pronouncement with faint humility, while internally, his 80-year-old self was doing a frantic victory lap. He bought it. He actually bought the accidental Prodigy routine. "Gods, the man wants to believe in me so badly, he'll accept almost any explanation, however far-fetched, as long as it doesn't involve interdimensional shopping sprees for superpowers." Chapter 156. Roy Ferrum seemed to gather himself, the ruler reasserting control over the momentarily stunned father. "These a broken bar changes things, Lloyd." Significantly, he tapped his fingers on the desk, his mind clearly racing, reassessing strategies, recalibrating expectations. "Your development, your true capabilities a broken bar, they must be carefully managed, discreetly nurtured. The world is not yet ready to know the full extent of the Ferrum power, especially if it manifests so broken bar unexpectedly, a broken bar in the air." He fixed Lloyd with a look of utmost seriousness. "Which brings me to the final, most pressing matter. The Ferrum family annual summit. It is scheduled to convene the day after tomorrow." He paused, letting the weight of the announcement sink in. The summit was a rare gathering of the heads of all major and minor Ferrum branch families, a council designed to discuss policy, settle disputes, and reaffirm the strength and unity of the house. It was usually a tense, politically charged affair, with simmering rivalries and veiled ambitions often bubbling just beneath the surface of familial cordiality. "However," Roy continued, his voice taking on a new, graver tone, "this summit will be broken bar different. For the first time in generations, outsiders will be present, representatives from several key allied noble houses, perhaps even an observer from the royal court itself." His eyes narrowed. "The recent broken bar events, a broken bar involving your uncle, Viscount Rubel," the name was still spoken with a distinct chill, "have sent ripples through the duchy. There are questions, concerns, whispers about instability within our house. This summit is intended to be a demonstration of Ferrum strength, Ferrum unity, Ferrum resolve, to silence the doubters, to reassure our allies, and to send a clear message to our broken bar rivals." He let the last word hang, the unspoken implication of Altamira and others clear. "You, Lloyd," Roy declared, his gaze unwavering, "will attend not as a silent observer, as in previous years, but as the recognized heir, standing beside me. Your presence, your composure, your broken bar newly apparent capabilities, a broken bar, they will be scrutinized by our kin, by our allies, by our enemies. You must be prepared mentally, physically, politically." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, intense command. "There is no room for error, no room for weakness, no room for mediocrity. You will represent the future of this house, and you will not fail me." The weight of the expectation, The sudden thrust onto a political stage far larger and more dangerous than any he had faced before, settled onto Lloyd's shoulders. The family summit. Outsiders present. Him, the accidental prodigy, the true Ferrum, suddenly on display. This wasn't just about soap anymore. This was about power, perception, and the very future of the Ferrum Duchy. And he had less than 48 hours to prepare. Well, Lloyd thought, a grim, determined smile touching his lips. So much for a quiet life of alchemical experimentation and avoiding giant snakes. Looks like the drab duckling is about to be thrown into the piranha tank. Good thing, he mused, feeling the faint thrum of steel and fire deep within his blood, and the promise of an awakened maternal bloodline pulsing in his system. I'm starting to grow some rather sharp teeth. The weight of his father's pronouncements at the Ferrum family summit, the presence of outsiders, the sudden, immense expectations resting squarely on his 19-year-old, yet 80-year-old, shoulders settled around Lloyd like a heavy, invisible cloak. The study, moments before a stage for paternal fury and surprising revelations, now felt confining, the ethic with unspoken political pressures. He needed space. He needed to think. He needed to process the dizzying shift in his perceived status, from a mediocre heir to accidental prodigy capable of instinctively undoing ancestral curses. It was a promotion he hadn't applied for, with a job description that probably included a not getting assassinated by jealous relatives or opportunistic foreign powers. He excused himself from his father's presence with a respectful bow, his mind already churning, and headed, not towards the dusty confines of Master Elmsworth's lecture hall. Duty could wait an hour. The fate of the duchy, and his own sanity, took precedence, but towards the familiar solace of the Ferrum estate gardens. The scent of damp earth, blooming roses, and freshly cut grass was a welcome antidote to the recycled air and simmering tensions of the ducal study. He found a secluded bench beneath the shade of a sprawling, ancient willow tree, its tendrils trailing like green lace, creating a private, sun-dappled sanctuary. Fang, who had been patiently waiting near the estate entrance, Ken having presumably communicated his master's temporary reprieve from academic torture, padded silently to lie at his feet, a comforting, solid presence, his golden eyes watchful. Right, system, Lloyd murmured, closing his own eyes, sinking into the relative quiet. The bloodline awakening. Let's a broken bar. Let's see what maternal grandmother Austin decided to pass down, shall we? He focused on the pulsing notification in his mental interface, the one that had gleamed with promise amidst the chaos of Gila Forest. Bloodline awakening ritual now available for initiation. Proceed. With a silent, mental affirmation, Lloyd triggered the process. Yes, proceed. He braced himself for a broken bar. Something, a surge of power, a blinding flash of light, perhaps a choir of spectral ancestors singing slightly off-key praises to his newfound genetic potential. Come on, Great Aunt Mildred from the Austin side, he muttered under his breath. Don't let it be something lame like enhanced embroidery skills or the ability to perfectly fold a fitted sheet. I need something that screams don't mess with me or I'll turn your internal organs into a charming wind chime display. Instead, there was a broken bar. Nothing. No immediate sensory overload. No dramatic transformation. Just a subtle, almost imperceptible shift deep within him, like tumblers clicking into place in a complex, ancient lock. It wasn't a rush of raw energy, but a quiet awakening, a gentle unfolding. Lloyd mused. Underwhelming, or maybe just fashionably late to the power-up party. My Ferrum steel was all hello, I'm here to slice and dice. This is more like a broken bar. Excuse me, would you mind awfully if I subtly reconfigured your molecular structure? Polite, yet potentially terrifying. I can work with polite terror. Then, he felt it. A new sensation behind his eyes. Not pain, but a strange, cool pressure, a subtle reordering of perception. It was as if a filter he hadn't known existed had just been removed, or perhaps, replaced with something far more sophisticated. Okay, eyes are tingling. That's a broken bar. New. Please don't let me shoot lasers. Lasers are so last century on Earth. Unless they're really good lasers. Like, vaporize a small moon. Good. Maternal bloodline, Austin family, Enhanced sensory void manipulation, awakening protocol complete. Unique bloodline trait manifested, black ring eyes. No system coins deducted. This is a free power addition to the user, as per System Protocol 7.3. Initial bloodline manifestations are inherent rights, not purchasable commodities. Subsequent enhancements or related ability acquisitions may incur costs. Black ring eyes? Lloyd thought, intrigued. Sounds a broken bar, dramatic and slightly ominous, like something a villain in a badly written fantasy novel would have. Behold, Lord Gloomshadow and his terrifying black ring eyes. Hopefully, they come with an instruction manual, or at least a decent optometrist recommendation. Protocol 7.3. Good to know there are some freebies in this cosmic capitalist nightmare. He wondered what other inherent rights he might be entitled to. A lifetime supply of decent coffee, perhaps? Unlikely. Probably more like the inherent right to be perpetually broke and chased by mythological nightmares. Thanks, system. You're a real pal. He slowly opened his eyes. The world looked a broken bar different, sharper, more defined. Colors seemed richer, textures more pronounced. Whoa. It's like someone cranked up the saturation and resolution on reality. The leaves on that willow tree are broken bar. I can almost see the individual cells, or maybe just the aphids. Either way, impressive, and slightly unsettling. Am I going to start seeing dust mites in HD now? Because that's a horror show I don't need. But the most startling change was internal. He could feel a new kind of energy resonating within him, distinct from the fiery thrum of his Ferrum steel power, different from the faint, buzzing potential of his sluggish spirit core. This was cooler, more controlled, almost a broken bar ethereal. It felt like focused thought given tangible form. Okay. This new energy a broken bar. It doesn't feel like Hulk smash. It feels more likely a broken bar Jedi mind trick with a side of existential dread. I like it. Subtle, understated, until it crushes your windpipe with an invisible energy hula hoop. Presumably, he needed a mirror. He glanced around the secluded garden. No convenient reflective surfaces. Of course not. He grumbled. This estate is all ancient tapestries and disapproving ancestral portraits. No one ever considered the practical needs of a newly awakened, potentially demonic idea needing a quick vanity check. Typical. He tentatively raised a hand, focusing his will, trying to access this new power, to understand its nature. Alright, new eye power thingy, show me what you got. Don't just sit there looking spooky. The system, ever helpful, when it wasn't being cryptic or extortionate, provided a pop-up. Black ring eyes, basic abilities unlocked, visual manifestation, sclera, white of the eye, transforms to pitch black. Iris and pupil are replaced by a single, luminous bluish-white ring. Pupil function, light regulation, is maintained through subtle ring diameter adjustments, imperceptible to casual observation. Chapter 158. Pitch black sclera, bluish-white ring. Lloyd whistled softly. Okay, so less Lord Gloomshadow and more interdimensional owl who moonlights as a goth rock star. That's a broken bar. Look. Definitely a conversation starter at the summit. Good morrow, Duke Snodgrass. Lovely weather we're having. Don't mind my soul-piercing abyss eyes. They're just a family trait. From Thea Broken Bar. You are Broken Bar, really distant side of the family. The one that vacations in voids. Primary power, ring projection constriction. User can project rings of cohesive, bluish-white energy from their gaze or hands. These rings can encircle any targeted object or being within line of sight. Once formed, the rings can be mentally commanded to tighten, constrict, or bind with considerable force. Effective as a restraining tool or a focused crushing attack. Strength and duration of constriction dependent on user's focus and void energy reserves. Multiple rings can be projected and controlled simultaneously with practice. Energy rope that chokes things. Got it. Lloyd nodded slowly. Simple, elegant, brutally effective, like a metaphysical boa constrictor. I can see the applications. Excuse me, Viscount Grumble Grumps, your tedious monologue on turnip tariffs is becoming unbearable. Would you mind if I just a broken bar wring your neck for a moment? Metaphorically, of course. Mostly. He grinned. Okay, maybe not out loud. But the internal monologue potential is fantastic. Advanced potential, Further abilities related to spatial manipulation, energy absorption, redirection, and enhanced sensory perception may unlock with increased mastery and understanding of the Austin bloodline. Further information available via dedicated bloodline skill tree. Access cost, 50 SC. Just kidding, a broken bar for now. Lloyd almost snorted at the system's dry humor. Always a catch, or a future paywall. 50 SC for a skill tree? For my own bloodline. You're a cruel mistress, system. A cruel, sarcastic, coin-grubbing mistress. But, spatial manipulation, energy absorption / redirection? Okay, now we're talking. That sounds less goth owl and more reality-bending badass. I am so grinding for those 50 coins, assuming I don't get eaten by another giant snake first, or my father doesn't actually break my legs. He focused on the immediate, pitch-black sclera, bluish-white ring for an iris. He was going to look like something out of a particularly disturbing ghost story. Good thing he didn't have any important social engagements lined up where demonic entity chic wasn't the desired aesthetic. Oh, wait. The Ferrum family summit. With outsiders, brilliant. He could just picture the whispers. Is that the Ferrum heir? Or did they accidentally invite a minor deity of despair and misplaced eyeliner? Perhaps he's just really committed to the brooding nobleman aesthetic this year. I hear Abyss Black is the new black for spring summit hearing. He tried to visualize the change, focusing on his reflection in the still, dark surface of a nearby ornamental bird bath. The water was murky, the light dappled, but he could just make out the transformation. His sclera, the whites of his eyes, were indeed a deep, unnerving black, absorbing the light. And where his irises and pupils should have been, there was now a single, luminous ring of pale, bluish-white light, glowing faintly, almost ethereally. There was no distinct pupil visible within the ring, yet he could see perfectly, his vision sharper than ever. It was a broken bar, strikingly alien and undeniably cool, in a terrifying, don't mess with the sky. He might turn your soul into a pretzel sort of way. Okay, Valerius had his Stormwing, he muttered, examining his reflection. Ken has he's a broken bar, well, his inner demon Lord Butler of Doom. I guess I'm going with creepy owl-eyed void constrictor guy. It has a certain ring to it. No pun intended. Mostly ring projection, he murmured, intrigued. He focused on a low-hanging willow branch swaying gently in the breeze. About 10 feet away. He extended his hand, pictured a ring of that bluish-white energy forming around it. All right, willow branch. You've been chosen for a great honor. The honor of being my first, vaguely menacing, energy ring victim. Try not to scream. With a faint, almost inaudible hum, a perfect circle of glowing, ethereal energy snapped into existence around the willow branch. It wasn't solid, yet it possessed a tangible presence. A visible boundary of contained force. Ooh, neat trick, Lloyd commented, impressed by the visual. Very minimalist. Very less is more, especially when more involves crushing your opponent's internal organs. He willed it to tighten. The ring constricted smoothly, silently. The willow branch, thick as his wrist, audibly creaked, then snapped with a sharp crack, the severed end falling to the grass. Lloyd stared. Whoa. That was a broken bar, surprisingly effective, and remarkably precise. No overt force, no flashy explosions, just silent, focused, irresistible pressure. This was different from the Ferrum steel. Steel was about shaping, about heat, about tangible, metallic force. These a broken bar. This felt more like pure will given form, a tool of subtle, inescapable control. It was an entirely new dimension to his capabilities. Okay, that's more than vaguely menacing. That's quietly terrifying. The Austin family clearly didn't mess around when it came to ancestral-like powers. I wonder if Great Aunt Mildred used this to win arguments at tea parties. Oh, Beatrice, you think my scones are dry? Ring. How about now, Beatrice? Still think they're dry when your teacup is slowly imploding? Restrain, constrict, crush. The possibilities are a broken bar, intriguing, and potentially quite useful for dealing with overly enthusiastic assassins, aggressive mythological creatures, or perhaps even just particularly annoying political opponents during a tedious debate. A well-aimed energy ring around the throat could certainly curtail a long-winded speech. He made a mental note to practice discretion with that particular application. Definitely need to work on the control though. Don't want to accidentally give someone a metaphysical tracheotomy when I just meant to, you know. Strongly encourage them to shut up. 103 system coins. He still had them. The Bloodline Awakening, as promised, had been a freebie. A very cool, slightly demonic-looking freebie. But the shopper broken bar, he still needed to access the main shop interface, which would cost 10 SC. He had more than enough now, but a familiar caution, the ingrained frugality of someone who had scraped by on a meager allowance and then faced interdimensional resource scarcity, held him back. What if the first items offered were useless? What if he needed those 10 coins for something more immediately pressing? 10 coins for shop access, he mused, tapping his chin. It's like a cover charge for the Cosmic Superpower nightclub. And what if the bouncer looks at my 3 remaining coins and says, "Sorry, pal, that's not enough for a single watered-down void power, let alone the VIP spirit section." The indignity, patience, the 80-year-old pragmatist advised. You have 103 coins. You need the shop. But you also need a buffer. Another 7 coins, just to be safe. Max out 1 more day of gold coin conversion. Then, when you have 110, spend the 10 to open the shop. That leaves 100, a nice round number. Sound fiscal strategy. Even in a world of magic and monsters. 7 more coins, he sighed. That's almost another full day of not being eaten by something terrifying, or, 70% of a day. The life of an interdimensional power gamer is fraught with tedious financial planning. Who knew? He nodded to himself, the decision made. The shop could wait 1 more day. His new, slightly terrifying, black ring eyes, however, were here to stay. He wondered if Rosa would notice, or if she'd just file it under Lloyd's ongoing descent into increasingly bizarre and visually alarming personal aesthetics. Probably the latter, he conceded. She's probably got a whole spreadsheet dedicated to my atypical behaviors. Column G, subheading questionable eye fashion choices. He deactivated the eye effect with a thought, feeling the familiar sensation of his normal vision return, the world looking slightly less sharp, less defined, but also less a broken bar intense. He needed to practice controlling the visual manifestation. Turning up to the family summit looking like a summoned demon probably wasn't the best way to inspire confidence in the future stability of the Ferrum line. Note to self: practice subtle demonic stare versus full-blown abyss gazer. There's a fine line between intriguingly powerful and please call an exorcist, preferably one with a very large stick. He glanced towards the main estate, a new thought, lighter, almost whimsical, surfacing amidst the strategic calculations and power assessments. The rosemary scent. Rosa. She had used his soap. The Ice Princess had thawed, just a fraction, just enough to smell like a well-maintained herb garden. It was a small thing, almost insignificant in the grand scheme of things, certainly less dramatic than vaporizing giant snakes or awakening ancestral powers, but it brought a strange, unexpected warmth to his chest. A flicker of far broken bar, something. Connection? Amusement? The faint, ridiculous hope that maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't be sleeping on the sofa, or the rug, forever. Okay, maybe not thawed, he corrected himself. More likely a broken bar, ambient temperature slightly less subarctic. Progress is progress, however glacial. And she smells nice. That's definitely an improvement over essence of perpetual disapproval and expensive potpourri. Chapter 160. He pushed himself up from the bench, Fang rising silently beside him. The gardens felt peaceful, the sun warm on his face. The weight of the upcoming summit, the pressure of his father's expectations, the looming threat of unknown enemies, they were all still there. But for now, in this quiet moment, with new power thrumming faintly within him and the memory of a rosemary-scented Ice Queen surprisingly fresh in his mind, Lloyd Ferrum felt a broken bar, almost optimistic. "All right, world," he declared under his breath, a spark of his old humor returning. "You've thrown giant snakes, abyss monsters, family drama, and questionable interior decorating choices at me, and I'm still here. Still vaguely solvent in the system coin department. Still smelling faintly of success and experimental rosemary soap. Bring on the Ferrum family summit. I've got new eyes, a slightly less pathetic wolf, and a business plan that might just make us all stink less. What could possibly go wrong? He paused. Don't answer that, Fang. Just a broken bar, don't. He decided to take a stroll past the rose bushes, towards the wing of the estate where his sweet tea was located. Not to confront Rosa, not to discuss demonic eyes or impending political doom. Just a broken bar to walk, to breathe, and maybe, just maybe, to catch another faint, intriguing whiff of rosemary on the afternoon breeze. The small victories, he was learning, were sometimes the most satisfying, especially when they smelled this good. The morning of the Ferrum family summit dawned with an air of palpable tension, a low hum of anticipation and anxiety that seemed to permeate the very stones of the estate. Sunlight, usually a cheerful intruder, felt sharp, almost accusatory, as it slanted through the high-arched windows, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, nervous sprites. Lloyd, having foregone his usual lumpy sofa purgatory for a restless night pacing the confines of his side of the suite, Rosa, a silent statue of icy composure on her distant bed, had offered no comment on his nocturnal wanderings, felt the weight of expectation pressing down like a physical burden. Today, the accidental prodigy, the true Ferrum, the heir who might not actually be a complete disappointment after all, was on display. No pressure. He dressed with meticulous care, not in ostentatious finery, but in a dark, impeccably tailored tunic of the finest Ferrum wool, cinched with a simple leather belt, his only adornment the small, discreetly polished steel signet ring of his house. He needed to project quiet confidence, sober authority, a stark contrast to the flamboyant arrogance favored by some of the more broken bar branch family members. His new black ring eyes were carefully suppressed, his gaze normal, if perhaps a little more intense, a little more focused than usual. He'd practiced in the bird bath reflection. Again a subtle intensity was the goal, not I just stared into the abyss and the abyss politely offered me tea and existential dread. As he was making his way from his suite towards the grand hall where the summit would convene, a familiar, yet strangely distant, figure caught his eye. She was descending the main staircase, her movements fluid and graceful, her dark hair, so like his own, adorned with simple silver clasps. Dorothy, his younger sister. A pang, sharp and unexpected, shot through Lloyd's chest. A complex cocktail of emotions that had been brewing for 83 years of the lifetime he'd lived on Earth, plus the 3 years after she died on his first life. 83 years since he'd last seen her as this vibrant, 16-year-old girl, full of youthful fire and a fierce Ferrum pride that had, in his first life, often made him feel even more inadequate. In these past 2 years, since his inexplicable reawakening, Dorothy had become mere broken bar distant. He remembered her as a child, bright, curious, perhaps a little awed by her older brother. But that Dorothy was gone, replaced by a young woman who viewed him with a cool, almost appraising detachment. Her interactions with him brief, formal, tinged with a subtle undercurrent of disappointment he couldn't quite decipher, but suspected was linked to his own less than stellar reputation. She spoke to him, yes, when protocol demanded. But the warmth, the easy camaraderie of their early childhood, had vanished, leaving behind a polite, almost brittle, distance. Dorothy. He called out, his voice perhaps a fraction louder, a touch more eager, than he intended. The sound echoed slightly in the cavernous hallway. She paused at the foot of the stairs, turning towards him. Her face, so achingly familiar, yet subtly different from the Dorothy he remembered from his Earth-life memories of her childhood, was a perfect oval, her dark eyes, so like their father's, holding a spark of intelligence and a hint of that fierce Ferrum spirit. But as they settled on him, the spark seemed to dim slightly, replaced by a cool, almost guarded, neutrality. Brother, she acknowledged, her voice polite, perfectly modulated, yet carrying an unmistakable edge of something that felt like a broken bar impatience, or perhaps just weary resignation. "You called?" There was a subtle emphasis on the "you," as if his addressing her directly was an unexpected, perhaps even slightly unwelcome, event. The rudeness, though veiled in aristocratic courtesy, was palpable, a tiny, sharp icicle pricking at the 83 years of missed connection. Lloyd felt a familiar rake, the ghost of old insecurities, but the 80-year-old survivor within him pushed it aside. He couldn't let her current teenage coolness, however much it stung, deter him. This was Dorothy, his sister. Alive, here. Not a fading memory, not a name etched on a memorial stone as she had become so tragically, so violently, in his first life's brutal aftermath. "I did," he replied, forcing a warmth he didn't entirely feel reciprocated into his tone, deliberately ignoring the subtle barb. He walked towards her, stopping a respectful distance away. He offered a small, tentative smile. "It's a broken bar. It's good to see you, Dorothy." "It feels like a broken bar. It's been a while since we properly spoke." Understatement of several lifetimes, his internal monologue quipped dryly. Dorothy's perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched slightly, a gesture so reminiscent of Rosa it was almost comical. "Has it, brother?" she inquired, her tone flat, implying his perception of a while might differ significantly from hers. "We last spoke at your wedding reception, did we not?" "A mere fortnight past." "You inquired as to my comfort after the journey from Bethlehem, and I believe I offered the customary congratulations." Standard pleasantries were exchanged. Her precision was almost surgical, designed, perhaps, to highlight the superficiality of their recent interactions. Lloyd winced internally. "Okay, so customary congratulations after a journey doesn't count as properly speaking. Fair enough." "My bad." He pressed on, determined not to be derailed by her cool deflection. "Perhaps." "But formal pleasantries are hardly a conversation." He tried again, shifting to safer, more neutral ground. "I just a broken bar. I was wondering." "How are you, Dorothy? How are your studies progressing, at the academy?" He knew, from his first life, that Dorothy had followed him to the prestigious Bethlehem Royal Academy, the premier institution for noble science in the duchy, a place where academic rigor and martial prowess were equally valued. He also knew, with a fresh pang of shame that 80 years hadn't entirely erased, that his own tenure there had been a broken bar less than distinguished. A flicker of genuine surprise, quickly masked, crossed Dorothy's face. Her dark eyes widened almost imperceptibly before her usual cool composure snapped back into place. "We're broken bar. You are asking about my studies, Lloyd?" The question wasn't accusatory, but filled with a genuine, almost bewildered, curiosity, as if the concept of him expressing interest in her academic life was so alien, so unexpected, it required careful analysis. Subject: Lloyd Ferrum exhibiting uncharacteristic fraternal concern. Data point anomalous. Requires further processing. He could almost hear her internal monologue, a disturbingly familiar echo of his wife's. Were all the women in his life programmed with the same analytical, slightly disdainful operating system? "Is that so surprising?" Lloyd asked, trying for a light, teasing tone, though the surprise in her eyes stung more than he cared to admit. "Am I not allowed to inquire after my own sister's well-being and academic endeavors?" Dorothy tilted her head, her gaze sharp, assessing. "It is a broken bar atypical," she stated finally, with the blunt honesty that was another Ferrum trait, albeit one usually wielded with more subtlety by their father. "Your usual inquiries, whenever you have graced the estate with your presence previously, tended to revolve more around the availability of Cook's honey-glazed sausages or the precise location of your misplaced riding crop." Ouch! Lloyd felt the barb land, a direct hit. So, that was his reputation, was it? The slightly dim, sausage-obsessed older brother with a penchant for losing things. Charming, he supposed, from her perspective, given his past lack of engagement. Her assessment wasn't entirely unfair. He'd been a ghost in his own life, drifting, disconnected. Why should she expect anything different now? He chose to ignore the jibe, focusing on the question. "Well, perhaps my interests area broken bar broadening." He offered another small, hopeful smile. "So, the academy, are you finding it our broken bar stimulating, challenging?" Chapter 162. Dorothy's expression shifted then. The cool neutrality, The faint surprise coalesced into something else, something harder. A flash of that fierce Ferrum pride, yes, but also something that looked disconcertingly like a broken bar contempt, directed squarely at him. She straightened to her full, surprisingly imposing, height, her chin lifting fractionally. "My studies at Bethlehem, brother," she replied, her voice losing its earlier, almost hesitant, curiosity, becoming crisp, precise, and undeniably cold. "Are proceeding exceptionally well, thank you for your sudden, if rather belated, inquiry." She paused, letting the implied rebuke hang in the air before delivering the final, devastating blow, her words sharp as honed steel, each one a perfectly aimed dart. "The broken bar or a broken bar that you so spectacularly managed to forfeit for the Ferrum name during your own rather brief and ignominious tenure at the Academy?" Her lip curled almost imperceptibly. "Rest assured, Lloyd, I have been diligently, and I might add, quite successfully, endeavoring to restore it." To demonstrate that not all of Archduke Roy Ferrum's offspring area broken bar disappointments. The words, delivered with the cool, precise cruelty only a younger sibling truly secure in their own superiority can muster, struck Lloyd with the force of a physical blow. Disappointments. The word echoed in the sudden, ringing silence, a brutal, unvarnished assessment of his past self, a judgment he knew, deep down, he had probably deserved. He remembered, with a fresh, vivid wave of shame that felt as raw as if it had happened yesterday, not 83 years ago. Bethlehem. The hopes his father had placed in him. The tutors. The expectations. And his own a broken bar miserable failure. He hadn't been stupid, not exactly. But he'd been unfocused, unmotivated, lost in a haze of adolescent awkwardness and a profound, gnawing sense of inadequacy. His spirit power had been weak, his void control clumsy. He'd struggled with the complex theories of magic, found the martial drills exhausting and pointless. He hadn't been a troublemaker, just a broken bar mediocre, average. A pale shadow against the brilliance of his peers, a constant, quiet embarrassment to the proud Ferrum name. He'd eventually, inevitably, been asked to broken bar withdraw. Politely, of course. Nobles weren't expelled, they were encouraged to pursue alternative paths more suited to their unique talents. Which, in his case, had meant returning to the estate in disgrace, to be quietly tutored in economics and estate management, the traditional consolation prize for heirs who couldn't cut it in the more glamorous arenas of magic or war. Jothi, on the other hand, had apparently thrived, excelled, restored the family honor he had so carelessly tarnished. The pride in her voice was unmistakable, but so was the underlying accusation, the lingering resentment of a younger sibling forced to clean up her older brother's mess, to carry the weight of his failures. He looked at her, seeing not just the confident, accomplished young woman before him, but also the ghost of the small, adoring girl he vaguely remembered, the one whose bright eyes had once looked up to him. What had happened to that girl? Had his own failures, his own detachment, slowly eroded that childish admiration, replacing it with this cool, almost pitying, contempt? The thought was a cold stone in his chest. He didn't try to defend himself. He didn't offer excuses. What could he say? Actually, I died, got reincarnated on another planet, lived a full life as a brilliant engineer and military strategist, then came back with a magic shopping list and a plan to revolutionize the soap industry. So, cut me some slack on the whole academy dropout thing? Yeah, that would go over well. So, he just stood there, absorbing the blow, the shame a bitter taste in his mouth. He saw the flicker of something in Jothi's eyes there, nay, not triumph, perhaps, but a kind of weary confirmation, as if she had expected nothing less than his silent acceptance of her judgment, as if his lack of defense simply proved her point. If that is all, brother, Jothi said, her voice cool once more, the moment of overt condemnation past, replaced by a brisk, dismissive efficiency. She clearly considered the conversation, such as it was, concluded. The summit will be commencing shortly. I wouldn't wish to be late. One of us, at least, she added, the parting shot delivered with exquisite, almost casual, precision, should endeavor to represent the Ferrum name with appropriate dignity and preparedness. Without waiting for a reply, Without another glance, she turned, her dark hair swirling with the movement, and began to walk away, her stride confident, purposeful, leaving Lloyd standing alone in the echoing hallway, the weight of her words, the ghost of his past failures, settling around him like a shroud. He watched her go, the proud, straight set of her shoulders, the undeniable aura of competence and ambition she radiated. A fierce, complicated mix of emotions churned within him, shame, yes, deep and bitter regret for the lost years, the broken connection, but also, strangely, a flicker of far broken bar pride. She was a true Ferrum, this sister of his. Strong, intelligent, fiercely determined. She was everything he hadn't been, in his first life, and a small, weary part of him, the part that still remembered the crushing weight of responsibility he'd failed to carry, was almost a broken bar grateful. Grateful that she was here, capable, ready to bear the burden he had so spectacularly fumbled. But that was the past Lloyd. This Lloyd, a broken bar. This Lloyd was different. He had 80 years of experience, hidden powers, a cosmic shopping list, and a burgeoning soap empire to build. He wasn't that lost, mediocre boy anymore. And he would prove it. Not just to his father, not just to the skeptical branch families, but to Jothy. To himself. He took a deep breath, pushing down the lingering sting of her words, the heavy cloak of past shame. The summit awaited. Time to show them all, Jothy included, that the disappointment of Bethlehem Royal Academy might just have a few surprising tricks left up his impeccably tailored, if slightly soap-scented, sleeve. The drab duckling was about to attempt flight, and he had a feeling the landing, one way or another, was going to be spectacular. The grand hall of the Ferrum estate, a cavernous space usually reserved for state banquets, formal investitures, or the occasional, very ostentatious, wedding reception, like his own, Lloyd recalled with an internal grimace, was today a seething cauldron of hushed conversations, rustling silks, and simmering familial tension. Sunlight, streaming through the impossibly high, stained glass windows depicting heroic Ferrum ancestors vanquishing improbable beasts, mostly dragons, with a sprinkling of suspiciously well-groomed griffins, did little to dispel the underlying chill of political maneuvering. The Ferrum family annual summit was in full swing, or rather, the pre-swing. The awkward, milling about phase where distant cousins eyed each other with suspicion, uncles offered platitudes laced with veiled threats, and everyone tried to subtly assess who was currently in favor with the Archduke and who was about to be metaphorically, or perhaps, given his father's mood yesterday, literally, thrown to the wolves. Lloyd Ferrum, an island of feigned calm in this turbulent sea of relatives, sat at a small, slightly isolated table near a potted fern that looked as if it had seen better millennia. He was nursing a cup of lukewarm, disappointingly bitter tea, a beverage that, in his 80-year-old earth-honed opinion, was a profound insult to the noble leaf. Seriously, his internal monologue grumbled, swirling the murky liquid in his cup, who decided that boiling leaves in water and then drinking it straight was a good idea. No milk, no sugar, not even a hint of lemon or a despairing biscuit. These people have mastered intricate void magic, summoned spirits that could level cities, and built empires that spanned continents, but they haven't figured out how to make a decent cuppa. Priorities, people. Priorities. He made a mental note to add a revolutionize Riverian tea drinking habits to his already lengthy to-do list, somewhere between a build soap empire and a avoid being eaten by mythological creatures. It was probably less dangerous than the other two. He scanned the hall, his gaze, carefully calibrated to normal human air mode. No black ring eyes today, thank you very much. The ensuing panic would probably derail the entire summit, sweeping over the assembled Ferrum clan. 12 branch families, his father had said, and their associated offspring. It looked like a veritable army of cousins, second cousins, cousins thrice removed, and a bewildering array of aunts, uncles, and assorted great-waitvers, all dressed in their finest, all radiating varying degrees of ambition, resentment, or sheer, unadulterated boredom. 60-plus youths, his father had estimated. 60 potential rivals, 60 potential allies, 60 potential sources of future headaches. It was like a high school reunion, If your high school specialized in political intrigue, inherited magical powers, and passive-aggressive commentary about your choice of cravat. Chapter 164. He took another sip of the offensive tea, wincing internally. His presence, he noted with a familiar, detached amusement, was being treated with the kind of enthusiastic avoidance usually reserved for tax collectors or individuals with highly contagious, socially unacceptable diseases. The younger generation, the 60-plus gaggle of Ferrum youths who were ostensibly his peers, were giving him a collective cold shoulder so frigid it could probably flash freeze his already lukewarm tea. They clustered in animated groups, laughing, whispering, pointedly not looking in his direction, their body language screaming irrelevant, a disappointment, the drab duckling who somehow landed the ice princess. He saw the familiar flickers of disdain, the contemptuous smirks he'd witnessed in the guild hall, amplified now by the shared blood and simmering familial rivalries. Charming, he thought. Nothing like a bit of good old-fashioned intra-family scorn to start the day. A few of the older generation, the Acheezers as his internal earthling vocabulary uncharitably supplied, did deign to acknowledge his existence. Uncle Tiberius from the Blackwood Ferrums, a portly man with a booming laugh and eyes that missed nothing, offered a jovial, if slightly too hearty, clap on the shoulder and some vague pronouncements about the strength of the main line. Great Aunt Esmeralda from the Silverstream Ferrums, a terrifyingly ancient matriarch who looked like she'd personally wrestled dragons in her youth and probably won, gave him a sharp, appraising stare that lasted several uncomfortable seconds before she sniffed dismissively and turned back to her embroidery. They weren't being friendly, they were being pragmatic. He was, after all, still the Archduke's heir, the future patriarch. Even if he was currently viewed as a particularly unpromising specimen of Ferrum manhood, his position, his potential future authority, held value. Political insurance, Lloyd recognized. A wise investment in case the drab duckling somehow managed not to drown in the ducal pond. Even his own sister, Dorothy, now seated across the hall with a group of equally polished and alarmingly competent-looking young noblewomen from allied houses, was pointedly ignoring him. Her earlier, cutting remarks about his Bethlehem disgrace still stung, a fresh wound laid over 80 years of phantom aches. She hadn't glanced his way once, her attention fully absorbed by her animated conversation, her posture radiating a confidence and poise that only highlighted his own perceived inadequacies in the eyes of the assembled clan. Well, can't say I blame her, Lloyd conceded internally, sipping his dreadful tea. From her perspective, I'm probably still the embarrassing older brother who flunked out of magic school and spends too much time thinking about soap. Not exactly prime summit mingling material. And Rosa broken bar. Rosa. She had arrived a few moments after him, a vision in a gown of deep sapphire silk that shimmered like captured twilight, her movements fluid, regal, commanding attention without a single word or gesture. But it was her face, or rather, the lack thereof, that drew every eye in the hall, including Lloyd's. She wore a veil, a delicate, almost translucent confection of silver-threaded lace. It obscured her features from the nose down, leaving only her high cheekbones, the elegant sweep of her dark brows, and those unnerving, obsidian eyes visible. The effect was a broken bar breathtaking. It didn't hide her beauty, it amplified it, transforming her from merely stunning into something ethereal, mysterious, almost untouchable. A true ice princess, shrouded in mist and moonlight. Lloyd remembered, with a jolt that was part memory, part dream, part longing. The veil. Of course, in his first life, Rosa had always worn a veil in public, especially at formal gatherings, in the presence of outsiders, those not considered immediate family. It was a civic tradition, perhaps, or a personal preference, a shield against the unwanted scrutiny her almost supernatural beauty inevitably attracted. He hadn't thought about it in years, not in this life, where their interactions had been confined to the shared suite, where veils were unnecessary. But seeing her now, shrouded, enigmatic, moving through the crowded hall like a silent, sapphire wraith, a broken bar, it was like a ghost from his past stepping into his present, a vivid, poignant reminder of the woman he had been married to, the woman he had barely known, the woman who now, inexplicably, smelled faintly of rosemary. He watched as a hush fell over the clusters of young Ferrum men as she passed, their conversations faltering, their eyes, filled with a mixture of awe, longing, and bitter, burning envy, tracking her every movement. He saw the way their jaws tightened, the way their hands clenched, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air, her, with him? The injustice of it, in their eyes, was a palpable force. Lloyd felt a strange, unexpected surge of far-broken bar something. Not jealousy, not quite pride, but a sort of detached, almost clinical appreciation for the sheer, objective power of her beauty, even when partially concealed. It was a weapon, whether she intended it to be or not, capable of silencing rooms and igniting hopeless passions with a mere rustle of silk and a glimpse of obsidian eyes. He remembered the whispers from his first life, the flowery odes composed by smitten young nobles, the duels fought over a single, rumored glance from behind her veil. Lady Rosa Siddiq, the ice flower of the South, the unattainable sapphire broken bar. Her beauty had been legendary, a thing of songs and sighs. And she was his wife who slept on the other side of the room and communicated primarily through icy glares and the occasional, cryptic, one-word pronouncement. The irony was almost physically painful. He took another sip of the terrible tea, his gaze lingering on her as she found a seat near his mother, Milady, the two of them forming an island of formidable, if very different, feminine power in the testosterone-heavy hall. Rosa inclined her head politely to his mother, a subtle gesture of respect, but her veiled face remained turned away from the rest of the room, projecting an aura of serene, untouchable indifference. She is beautiful, Lloyd thought, the observation less a husband's appreciation and more an objective, almost scientific, assessment. Even with half her face hidden, even radiating an ambient temperature that could probably sustain a small colony of penguins, there's no denying it. The bone structure, the eyes, the way she carries herself or broken bar. It's like looking at a perfectly sculpted statue carved from moonlight and glacier ice. He remembered the almost painful intensity of her beauty when he'd first seen her unveiled, on their disastrous wedding night, her eyes wide with fear and fury. It had been overwhelming then, terrifying even, to his 19-year-old self. Now, filtered through the lens of 80 years of experience and a lifetime of seeing other beauties, other wonders, it was a broken bar still overwhelming, but in a different way. Less intimidating, more a broken bar intriguing, a complex, beautiful, incredibly frustrating puzzle he was only just beginning to comprehend. And she smelled of rosemary. His rosemary, that, he decided, as he finally set down his cup of truly abominable tea, was perhaps the most intriguing, most perplexing, most unexpectedly hopeful piece of the entire, chaotic, wonderful, terrifying puzzle. The Archduke was about to enter. The summit was about to begin. And Lloyd Ferrum, armed with hidden powers, a burgeoning soap empire, a surprisingly fragrant wife, and a profound distaste for poorly brewed tea, was, for better or worse, ready, or at least, as ready as a man who had recently been chased by two different mythological nightmares and threatened with leg breakage by his own father could reasonably be expected to be. This, he thought with a grim, almost cheerful, sense of impending doom, was going to be interesting. The low hum of conversations in the grand hall abruptly ceased, a wave of anticipatory silence washing over the assembled Ferrum clan as the massive, heraldic emblazoned double doors at the far end of the chamber were swung open by two stoic, impeccably uniformed household guards. Every head turned, every eye fixed on the entrance. The air crackled with a new kind of tension, not just familial politicking, but the added weight of external scrutiny. Archduke Lloyd Ferrum entered. His presence, as always, commanded the room, his stern features an unreadable mask of ducal authority, his dark eyes sweeping over the assembly with an intensity that seemed to miss nothing. He moved with a measured, powerful stride, radiating an aura of absolute, unwavering control. But he was not alone. Flanking him, and walking with an easy confidence that spoke of equal, if different, status, were four individuals who clearly did not belong to the Ferrum clan. Their attire, while noble and expensive, bore different sigils, different styles, hinting at allegiances beyond the duchy's borders. Their presence instantly amplified the existing tension, transforming the annual Ferrum family summit from an internal affair into something far more significant, far more a broken bar public. Lloyd, still nursing his now cold, still offensive tea, felt his senses sharpen, his internal 80-year-old strategist instantly on alert. Outsiders, just as father said. But who and why? Chapter 166. His gaze swept over the newcomers. The first, a man of roughly his father's age, with shrewd, intelligent eyes, a neatly trimmed grey beard, and an air of quiet, pragmatic authority, was instantly recognizable. Jason Siddick, Viscount Siddick, Rosa's father. His presence wasn't entirely unexpected as the father of the Archduke's new daughter-in-law. His attendance, while perhaps not standard, was understandable, a gesture of strengthening familial ties. He offered Roy a respectful, almost familial nod as they walked. The other three, however, were ciphers, their faces unfamiliar, their allegiances unreadable from this distance. One was a stout, florid-faced man with a booming laugh that seemed perpetually on the verge of erupting, dressed in rich velvets that strained slightly at the seams, his eyes quick and assessing. Another was older, leaner, with a scholar's stoop and eyes that held a lifetime of patient observation, his robes simple but of exquisite quality. The fourth a broken bar. The fourth man was different. He was younger, perhaps in his late 30s, with an easy, almost deceptively casual grace, his attire understated yet impeccably tailored, his features handsome but unremarkable, almost forgettable. Yet, there was something about his eyes, a keen, penetrating intelligence, a subtle aura of command that seemed to hum just beneath his unassuming surface, that made Lloyd's internal alarms prickle faintly. This man, Lloyd sensed, was more than he appeared. As Roy Ferrum and his distinguished guests made their way towards the raised dais at the head of the hall where the Archduke would preside, another, smaller drama unfolded. Viscount Rubel Ferrum, Lloyd's ambitious, recently chastened uncle, practically sprinted from his position amongst the branch family heads, his face wreathed in a sycophantic, almost desperate smile. He intercepted the Archduke's party near the center of the hall, bowing deeply, his voice, when he spoke, dripping with a honeyed deference that Lloyd found physically nauseating. "Your Grace." Esteemed guests. A most auspicious occasion. Rubel gushed, attempting to insinuate himself into the procession, to be seen publicly welcoming these important visitors, to subtly reassert his own diminished standing. "Allow me to personally extend the warmest greetings of the entire Ferrum." Roy Ferrum didn't even break stride. He didn't glance at his brother. He simply walked past him, his gaze fixed straight ahead, his silence a dismissal more profound, more cutting, than any verbal rebuke could ever have been. Jason Siddick and the other guests followed suit, their expressions carefully neutral, though Lloyd fancied he saw a flicker of amusement in the stout man's eyes and a hint of disdain in the scholar's. Rubel was left standing alone in the middle of the hall, his fawning smile frozen on his face, the color slowly draining from his cheeks as the full, public weight of the Archduke's continued displeasure landed like a physical blow. He looked, for a moment, like a man who had just been slapped with a very large, very invisible fish. "Serves you right, you scheming toad," Lloyd thought with a grim, satisfying smirk, taking another sip of his now truly vile tea. The Archduke and his guests ascended the dais. Roy took his seat in the ornate, high-backed chair carved with the roaring Ferrum lion. Still looking constipated, Lloyd noted the visitors were seated in chairs of slightly lesser, but still significant, dignity on either side. The summit was about to officially commence. But before Roy could even clear his throat to deliver the opening address, one of the previously unrecognized VIPs, the older, leaner man with the scholar's bearing and the patient A's, rose from his seat on the dais. Instead of addressing the hall, however, he descended the steps and, to the surprise of everyone, Lloyd included, walked directly towards Lloyd's slightly isolated table near the disgruntled potted fern. "Oh, here we go," Lloyd thought, hastily setting down his teacup, his mind racing. Who is this guy? And why is he making a beeline for the resident family disappointment? Does he want to borrow sugar? Complain about the tea quality? Offer unsolicited advice on fern care? The man stopped before Lloyd's table, his expression a mixture of grave dignity and something else. A broken bar, something that looked surprisingly like a broken bar. Gratitude? He offered Lloyd a slight, respectful bow, a gesture usually reserved for equals, not for a 19-year-old heir with a questionable academic record. Young Lord Ferrum, the man began, his voice quiet but carrying a surprising resonance, a scholar's well-modulated tones. Forgive this informal intrusion, but I felt I could not let this moment pass without expressing my profound, my deepest, personal gratitude. Lloyd stared, utterly bewildered. Gratitude? For what? Had he accidentally donated to this man's favorite charity in a past life? Returned a lost library book? My lord, a broken bar? Lloyd managed, genuinely at a loss. You have me at a disadvantage. I do not believe we have had the honor. A broken bar. The man's eyes, clear and intelligent, held a flicker of deep emotion. Indeed, we have not formally met, young lord. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tiberius Crutz, Marquis of the Southern Reaches. Crutz? Lloyd's mind jolted. Farrier's father? He looked at the man again, seeing now the subtle resemblance around the eyes, the same underlying steel beneath the scholarly demeanor. This was the man whose daughter he had, however inadvertently and chaotically, assisted in Gila Forest. The man whose son was ailing. The man whose desperate hope now rested, in part, on the terrifying, soul-sucking dark vein flower Lloyd had so casually, and then so dramatically, retrieved. Marquis Crutz, Lloyd acknowledged, rising respectfully, offering a slight bow of his own. The honor is mine. Okay, so this isn't about the tea. This is about the flower, and possibly the giant snake, and Ken's rather dramatic intervention. The honor, young lord, is entirely mine, Marquis Crutz insisted, his voice thick with emotion. My daughter, Farrier Broken Bar. She has related to me the full, harrowing account of her recent Broken Bar misadventure. A broken bar in Gila Forest. His gaze swept briefly towards Lloyd, then to Fang, who was now sitting alertly at Lloyd's feet, his golden eyes watchful. She spoke of your courage, young lord. Your unexpected intervention. Your broken bar, rather unorthodox, but ultimately effective, methods. A faint, wry smile touched the Marquis's lips. And she spoke, with particular emphasis, of your invaluable assistance in securing the very bloom she so desperately sought. The bloom that may yet prove the salvation of my beloved son. He bowed his head again, lower this time, a gesture of profound, heartfelt thanks. You saved my daughter's life, Lord Ferrum. And you may have saved my son's. There are no words, no deeds, that can adequately express the debt I, and my entire house, now owe to you. Lloyd felt a flush creep up his neck, uncomfortable under the weight of such effusive, public gratitude. Marquis Crutz, please, he demurred, waving a dismissive hand. It was a broken bar, not entirely intentional, I assure you. Mostly a case of being in the wrong forest at the wrong time with the wrong mythological creature with a flower fetish. And as for your daughter, he offered a genuine, if slightly sheepish, smile. She and her guards demonstrated considerable courage themselves. I merely a broken bar provided some unexpected, and frankly quite terrifying, distractions, and called in a rather overpowered butler with a penchant for pyrotechnics. Most of the credit, I assure you, belongs to him. Nevertheless, the Marquis insisted, his eyes shining with sincerity, your actions were pivotal. Farrier is safe, and we have the dark vein. For that, House Crutz is eternally in your debt. He straightened, his expression becoming more formal. Should you, or House Ferrum, ever require aid from the southern reaches, young lord, you need only ask. My resources, my armies, my very life, are yours to command. It was a solemn oath, delivered before the entire Ferrum clan, a political declaration of alliance forged in the crucible of shared terror and unexpected salvation. Lloyd nodded, accepting the pledge with due gravity, while internally, his 80-year-old strategist was already calculating the potential geopolitical advantages of having a powerful southern marquis as a staunch, indebted ally. Well, That Gila Forest Death Trap field trip might just have paid off in ways beyond 40 system coins after all, he mused. Maybe I should add a inadvertent geopolitical alliance brokering via monster evasion to my resume. Before Lloyd could formulate a suitably humble and politically astute response, another figure approached his table, this one even more surprising. It was the fourth man from the Archduke's entourage, the younger one with the deceptively casual grace and the intelligent, almost forgettable, handsome features. He moved with an easy confidence, a subtle aura of command that seemed even more pronounced up close. He offered Lloyd a charming, disarming smile. "Young Lord Ferrum," the man began, his voice smooth, cultured, with an undertone of amusement. "Marquis Krutz speaks with the heartfelt gratitude of a father, and rightly so. But allow me to offer my own, perhaps more a broken bar practical, commendations." Lloyd looked at him, intrigued. "My lord, and you area broken bar?" The man's smile widened. "Forgive my lack of formal introduction amidst the broken bar rather dramatic summit preliminaries. For now, let us just say I am an interested observer, an admirer of innovation. Particularly," his gaze flickered towards Roy, "innovation that smells as pleasantly of rosemary as it does of profit." Chapter 168. Lloyd blinked. "He knows about the soap?" "The dispenser?" How? Had his father already been showcasing the prototype, talking about it with broken bar outsiders? The thought was both thrilling and slightly unnerving. "Indeed," the man continued, his eyes twinkling. "I had the distinct pleasure of broken bar sampling a broken bar your remarkable cleansing elixir this morning. The one presented by your esteemed father. The liquid version, I believe. In that most ingenious oak and steel dispensing contraption." He brought his fingertips to his nose, inhaling dramatically. "Still a faint, delightful hint of rosemary. Quite revolutionary, young lord. My own household staff are already clamoring for a supply. They claim their hands have never felt so broken bar velvety." Lloyd stared, speechless for a moment. His father had not only taken the liquid soap prototype he and Jasmine had so frantically cobbled together just yesterday afternoon, now the slightly imperfect, rosemary-infused soft soap he'd presented to Roy along with the hard bar and the first dispensary, but had apparently given a sample to the broken bar this influential stranger. A stranger who was now praising it publicly, in front of the entire Ferrum clan and other noble guests. "Father, you sly old fox," Lloyd thought, a wave of surprised admiration washing over him. "You didn't just assess it, you market-tested it on a VIP." This summit wasn't just about silencing doubters, it was about showcasing Ferrum innovation, his innovation, on a much grander stage than he'd anticipated. "Yeah, broken bar. I am gratified that the product met with your approval, my lord," Lloyd managed, recovering his composure. "It is still in its broken bar developmental stages, of course. Many refinements are planned." Of course," the man agreed easily. "But the core concept, young lord, brilliant. The execution, inspired. The potential, vast. You have a keen mind for commerce, it seems, as well as for a broken bar rather dramatic forest excursions." He chuckled, a warm, engaging sound. "I shall be watching your future ventures with great interest, Lord Ferrum." "Great interest indeed." He gave Lloyd a final, conspiratorial wink, then turned and, with that same deceptively casual grace, made his way back towards the dais, leaving Lloyd feeling both flattered and intensely curious about the man's true identity and influence. He was still processing this unexpected endorsement when he felt a subtle pressure at his elbow. He turned to see his father, Archduke Roy Ferrum, having descended from the dais. While Lloyd was occupied, Roy's face was an unreadable mask, but his eyes held a flicker of something a broken bar complex. "A word, Lloyd," Roy murmured, his voice so low only Lloyd could hear it, leaning in slightly as if sharing a state secret of profound import. "That last gentleman, the one so broken bar enthusiastic, a broken bar about your soap?" "Yes, father," Lloyd prompted, his curiosity piqued even further. Roy's gaze flickered around the hall, ensuring no one else was within earshot. Then, he leaned even closer, his voice a mere whisper, charged with a gravity that made the hairs on the back of Lloyd's neck stand on end. "Do not react, Lloyd. Do not show surprise. Maintain your composure. But understand this. He paused, his dark eyes locking onto Lloyd's with an intensity that was almost physical. That mana broken bar is His Majesty, Liam Bethlehem, King of our nation Bethlehem, here. In disguise. Lloyd froze. The teacup, which he had unconsciously picked up again, slipped from his nerveless fingers, shattering on the stone floor with a loud, discordant crash that seemed to echo deafeningly in the suddenly too quiet grand hall. King Liam Bethlehem, the King of Bethlehem, here? Disguised as some mere broken bar interested soap enthusiast. His mind reeled, desperately trying to process this new, cataclysmic piece of information. The Bethlehem clan. The rulers of Bethlehem. Their king, here, in his father's house. In disguise. Praising his soap. What in the name of all the hells, heavens, and questionable interdimensional realms is going on? Lloyd's internal monologue, which had been attempting a slow, cautious recovery, promptly had a full-blown, screaming, table-flipping meltdown. A major, nation-altering event? I don't remember anything like this. My first life's memories of this period are hazy, yes, filled with teenage angst and academic failure, but surely, I would remember something as monumental as the King of Bethlehem secretly attending a Ferrum family summit. This wasn't in the script. This is a whole new, terrifyingly unpredictable, probably incredibly dangerous, act. He stared at his father, then towards the dais where the interested soap enthusiast King Liam Bethlehem, by all the gods was now calmly chatting with Jason Siddick, looking for all the world like just another visiting nobleman. The pieces slammed together with horrifying, undeniable clarity. The outsiders, the unusual nature of this summit, his father's grim intensity, the earlier assassination attempt by a professional's a broken bar. This wasn't just about Ferrum unity or Rubel's treachery. This was bigger, far bigger. Something of immense geopolitical significance was unfolding, right here, right now. And he, Lloyd Ferrum, the accidental prodigy, the fledgling soap tycoon, the heir with the demonic eyes and the overpowered butler, was standing smack in the middle of it, holding a shattered teacup and a rapidly dawning sense of profound, existential dread. The loud, discordant crash of shattering porcelain ripped through the tense, rosemary and faintly dung-scented air of Archduke Roy Ferrum's study, a sound as shocking and out of place as a thunderclap in a library. Every head, already turned towards Lloyd after his father's hushed, momentous revelation, now stared with renewed, almost horrified intensity. Lloyd Ferrum stood frozen, his hand still hovering where the teacup had been, his face a mask of carefully controlled neutrality that did absolutely nothing to conceal the wild, screaming panic currently doing a frenetic tango with disbelief in his brain. King Liam Bethlehem, here? Disguised? Interested in my soap? My soap? The one made with cow fat and experimental lye in a dusty smokehouse. Is this a fever dream? Did one of those gula forest spores finally take root in my cerebellum and decide to stage an avant-garde theatrical production starring royalty and questionable hygiene products? He could feel the heat rising in his cheeks, the sudden, prickling awareness of every eye in the room dissecting his clumsiness, his shock, his very existence. The King of Bethlehem, the man who had praised his cleansing elixir and ingenious dispensing contraption with such charming, almost conspiratorial enthusiasm, was not just some interested nobleman with a penchant for rosemary and a surprisingly astute understanding of market potential. He was Liam freaking Bethlehem, ruler of a neighboring, often rival, kingdom. Roy Ferrum's gaze flickered towards the shattered remains of the teacup, then back to Lloyd, his expression unreadable, though a muscle twitched almost imperceptibly in his jaw. It might have been annoyance at the destruction of ducal crockery, or perhaps a flicker of understanding at his son's rather dramatic reaction to having a monarch casually dropped into conversation. Probably both. Lloyd's internal monologue was now a high-pitched, continuous scream. Okay, deep breaths. Don't hyperventilate in front of royalty. Even disguised royalty, especially disguised royalty who just complimented your soap, must maintain composure. Must not look like a gibbering imbecile who just discovered the sky is made of cheese, or, that the random rich guy is actually the king. My apologies, father, Lloyd managed, his voice impressively steady despite the internal chaos. He bent down with what he hoped was dignified grace, though he felt about as graceful as a startled hippopotamus on roller skates, and began to gather the larger shards of porcelain. Clumsy of me, a broken bar. The news was rather a broken bar. Unexpected. Unexpected? His brain shrieked. Unexpected is finding a gold coin in your laundry. This is discovering your pet hamster is secretly a transdimensional warlord level of unexpected. Indeed, Roy murmured, his voice a low rumble that brooked no further discussion on the matter of shattered teacups or royal revelations. He gave a subtle, almost imperceptible nod towards the figure Lloyd now knew to be King Liam, a silent acknowledgement that the charade, at least between them, was momentarily suspended, or perhaps, just profoundly complicated. "My dear Lord Ferrum," the king began, his voice smooth, cultured, utterly devoid of any royal affectation, sounding for all the world like a genuinely concerned fellow nobleman. He subtly steered Lloyd away from the remaining porcelain debris, which a silent, suddenly appearing household attendant began to discreetly sweep away. "No harm done, I trust?" "A mere accident." "Easily remedied." Though his eyes twinkled with that same roguish amusement Lloyd had noted earlier, "I do hope it wasn't my rather enthusiastic praise for a broken bar cleansing elixir, a broken bar, that caused such a start?" Lloyd, still reeling, managed a weak smile. "Not at all, my lord. A broken bar. You are broken bar, James," he stammered, remembering the name his father had whispered. Gods, calling a king a James felt like addressing a thunderstorm by its first name. "Just a broken bar." A momentary lapse in coordination. The perils of early mornings and a broken bar. Complex family discussions. Lloyd stared, his brain struggling to keep up. The king was still talking about the soap? After everything? After the reveal? Was this part of the disguise? Or was he genuinely, royally, obsessed with personal hygiene products? James leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a more confidential tone, though still carrying easily in the sudden, almost reverent hush that had fallen over the study since the teacup incident. Even Master Elmsworth and Grandmaster Grimaldi seemed to be holding their breath, sensing that this was no ordinary conversation. Jason Siddick watched with keen, narrowed eyes. "Your father, the esteemed Archduke," James continued, gesturing vaguely towards Roy, who observed them with an expression that could only be described as intensely watchful. "Granite, has already pledged a considerable sum. 10,000 gold, I believe. A most generous, and I dare say, prudent investment." He paused, his gaze fixing on Lloyd with a new intensity, the earlier amusement overlaid with a sharp, shrewd assessment. "And I, Lord Ferrum, as a humble admirer of innovation and an individual with a broken bar, certain disposable capital, a broken bar, find myself similarly inclined." Chapter 170. Lloyd's jaw, which had been slowly returning to its normal position, threatened to detach itself again. "Inclined? Inclined to what?" "The King of Bethlehem wanted to invest in his soap, his tallow and ash water, rosemary-scented, smokehouse brewed soap." This day was officially sponsored by the letter W for what is even happening. "A broken bar you wish to invest, my lord?" "A broken bar, James?" Lloyd managed, trying to keep the incredulity from his voice. "In our broken bar, in my soap venture?" "Indeed," James declared, beaming as if this were the most natural, most exciting prospect in the world. "I have a keen eye for potential, Lord Ferrum. And your product, coupled with that frankly ingenious dispenser, a work of art, truly. Has resounding success written all over it. Positively screams future ducal revenue stream and delightfully soft hands for all. I confess, I am something of a connoisseur of our broken bar creature comforts. And this," he tapped his nose conspiratorially, "this is a comfort the world desperately needs, even if it doesn't know it yet." He clasped his hands behind his back, adopting the air of a magnanimous, slightly eccentric, but undeniably wealthy patron. "Consider it a personal investment, of course." From a near broken bar gentleman of means, a broken bar, to another burgeoning entrepreneur. "A small gesture of faith in your vision." "Say," he waved a dismissive hand, as if plucking a figure from the air, Another 5,000 gold coins to supplement your father's already generous contribution. Ensure you have ample resources for those delightful oil explorations and perhaps a slightly larger smokehouse. One with better ventilation, perhaps. The current model, while charmingly rustic, does tend to impart a certain broken bar smoky journey sequoia to the surrounding atmosphere. 5,000 gold from the King of Bethlehem. Lloyd felt a wave of dizziness. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. His soap empire, not yet possessing a single official employee beyond a terrified but loyal butcher girl, was attracting royal investment. He should be ecstatic. He should be calculating profit margins and interducal trade agreements. Instead, a small, cynical, 80-year-old voice in the back of his head whispered, "There's always a catch." Especially with royalty. Even disguised, slightly manic, soap-obsessed royalty. "My Lord James," Lloyd began, choosing his words with extreme care, bowing slightly, "that ice a broken bar an extraordinarily generous offer. Truly, I am a broken bar honored by your faith in my humble endeavor." Humble endeavor involving cow fat and potentially explosive lye reactions. "Beauty broken bar, if I may be so bold, a broken bar. Such generosity from our broken bar a new acquaintance. A broken bar often comes with certain broken bar expectations, or perhaps," he paused, "unique conditions." The king's smile didn't falter. In fact, it widened, acquiring a distinctly wolfish, almost predatory, edge. The handsome, unassuming James' persona flickered for a fraction of a second, revealing a glimpse of the shrewd, powerful monarch beneath. "Astute, Lord Ferrum." "Very astute. I appreciate a man who understands the nuances of our broken bar mutually beneficial arrangements." He chuckled again. "Indeed, I do have one small, rather idiosyncratic condition. A personal foible, you might say." "Nothing too burdensome, I assure you." He leaned closer again, his amethyst eyes. Wait, were they amethyst? Lloyd's brain struggled to recall Farrier's eye color, then mentally slapped itself a focus. "Idiot, the king is talking," gleaming with that mischievous, almost challenging light. "So, my small condition, Lord Ferrum, for this modest 5,000 gold investment in your burgeoning empire of cleanliness, is simply this: for a period of, say, 5 years, you will ensure a continuous, complimentary supply of your finest Ferrum soap, both the delightful solid bars and, most especially, the divine liquid in those magnificent dispensers to the royal household of Bethlehem. All of it, free of charge. Consider it our broken bar an extended quality control assessment conducted at the highest possible level by a very discerning, very appreciative, and potentially very influential clientele. 5 years, free supply to the entire Bethlehem royal household." Lloyd's mind, which had been briefly short-circuited by the sheer audacity of the king's initial offer, now rebooted with the speed and efficiency of a supercomputer calculating warp trajectories. Free, for 5 years. The cost in materials a linear broken bar. But then, another calculation, sharper, more strategic, overrode the immediate financial concern. The Bethlehem royal household, using his soap exclusively, for 5 years. The king, the queen, the princes and princesses, the courtiers, the visiting dignitaries, every noble, every servant, every influential guest within the walls of the Bethlehem royal palace. A broken bar smelling faintly of Ferrum family finest rosemary-infused cleansing elixir. It wasn't a cost. It was an advertisement. An unparalleled, 5-year-long, royal degree-level marketing campaign. The ultimate product placement. The kind of endorsement that money, even 10,000 gold coins, couldn't possibly buy. If the King of Bethlehem and his entire court were using Lloyd Ferrum's soap, every other noble house in Riverio, perhaps even beyond, would be clamoring for it. The prestige, the exclusivity, the sheer snob appeal. A broken bar. It was a marketing coup of epic, almost mythological, proportions. The 80-year-old capitalist inside Lloyd did a silent, joyful, fist-pumping jig. This wasn't a condition, it was a gift horse the size of a small battleship, practically begging him to look it in the mouth, discover its teeth were made of solid gold, and then ride it all the way to the ducal bank. A slow, wide grin spread across Lloyd's face, a grin that mirrored the king's own in its sheer, unadulterated, slightly terrifying enthusiasm. He looked James directly in the eye, a spark of shared, audacious understanding passing between them. He extended his hand, not in supplication, but as an equal sealing a mutually, incredibly, beneficial pact. "You have yourself a deal, my lord." "A most excellent, most fragrant deal." King Liam, the disguised monarch, the soap-obsessed investor, the master of understated geopolitical maneuvering, took Lloyd's hand. His grip was firm, strong, the grip of a ruler. His eyes, no longer just amused, but holding a spark of genuine respect, met Lloyd's. "Excellent, Lord Ferrum," the king declared, his smile genuine now, the last vestiges of the James persona momentarily receding, allowing a glimpse of the true royal authority beneath. "I foresee a long and a broken bar, remarkably clean, a broken bar partnership ahead." The deal was struck, amidst the shattered remains of a teacup, the lingering scent of rosemary and dung, and the silent, astonished observation of the Archduke of Ferrum. An empire of soap, funded by 2 kingdoms and built on audacious innovation, had just taken its first, fragrant, an incredibly high-stakes step. And Lloyd Ferrum, the drab duckling turned accidental prodigy turned fledgling soap tycoon, suddenly felt like he could conquer the world, or at least, make it smell considerably better. One royal bathroom at a time. The grand hall of the Ferrum estate vibrated with a low hum of anticipation. The initial shock of King Liam's disguised presence, followed by the almost surreal negotiation over soap futures, had settled into a wary, watchful silence. Lloyd Ferrum, still feeling the phantom weight of a royal handshake and the exhilarating, terrifying burden of a 15,000 gold coin investment, 10 from his father, 5 from a monarch with a penchant for rosemary, stood near the shattered remains of his teacup, which an attendant was now diligently, almost reverently, sweeping into a silver dustpan as if collecting sacred relics. His mind, a chaotic whirlwind of soap formulations, system coin calculations, and the lingering image of Ken Park casually vaporizing mythological monsters, was struggling to process the sheer, unadulterated weirdness of the past 24 hours. King Liam A. James, he had to remember the charade, was now animatedly discussing the potential for a pine-scented variant for the royal hunting lodges with a visibly intrigued Jason Siddick, who looked like a man trying to understand a particularly complex new board game while simultaneously juggling live badgers. Archduke Roy Ferrum observed the scene from his imposing chair on the dais, his face an unreadable granite slab. Lloyd suspected his father was mentally redrafting the entire duchy's 5-year economic plan to include a strategic soap reserve. Master Elmsworth was still scribbling furiously on his parchment, occasionally muttering things like economies of scale and monopolistic potential. Grandmaster Grimaldi, meanwhile, looked like he might spontaneously combust from sheer alchemical excitement, his beard practically vibrating. "So," a smooth, amused voice drawled from beside Lloyd, making him jump slightly. He turned to see A. James A. King Liam A. regarding him with that disconcerting twinkle in his eyes. The king had detached himself from Jason Siddick, who now looked faintly dazed. "Lord Ferrum, a most broken bar stimulating morning, wouldn't you agree? Full of unexpected opportunities and a broken bar robust negotiations." Lloyd managed a weak smile. "Stimulating is certainly one word for it, my lord. A broken bar, James. A whirlwind of geopolitical soap-related fiscal policy might be another." The king chuckled, a rich, genuine sound that made several nearby nobles flinch and edge away, clearly still unnerved by this overly familiar rich stranger. "Indeed. But tell me, young innovator," he leaned closer, his voice dropping conspiratorially, "this rather a broken bar unique condition of mine. The 5 years of complimentary supply to the royal household." You agreed with remarkable alacrity. Most entrepreneurs, faced with such a seemingly disadvantageous term, would haggle, protest, perhaps even offer me a lifetime supply of slightly inferior, less fragrant soap as a counter-offer. His eyes narrowed playfully. "You, however, seemed Mr. Broken Bar delighted." "Why is that, Lord Ferrum?" What grand, strategic calculation was whirring away behind those suddenly very astute Ferrum eyes? Lloyd felt a bead of sweat trickle down his spine. The king wasn't just a soap enthusiast, he was sharp, razor sharp. He'd seen the calculation, the immediate recognition of advantage. There was no point trying to feign reluctance now. Honesty, or a carefully curated version of it, seemed the best approach. Chapter 172. My Lord James, Lloyd began, choosing his words with the precision of a bomb disposal expert. Your request, wily broken bar. Unconventional. A broken bar struck me not as a burden, but as an unparalleled opportunity. He met the king's gaze directly, a spark of his own newfound confidence, the confidence of a man who had stared down giant snakes and negotiated with monarchs, albeit disguised ones, igniting in his own eyes. Consider the implications. Oh, I am, Lord Ferrum, the king murmured, his smile widening. Believe me, I am. The royal household of Bethlehem, Lloyd continued, his voice gaining momentum, the strategic possibilities clear and compelling in his mind, is the very pinnacle of society in your esteemed kingdom. Its tastes, its preferences, it's a broken bar. Chosen cleansing agents. A broken bar. They set the standard. They become the aspiration. He allowed himself a small, almost wolfish grin. If the king, the queen, the entire Bethlehem court, are known to favor Ferrum family finest rosemary-infused cleansing elixir, he rather liked the sound of that. He'd have to run it by Grimaldi, then every noble house, every wealthy merchant, every individual with aspirations to refinement and status within Bethlehem, and indeed, beyond its borders, will desire it. They will demand it. He gestured expansively, his earlier exhaustion momentarily forgotten, replaced by the thrill of strategic articulation. Your 5-year quality control assessment, my lord, is not a cost to my fledgling enterprise. It is the most effective, most prestigious, most far-reaching advertising campaign imaginable. It is an implicit royal endorsement. It is word-of-mouth marketing amplified to the power of 1,000 town criers shouting from the palace ramparts. The value of that association, that unspoken seal of royal approval. A broken bar. It is worth far more, in the long term, than the mere cost of materials for 5 years of complementary supply. He paused, letting the implications sink in, then added, a touch of playful audacity in his tone, frankly, my Lord James, if you hadn't suggested it, I might have been tempted to offer it myself. Though perhaps not for quite so long a term, or with quite so many a broken bar enthusiastic recipients. He winked, a gesture so bold it momentarily startled even himself. King Liam Bethlehem threw back his head and laughed, a genuine, unrestrained peal of royal amusement that echoed through the suddenly silent grand hall, making Archduke Roy Ferrum's eyebrows twitch almost imperceptibly. The king clapped Lloyd heartily on the shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie that would have scandalized the court had they known his true identity. By the sainted grandmothers of Bethlehem, Ferrum! The king roared, wiping a tear of mirth from his eye. You are wasted on mere soap. You should be my royal treasurer, or perhaps my minister of propaganda. Such vision, such delightful, ruthless pragmatism. He shook his head, still chuckling. I knew I liked you, not just for your remarkable product, but for that keen, calculating mind lurking beneath that surprisingly well-tailored tunic. He sobered slightly, though the amusement still danced in his eyes. You are correct, of course. The association is a broken bar beneficial. Mutually so, I trust. Bethlehem gets wonderfully clean hands and a delightful hint of rosemary, and House Ferrum gets a broken bar. Well, let us just say the potential for significant market penetration. He grinned again. An excellent arrangement for both of us, with a final, firm nod and a smile that promised both royal favor and rigorous quality control. King Liam Bethlehem turned and, with that same deceptively casual grace, rejoined the waiting Jason Siddiq, leaving Lloyd Ferrum standing amidst the lingering scent of rosemary, the ghosts of vaporized snakes, the faint echo of royal laughter, and the dawning, exhilarating, slightly terrifying realization that his humble soap empire was about to go international. Royal International. He picked up another teacup, a fresh one, thankfully provided by a still slightly traumatized-looking attendant, and took a slow, deliberate sip. It still tasted like despair-steeped dishwater. But somehow, today, it didn't seem quite so bad. The future, it seemed, smelled surprisingly, wonderfully, of success and rosemary, and perhaps, just perhaps, a hint of pine and sandalwood. The whirlwind of the Ferrum family summit, with its royal revelations and soap-fueled investment deals, had finally subsided, leaving Lloyd Ferrum in a state of buzzing, slightly bewildered productivity. The 10,000 gold coins from his father and the additional 5,000 from King Liam James Bethlehem, a sum that still made his internal accountant do a series of astonished backflips, were slowly, agonizingly, making their way through the ducal Bursa Periwinkle's labyrinthine ledgers. Lloyd had spent the past few days in the frenzy of planning, sketching designs for a dedicated Ferrum family finest cleansing elixir manufactory. He was quite proud of that name, it had a certain ring of opulent hygiene, and fielding increasingly excited, if slightly unhinged, memoranda from both Grandmaster Grimaldi, proposing a new A7-stage distillation process for rosemary essence using only moonlight and ethically sourced unicorn tears, and Master Elmsworth, projecting global soap market dominance by Q3 and suggesting a hostile takeover of the entire olive oil industry. He was currently ensconced in his preferred garden sanctuary, the bench beneath the ancient willow, trying to make sense of a particularly dense alchemical treatise Grimaldi had optimistically lent him the symbiotic potencies of volatile oils and saponified tallow, a beginner's guide to not accidentally creating sentient bath bombs. Fang, looking significantly less like a traumatized survivor of mythological monster battles and more like a magnificent, slightly bored, harbinger of lightning-infused doom, lay at his feet, occasionally snapping at a particularly audacious butterfly. "Okay, Fang," Lloyd muttered, squinting at a diagram that looked suspiciously like a plumbing schematic for a very small, very angry dragon. "According to Grimaldi, if I get the light-to-oil ratio wrong by more than 0.003 parts per million, I don't get soap, I get a broken bar. A spontaneously combustible oleaginous plasma. Sounds a broken bar messy, and probably not great for repeat business. A Triferum's finest exploding face wash. Guaranteed to remove grime, skin, and possibly small buildings. Not the marketing angle I was going for." He was just contemplating the philosophical implications of whether oleaginous plasma could be weaponized, and if the system would offer coins for it, when a shadow fell over his alchemical text. Not the dappled shade of the willow. This was a broken bar purposeful shadow. A shadow that smelled faintly of expensive southern silks and residual Gila forest trail dust. Lloyd looked up, blinking, his mind still half immersed in the terrifying world of volatile triglycerides. Faria Grutz, standing before him, her crimson-violet hair a stark, beautiful slash of color against the placid green of the garden, her amethyst eyes holding an expression he couldn't quite decipher, a mixture of weariness, resolve, and something else. Broken bar, something surprisingly vulnerable. She was dressed in practical, if impeccably tailored, traveling clothes, suggesting she was either just arrived or about to depart. Her usual entourage of formidable guards was conspicuously absent. "Lady Faria," Lloyd greeted, a flicker of genuine surprise, quickly masked, running through him. He hadn't expected to see her again so soon, if ever, after their dramatic, serpent-interrupted parting at the edge of Gila. He pushed himself up from the bench, offering a slight, respectful bow. "On a broken bar, unexpected pleasure. To what do I owe this honor? Did you misplace another soul-eating nightmare flower and require my patented invisible wire retrieval service?" He couldn't resist the slight teasing, the memory of her stunned disbelief still a source of private amusement. A faint, almost imperceptible smile, more a shadow than a true expression, touched Faria's lips. "Hardly, Lord Ferrum. One encounter with a 50-foot guardian serpent with a flower fetish is quite sufficient for several lifetimes, thank you." Her voice was lower today, less imperious, tinged with a fatigue that went bone deep. "And the dark vein bloom, thanks to a broken bar unorthodox assistance. A broken bar is safely with my mother's alchemist." Faria's gaze sharpened slightly, a flicker of her usual analytical intensity returning. "You encountered similar issues with a broken bar. So up a broken bar then? Let's just say my initial experiments with a hidden fire and rendered Fatra broken bar educational," Lloyd said dryly. "And occasionally involved small, unscheduled explosions. But we digress. You didn't seek me out to discuss the perils of amateur alchemy, I presume. He gestured towards the empty space on the bench beside him. Please, if you're not in a hurry to wrestle any more mythological creatures. She hesitated for only a fraction of a second, then sank onto the bench with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of kingdoms. The movement lacked her usual fluid grace, betraying the deep weariness she clearly felt. She stared out at the tranquil garden for a long moment, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Chapter 174. No, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper, her gaze distant. No more monsters, thank the ancestors. She turned to him then, her amethyst eyes, usually so bright with competitive fire or haughty disdain, now shadowed, haunted. I came, Lord Ferrum, a broken bar because I felt I owed you an explanation. For the flower, for the danger, for a broken bar, everything. Lloyd leaned back, intrigued. An explanation? This was unexpected. Lady Farrier, you owe me nothing. As I recall, we were both spectacularly unprepared for the broken bar enthusiasm. A broken bar of Gila Forest's local welcoming committee. And the flower? He shrugged. As I said, its purpose, for me, was served. 40 coins jingling merrily in his mental account. Best flower-picking trip ever, despite the near-death experiences. Perhaps, Farrier conceded, her gaze dropping to her tightly clasped hands. But its purpose for me, a broken bar, it is far more than mere alchemy, Lord Ferrum. It is a broken bar, a matter of life and death. She took a deep, ragged breath, the carefully constructed walls of her aristocratic composure beginning to crumble, revealing the raw, desperate emotion beneath. It's for my brother, Lloyd, she said, her voice so low he had to lean closer to hear it, the use of his first name, so unexpected, so intimate, sending a strange jolt through him. My younger brother, Ilian. Lloyd frowned, trying to recall. Ilian Krutz? He had a vague memory from his first life, a quiet, scholarly boy, always in Farrier's shadow, not particularly robust. Your brother? He prompted gently, sensing the depth of her distress. Is he a broken bar, unwell? A single tear, bright and crystalline, escaped from the corner of Farrier's eye and traced a shimmering path down her cheek. She didn't bother to wipe it away. The princess of the art competition, the fiery noblewoman who had faced down a Maya monster, was gone. In her place was a frightened, grieving sister. Unwell is a broken bar, an understatement, Lloyd, she whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears. He is dying, slowly, horribly, consumed from within by a curse. Lloyd stiffened. A curse? His mind flashed back to the whispers in Gila Forest, the thin veil between worlds, the ancient evils. A curse? He repeated, the word tasting foul. From where? How? Farrier's head snapped up, her amethyst eyes blazing now, not with competitive fire, but with a cold, venomous fury that made the air around her crackle. From Altamira. She spat, the name of Viper on her tongue. From those treacherous, black-hearted snakes who rule Eldoria. Lloyd's blood ran cold. Altamira. Again. The name was becoming a persistent, ominous refrain in his new life. The Altamiras cursed your brother? He pressed, his voice hardening. Why? What possible reason could they have? Farrier's lip curled into a sneer of pure contempt. Reason? They need no reason beyond their own twisted ambition and petty spite, Lloyd. But these a broken bar. This was retaliation. Personal, vicious. She took another shuddering breath, her hands clenching so tightly her knuckles were white. Because I refused him. Refused who? Lloyd asked, though a sinking feeling in his gut already told him the answer. You already know. The Crown Prince of Altamira, Farrier confirmed, her voice dripping with loathing. That arrogant, preening peacock. Our father Sir Broken Bar entertained the notion of an alliance, a marriage. For political expediency, of course. To secure raid routes, to ease border tensions. She made a sound of disgust. I met him once. He was a broken bar, intolerable, smug, cruel. He spoke of that as if it were a commodity to be bought and sold, of people as if they were pawns on his private game board. She shuddered. I told my father, in no uncertain terms, that I would rather wed a Gila Forest Maya monster than bind myself to such a creature. I made Maya broken bar displeasure, a broken bar known quite publicly, Perhaps I may have a broken bar inadvertently. A broken bar humiliated the crown prince at a rather tedious state banquet. Suggested his taste in cravats was as questionable as his grasp of basic human decency. Lloyd almost choked. Knowing Farria's fiery temperament and sharp tongue, he could well imagine the scene. "So, you turned him down," he said slowly, "and the Altamira's a broken bar. They took their revenge on your brother?" "Precisely," Farria confirmed, her voice tight with pain and fury. Weeks later, Ilian fell ill. A strange, wasting sickness that baffled every healer, every physician in the southern reaches. He grew weaker, paler, his spirit fading. Conventional magic offered no solace, no cure. Then, my mother's alchemist, a man of great learning, finally identified the true nature of his affliction. It was not a disease, Lloyd. It was a curse, a meticulously crafted, insidious curse of Altamiran origin, designed to slowly, agonizingly drain his life force, leaving him a hollow shell. She closed her eyes for a moment, the pain etched on her face almost unbearable to witness. The Altamira's have a broken bar experts, a broken bar in such dark arts. Curse mages who delve into forbidden lore. They are renowned for their subtlety, their cruelty. This was their message to me, to my father. A warning. Defy Altamira, and suffer the consequences. The dark vein flower, Lloyd prompted gently, understanding dawning. The alchemist believes it can break the curse. It is our only hope, Farria whispered, opening her eyes, the despair in them raw, profound. The flower's essence, its unique resonant frequency, it's a broken bar, its inherent connection to the darker, more primal energies of the world. A broken bar. The alchemist believes it can disrupt the curse's matrix, unravel it, or at least, provide the key ingredient for a counterspell potent enough to do so. He has searched for years, through ancient texts, forbidden grimoires. The dark vein, the midnight serenity, a broken bar. It was a legend, a whisper, until his research finally pinpointed its likely location. Deep within Killer, guarded. She looked at Lloyd, a new wave of gratitude, so potent it was almost painful, washing over her features. "And you, Lloyd Ferrum, a broken bar. You, with your impossible wires and your even more impossible butler, a broken bar. You retrieved it. You gave us the chance." Lloyd sat in silence, absorbing the full weight of her story. The political maneuvering, the petty vengeance, the dark magic, the desperate hope. It was a tale worthy of a tragic opera. And it painted the Altamira dynasty in even blacker, more ruthless colors than he had already suspected. They weren't just rivals, they were monsters, willing to inflict such suffering on an innocent boy to punish a perceived slight. He thought of his own fledgling powers, his hidden knowledge, his own desperate need to protect his family, his future. He looked at Farria, seeing not just the haughty Marquis's daughter, but a sister fighting for her brother's life, a young woman pushed to the brink by forces far beyond her control. "Lady Farria," he said finally, his voice quiet but firm, a new resolve hardening his gaze. "The Altamira's a broken bar. They will answer for this, for what they did to your brother, for the threat they pose to us all." He wasn't just talking about soap anymore. He was talking about justice. And perhaps, just perhaps, a reckoning. The game was far larger, far more dangerous, than he had ever imagined. And he was, whether he liked it or not, a player. The shattered teacup had long since been swept away, its demise a minor, almost forgotten casualty in the wake of King Leombothelm's disguised presence and the subsequent, rather enthusiastic, royal investment in Ferrum family finest cleansing elixir, now with potential pine and sandalwood variants for the discerning monarch. The grand hall of the Ferrum estate, however, still buzzed with a low, simmering undercurrent of astonishment and speculation. Lloyd Ferrum, the drab duckling, the heir apparent who usually faded into the tapestries, was suddenly a broken bar. Interesting. He'd humiliated Viscount Rubel, secured a massive investment from his own skeptical father, casually befriended a powerful southern marquis by apparently wrestling giant snakes and retrieving soul-eating flowers, and received a glowing, public endorsement for his bizarre soap venture from a mysterious, incredibly wealthy A. James who radiated an aura of quiet, almost terrifying, authority. The Ferrum clan was confused, intrigued, and, in some quarters, particularly those inhabited by ambitious cousins and their equally ambitious parents, deeply, profoundly annoyed. Archduke Roy Ferrum, having observed the ripple effects of A. James's pronouncements and Marquis Crutz's heartfelt gratitude with a satisfaction so profound it was almost visible beneath his usual granite facade, finally rose from his high-backed chair on the dais. He surveyed the assembled clan, his gaze sweeping over the expectant faces, lingering for a fraction of a second longer than usual on Lloyd, then on Jotham, then on the still fuming Viscount Rubel and his equally sullen son. Ran. A hush fell over the hall. "Esteemed kin," Roy began, his voice resonating with the full power of his ducal authority, instantly commanding every ounce of attention. "We have addressed matters of commerce, of alliance, of far-broken bar unforeseen botanical expeditions." A flicker of dry amusement, so quick it was almost imaginary, touched his eyes as he said this, and Lloyd could have sworn he saw King A. James suppress a chuckle. "We have demonstrated Ferrum innovation, Ferrum resolve." He paused, letting the words sink in, then his tone shifted, becoming lighter, almost a broken bar jovial. "A truly alarming development." Chapter 176. But a summit is not merely for grave pronouncements and strategic alliances, Roy continued, a rare, almost predatory smile touching his lips, a smile that sent a shiver of apprehension down Lloyd's spine. This was his father's "I'm about to do something completely unexpected and probably deeply inconvenient for someone, most likely you." Lloyd's smile. "It is also a time for a broken bar celebration, for fostering camaraderie, for testing the mettle of our younger generation, to remind ourselves, and our honored guests." He nodded towards King A. James and the other visitors, of the enduring strength that flows through Ferrum veins. "Oh, no," Lloyd's internal monologue groaned. "No, no, number. I know that tone. This isn't going to be good. This is going to involve public humiliation. Probably mine." "Therefore," Roy declared, his voice booming now, full of false bonhomie, "as is tradition, though perhaps one we have allowed to lapse in recent years, we shall conclude this summit with a display of Ferrum prowess, a friendly contest of arms, a tournament." A ripple of excited murmurs went through the younger Ferrums. "A tournament, swords, magic, power of spirit, glory, a chance to impress their fathers, their rivals, the pretty daughters of allied houses." This was more like it. "This contest," Roy continued, his smile widening, "will be open to all Ferrum youths present who are below the age of 20. A test of skill, of courage, of resourcefulness." He glanced around the hall, his gaze seeming to linger on the eager faces of the younger generation. "I believe we have approximately 60 such promising individuals among us today. Of those, perhaps 40 meet the age requirement." "A fine showing." 40. Lloyd did a quick mental calculation. His eyes scanned the clusters of his cousins, most of whom were now practically vibrating with anticipation, their earlier disdain for him momentarily forgotten in the thrill of potential combat. 40 potential opponents, most of whom probably still thought he was a sausage-obsessed weakling. This was going to be a bloodbath, likely his blood. 32, Lloyd noted. Still a significant number. He remembered, from his first life, that these friendly contests were often anything but bragging rights, political positioning, settling old scores. It all played out in the sparring circle under the guise of testing mettle. Jotham, he recalled, had participated in one or two before his broken bar departure. She'd done rather well, her natural Ferrum aggression and surprising aptitude for void control making her a formidable opponent despite her youth. He watched as Jotham, across the hall, straightened in her seat, a spark of familiar, fierce determination igniting in her dark eyes. She exchanged a quick, confident glance with one of her friends. She would enter. Of course, she would. And she would probably demolish half the field. Lloyd, however, felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. 32 chosen by lot out of 40. The odds were in his favor. He could remain a spectator, offering polite, if slightly bewildered, applause from the sidelines. He could focus on his soap, his system coins, his impending bloodline awakening. He could avoid public humiliation and the distinct possibility of being thrashed by a cousin with a grudge and overly enthusiastic void fists. Excellent. Then, Roy Ferrum's gaze, sharp as honed steel, landed directly, unequivocally, on him. And the Archduke's next words shattered Lloyd's carefully constructed bubble of hopeful anonymity into a million jagged, terrifying pieces. "My own children, of course, will set the example," Roy declared, his voice resonating with a paternal pride that felt suspiciously like a cleverly disguised death sentence. "Jothi, your prowess is known. You will participate, naturally." Jothi inclined her head, a small, confident smile touching her lips. "No surprise there." "And Lloyd," Roy continued, his eyes still locked on his elder son, the earlier jovial tone vanishing, replaced by that familiar, unyielding command. After a broken bar recent displays of unexpected initiative and rather a broken bar robust broken bar problem-solving skills, Lloyd winced. Was he referring to the Gila Forest incident, the soap demonstration, or just the general chaos that seemed to follow him like a particularly loyal, if slightly destructive, puppy? "It is high time you also stepped into the circle. You, too, must participate in this contest." Silence. Absolute, stunned, echoing silence. Lloyd stared at his father, his mind a blank, echoing void where his carefully constructed plans for a quiet, non-combat related afternoon had just been brutally, comprehensively, vaporized. Participate him in a tournament against 31 other Ferrums, most of whom were probably stronger, faster, more skilled, and definitely holding a grudge against the Arab duckling who'd somehow snagged the Ice Princess and the King's investment. "Butte a broken bar further a broken bar," Lloyd began, his voice a weak croak, all thoughts of soap, system coins, and existential dread momentarily forgotten, replaced by the more immediate, pressing concern of imminent, public, and probably quite painful, dismemberment. "A broken bar. I haven't trained formally in a broken bar in quite some time. My skills area broken bar rusty at best. More likely a broken bar actively decomposing." Jothi's head snapped around, her dark eyes wide with genuine, unadulterated shock. Her mouth fell slightly open. "Lloyd?" Participating? Her brother, who had practically fled the Bethlehem Academy's training yards, who viewed martial pursuits with an almost allergic aversion. The same Lloyd whose primary contribution to family sparring sessions had been to accidentally trip over his own feet and offer profuse apologies. This was a broken bar inconceivable, illogical, utterly, bafflingly, insane. Across the hall, however, another reaction was far less surprised, and infinitely more malicious. Ran Ferrum, Viscount Rubel's arrogant, perpetually sneering son, who had been slumped in his chair looking like a thundercloud that had swallowed a particularly bitter lemon since his father's public humiliation, suddenly sat bolt upright. A slow, cruel, deeply unpleasant smile spread across his face. His eyes, fixed on Lloyd, glittered with a predatory light. This, Ran Ferrum thought, his heart thumping with a surge of vicious, triumphant glee, was it. This was his chance. The Arab duckling, the accidental prodigy, the soap-making fool who had humiliated his father and stolen the spotlight, her broken bar forced into the circle. Forced to fight. Where his hidden tricks, his smooth words, his lucky encounters with royalty and powerful allies, would mean nothing. Where only strength, skill, and Ferrum power mattered. Ran's hand instinctively went to the hilt of the practice sword at his belt. He was over 20, technically ineligible for the main contest. But surely, his father, the Archduke, wouldn't object to our broken bar pre-tournament demonstration? A friendly spar to attest the heir's newfound mettle. He glanced at his own father, Rubel, whose face was still a mask of stony fury, but whose eyes, when they met Ran's, held a flicker of understanding, of shared, vengeful anticipation. This was perfect. Ran would expose Lloyd for the fraud he was. He would break him, humiliate him, in front of the entire clan, in front of that icy bitch Rosa Siddiq. He would restore his own honor, his father's honor. He would show them all who the true future of the Ferrum line should be. Lloyd Ferrum, oblivious to Ran's murderous scheming but acutely aware of the 31 other potential sources of pain and humiliation now eyeing him with renewed, predatory interest, felt a familiar, cold dread settle in the pit of his stomach. This was not going to end well. Not well at all. His soap empire, his system coins, his very existence, suddenly felt very, very fragile. He really needed to work on his politely declining invitations to certain death skills. They were clearly lacking. The Grand Hall, moments before a simmering cauldron of familial tension and political maneuvering, had transformed into a buzzing arena of barely suppressed excitement. The news of the impromptu youth tournament, and more specifically, Archduke Lloyd Ferrum's unexpected decree that his notoriously unmartial elder son, Lloyd, must participate, had spread like wildfire. The 60-plus gaggle of Ferrum youths, previously engaged in polite disdain or strategic avoidance of Lloyd, were now practically vibrating with a mixture of disbelief, predatory anticipation, and, in some surprisingly numerous quarters, sheer, unadulterated glee. Lloyd Ferrum, fighting? The whisper was everywhere, laced with incredulity. The one who fainted during the basic sword drills at Bethlehem? The one whose spirit is rumored to be a slightly asthmatic field mouse? This is going to be hilarious. Or tragic. Probably hilarious. Lloyd, meanwhile, was trying very hard not to spontaneously combust from a combination of performance anxiety, existential dread, and the lingering aftertaste of his father's truly terrible tea. He stood near the edge of the hastily cleared sparring circle in the center of the hall, feeling like a particularly unpromising sacrificial offering about to be presented to a very large, very hungry pack of wolves, or, in this case, 30 highly competitive, magically gifted cousins, and one monster sister, most of whom probably held a PhD in how to make Lloyd Ferrum look like a complete idiot. And Rosa Broken Bar Rosa, still veiled, still an enigma of sapphire silk and icy composure, watched him with those unnerving, unreadable obsidian eyes. He couldn't decipher her expression, but he imagined her internal monologue was something along the lines of, a subject Lloyd Ferrum engaging in statistically improbable martial activity, probability of success, negligible, probability of tripping over own feet and accidentally setting fire to priceless ancestral tapestry, moderate to high. Commencing date to acquisition for future reference regarding optimal sofa placement to avoid stray void blasts. Chapter 178. Dorothy, his sister, looked genuinely, profoundly conflicted. A flicker of something, a pity, sibling concern? A wood with the ingrained disappointment and the fierce Ferrum pride that demanded excellence. She clearly didn't expect him to last more than 10 seconds. The lots had been drawn with surprising, almost suspicious, speed. 32 names pulled from a ceremonial Ferrum helmet that looked suspiciously like it had once belonged to great-uncle Vorlag, the one with the perpetually disapproving portrait. And, because the universe clearly had a vendetta against him and a deep appreciation for ironic cruelty, Lloyd's name had been drawn for the very first match. Of course it had. Why prolong the agony? Get the public humiliation over with quickly. His opponent, a youth named Kenta Ferrum from one of the minor branch families, was already stepping into the circle, a confident, almost predatory smirk plastered across his face. Kenta was 17, athletic, with the kind of easy arrogance that came from being reasonably talented and never having been chased through a cursed forest by a mythological horror. He was everything 19-year-old, first life Lloyd hadn't been. And he clearly saw Lloyd as an easy, almost guaranteed, first-round victory. A warm-up before the real fights began. Well, Cousin Lloyd, Kenta called out, his voice dripping with mock cordiality that didn't quite conceal the underlying contempt. He executed a flourishing, overly dramatic bow. An honor to be your first a broken bar and likely last a broken bar opponent of the day. Do try not to strain yourself. Wouldn't want you to miss the afternoon tea service. A ripple of snickering laughter went through the assembled younger Ferrums. Lloyd sighed internally. Right, let's get this over with. He stepped into the circle, trying to project an air of calm indifference he was light years away from feeling. He didn't have a practice sword, he hadn't even considered needing one. His primary weapons were his wits, his hidden powers, and a burgeoning understanding of the surprisingly complex chemistry of soap, none of which were particularly useful in a formal sparring match. Combatants, ready. A stern-faced household guard, acting as referee, called out, "Summon your spirits." Kenta grinned, clearly relishing the moment. With a dramatic flourish, he thrust his hand forward, his spirit stone, embedded in the hilt of his practice sword, flowering with orange light. "Come forth, Cinderwing!" he roared. Every eye in the hall now turned to Lloyd, expectant. What pathetic creature would the drab duckling summon? The rumored asthmatic field mouse? A slightly bewildered garden slug? The tension was palpable. "Fang," he said quietly, his voice calm amidst the expectant hush. "Let the broken bar try not to break anything too expensive this time." The air beside him didn't just shimmer, it crackled. Not with fire, but with a low, almost subliminal hum of contained elemental power. A ripple of surprise went through the crowd as Fang materialized. Not as the magnificent, storm-wreathed, lightning-infused demigod Lloyd knew him to be. He'd consciously suppressed that overt display for now, but as a large, powerfully built, dark gray wolf, his eyes deep, intelligent brown, radiating an aura of quiet, predatory alertness. He looked a broken bar formidable, solid. Definitely not a field mouse. A murmur of surprise went through the hall. "A wolf? Bigger than I expected." "Still just a wolf, though." "Cinderwing will roast it." Kenter's smirk widened. "A dog, Cousin Lloyd?" "How a broken bar quaint." "Cinderwing, burn that mutt to a crisp." "Fiery talon!" the firehawk shrieked, diving from the air, its talons blazing with intensified orange flame, aiming to rake across Fang's back. Lloyd didn't even flinch. "Fang," he said, his voice still quiet, almost conversational. "Thousand chirps strike leg. Keep it a broken bar tidy." Before Kenter's Cinderwing had even covered half the distance, before the full impact of Lloyd's calm command had even registered with the stunned onlookers, it happened. The air ripped, not with the hawk's shriek, but with that impossibly high frequency, ear-splitting chorus of 1,000 frantic birds. Fang moved, a blur of dark gray fur so fast he seemed to teleport. His right foreleg erupted in a blinding nimbus of crackling, azure lightning, sparks dancing, the sheer, unexpected intensity of the energy making several nobles gasp and recoil. The lightning-wreathed paw connected with the diving firehawk's exposed leg mid-flight. Crackle, hiss, squawk. The sound was less a glorious impact, more a deeply unsatisfying, slightly wet, electrical short-circuit. The firehawk, its fiery momentum instantly, catastrophically arrested, let out a single, choked, gurgling shriek, its flames sputtering erratically. Then, with a puff of acrid smoke and a shower of singed orange feathers, it simply a broken bar vanished. Dissipated, neutralized, sent back to whatever spirit realm it inhabited with a severe case of lightning-induced indigestion and probably a lifelong aversion to canines. The entire exchange, from summon to dissipation, had taken less than 20 seconds. Silence, absolute, stunned, jaw-dropping silence filled the grand hall. Kenter stared at the empty air where his spirit had been, his mouth agape, his confident smirk completely erased, replaced by an expression of utter, bewildered disbelief. The crowd stared. Jothy stared. Roy Ferrum's eyebrows had climbed halfway up his forehead. King A. James was actually leaning forward in his seat, a look of fascinated delight on his face. Rosa broken bar well. Rosa's veiled expression remained unreadable, but Lloyd fancied he saw the faintest tilt of her head, a subtle indication of our broken bar analytical reassessment. Spirita broken bar defeated? The referee stammered, clearly as stunned as everyone else. Victor of the spirit bout, a broken bar Lord Lloyd Ferrum and a broken bar Fang. "This isn't over, cousin," Kenter snarled, his eyes blazing with fury. He still had his void power. He'd show this upstart, this lucky fool. Everyone knew Lloyd was a void dud, barely capable of the most rudimentary iron body techniques. "You may have a fancy mutt, but you're still just a weakling. Prepare to taste Ferrum steel, or, common iron." Given Kenter's branch family lineage, he drew his practice sword, a blunt-edged, heavy iron training weapon, and lunged, roaring, aiming a clumsy, overhead chop at Lloyd's head, relying on brute force and the assumption that Lloyd possessed no defensive void capabilities whatsoever. Lloyd watched the telegraphed attack approach with an almost bored sigh. Seriously? This is his grand counter-offensive? An overhead chop? Even his 80-year-old self, armed with nothing but a sturdy walking stick and a bad attitude, could have dodged this. He didn't dodge. He didn't even raise a hand to block. He simply shifted his weight fractionally, a subtle movement, and focused his will. As Kenta's iron sword descended, as he committed his full weight to the clumsy strike, an invisible, whisper-thin filament of gleaming steel, a true Ferrum steel, imbued with Lloyd's void power ray, snapped taut from the floor, coiling around Kenta's leading ankle with impossible speed and precision. Trip. Kenta, his forward momentum suddenly, inexplicably arrested at the ankle, yelped in surprise, his balance completely destroyed. He stumbled, windmilling his arms frantically, the heavy iron sword flying from his grasp to clatter uselessly on the stone floor. He crashed face first, with a distinct lack of dignity and a rather impressive series of grunts and flailing limbs, into the unforgiving stone of the sparring circle. Before he could even register what had happened, before he could push himself up from his humiliating, prone position, Fang was on him. Not with claws or teeth, but with a low, menacing growl, Fang simply placed one very large, very solid, now faintly crackling azure lightning wreathed paw directly onto the center of Kenta's back, pinning him firmly to the floor. The message was clear: stay down. All things Gator broken bar Sparky. Lloyd walked over calmly, dusting off his pristine tunic. He looked down at his prone, sputtering, slightly electrified cousin. Well, Kenta, Lloyd said, his voice mild, almost sympathetic. That was a broken bar, invigorating. Though I believe the term you're looking for is checkmate, or perhaps, would you like to reconsider your earlier pronouncements about my tea-drinking habits? He paused, then added, for good measure, and it's actually a wolf, not a dog. He gets quite offended by the misclassification. Almost as much as I get offended by poorly brewed tea. He glanced at the stunned referee, who was still trying to process the speed, the efficiency, the sheer unexpectedness of it all. Time? Lloyd inquired politely. The referee fumbled with his water clock, then stared at it in disbelief. You under a broken bar? Under 1 minute, my lord, he stammered. Total elapsed time from spirit summon to broken bar to Thesa broken bar 57 seconds. Lloyd Ferrum nodded. 57 seconds. Spirit bout 1. Opponent disarmed, humiliated, and currently being used as a very nervous lightning rod by a slightly smug-looking wolf. Not bad for a drab duckling with rusty skills. Not bad at all. He allowed himself a small, almost invisible smile. The soap empire was looking more secure by the minute. The grand hall of the Ferrum estate, still buzzing with the aftershocks of Lloyd's shockingly efficient, sub-1 minute demolition of Kenta Ferrum and his unfortunate firehawk, had transitioned from stunned silence to a cacophony of excited chatter, bewildered speculation, and, in some quarters, grudging reappraisal. The drab duckling hadn't just avoided humiliation, he delivered a swift, almost contemptuously easy victory. His dog, now correctly identified by a few more astute observers as a remarkably powerful wolf spirit with a disturbing penchant for lightning, had vaporized an opponent's spirit in seconds. And Lloyd himself, the supposed void dud, had effortlessly, almost invisibly, disarmed and neutralized Kenta with a display of subtle control that hinted at a power far beyond the clumsy iron body techniques everyone had assumed were his limit. Chapter 180. The tournament, however, waited for no man's existential crisis or sudden onset of competence. The brackets were drawn, the matches announced, and the sparring circle quickly became a stage for a dizzying array of Ferrum youths eager to showcase their prowess, settle old scores, or simply avoid being the next Kenta. Then, it was Jothi's turn. His sister stepped into the circle with a quiet confidence that was far more intimidating than Ram's boisterous arrogance. Her dark eyes, so like their father's, were focused, intense, her expression calm, almost serene. Her opponent, another Ferrum cousin, this one a girl slightly older than Jothi with a reputation for fierce, if somewhat undisciplined, void power, looked nervous, but determined. Jothi, however, simply stood there, her hands clasped loosely before her. She didn't reach for a spirit stone. She didn't even seem to acknowledge the snarling snow leopard that was now circling her warily. A murmur of confusion went through the crowd. Was she forfeiting the spirit bout, or did she intend to fight the snow leopard herself? Then, Jothi moved, or rather, The air around her opponent moved. With a subtle, almost imperceptible gesture of her hand, a graceful flick of the wrist, the floor beneath the snow leopard seemed to ripple. Not the stone itself, but the faint, almost invisible metallic dust that coated everything in the ancient hall, the residue of centuries of Ferrum power, of iron worked and wielded. The metallic particles rose, coalesced, forming thin, almost invisible tendrils that snaked around the snow leopard's paws, binding them, anchoring the surprised spirit to the floor with impossible strength. The snow leopard yowled in surprise and frustration, struggling against the unseen bonds, its icy breath creating clouds of vapor, but the metallic dust tendrils held firm, tightening with every movement. Jothi still hadn't moved from her spot. Her expression remained calm, almost detached. She raised her other hand, fingers splayed slightly. The practice sword her opponent held, a standard iron training weapon, suddenly vibrated, then, with a sharp metallic screech, twisted in the girl's grasp as if seized by an invisible vice. It contorted, bent, then snapped in two, the pieces clattering uselessly to the floor. The girl stared at her empty, tingling hands, then at Jothi, her face a mask of stunned disbelief. She hadn't even seen Jothi move. She hadn't felt a surge of void power. It was as if the very iron in the hall had turned against her, animated by Jothi's silent, focused will. Opponent disarmed, Jothi stated calmly, her voice carrying clearly in the sudden, shocked silence. Spirit immobilized. Do you concede, cousin Lyra? Lyra, her face pale, her confidence shattered, could only nod dumbly. She'd been defeated. Utterly, comprehensively, effortlessly. Without Jothi even summoning her own spirit. Without Jothi even taking a single step. The referee, after a moment of stunned hesitation, declared Jothi the victor. A ripple of awed, almost fearful, murmurs went through the hall. This wasn't just skill, this was a level of void power control, of precision, of sheer, understated dominance, that was terrifyingly impressive. Iron manipulation, Lloyd breathed, setting down his teacup, genuine admiration shining in his eyes. His own Ferrum power, the true steel and fire, was potent, yes, versatile. But Jothi's control over basic, unrefined iron, her ability to animate and manipulate it with such finesse, such effortless precision, without even manifesting her spirit as a conduit or an amplifier, a broken bar, that was a different kind of mastery altogether. She wasn't just strong, she was an artist, a conductor, making the very metal of their heritage dance to her silent tune. He remembered the whispers, the rumors that had circulated through the estate after last year's summit. That summit, he hadn't attended, still mired in his own post-Bethlehem disgrace and general apathy. But the outcome had been a topic of hushed discussion. Jothi Ferrum, barely 15 at the time, had fought her way through the youth tournament with a ferocity and skill that had stunned everyone. She had reached the final round, facing off against Tran Ferrum, who was older, stronger, his obsidian bear spirit a seemingly unstoppable force. The battle, they said, had been legendary. A clash of raw power versus controlled precision. Ran, it was whispered, had come close, pushing Jothi to her limits. But in the end, Jothi's superior control, her ability to outthink and outmaneuver her more powerful but less disciplined cousin, had won the day. She had emerged as the champion, the strongest of the Ferrum youth, a title Ran her coveted, and lost, by the narrowest, most infuriating of margins. The air in Princess Isabella's private chambers within the royal palace of Bethlehem was a study in controlled strength. Unlike the perfumed, silk-draped boudoirs favored by many of her peers, her rooms were a testament to a different kind of nobility. The walls were hung not with pastoral tapestries, but with detailed strategic maps of the kingdom's borders, their surfaces dotted with colored pins marking troop movements and trade routes. A gleaming, well-oiled practice sword rested on a simple stand near the hearth, its leather-wrapped hilt worn smooth from countless hours of drills. The scent in the air was not of cloying potpourri, but of clean beeswax from the polished floors, old leather from the books stacked high on her desk, and the faint, metallic tang of weapons oil. It was the chamber of a warrior princess, a pragmatist, a woman who understood that power was forged, not inherited. Isabella herself, her posture as straight and unyielding as the sword on its stand, was currently frowning at a small, elegantly wrapped package that sat on her heavy oak desk. It was an unwelcome intrusion into her meticulously planned morning of reviewing militia readiness reports. "Another one?" She sighed, her voice a low, exasperated rumble that held none of the delicate, high-pitched tones of the court ladies. She ran a hand through her thick, golden blonde hair, which was currently escaping its practical braid in a few rebellious strands. "Honestly, Eva, what has gotten into him?" This is the third whimsical surprise this month. Standing a respectful pace behind her, a silent, reassuring presence, was her personal knight captain, Eva, clad in the light, articulated plate of the Royal Guard. Her own expression was one of professional neutrality, but a faint hint of amusement touched her eyes. "His Majesty, the King, has always possessed our broken bar unique sense of humor, Your Highness." "Unique is one word for it," Isabella retorted, poking the package with a suspicious finger. "Last week it was a clockwork songbird that only knew one, incredibly irritating, sea shanty. The week before, it was a supposedly rare cactus from the southern desert that turned out to be a particularly spiky turnip." "He thinks these pranks are a charming way to remind me to lighten up." "I think they are a charming way to test the structural integrity of my chamber windows when I eventually throw one of them out." Eva allowed herself a small, professional smile. "Perhaps this time it is a gift of genuine significance, Your Highness." The courier indicated it was sent with some urgency from the Archduke's estate. Isabella's interest was piqued, despite her skepticism. "From the Ferrum lands?" "He's still there for that tedious family summit." Then she finally reached for the package, her fingers, strong and calloused from years of sword practice, expertly undoing the silken ribbon. "Well, let's see what new form of royal jest my father has devised. If it's another vegetable in disguise, Eva, you have my permission to use it for target practice." She lifted the lid of the simple wooden box. Nestled within, on a bed of dark blue velvet, was not a joke, but an object of strange, undeniable, and utterly baffling beauty. It was a small, exquisitely crafted bottle, its body carved from a single piece of warm, polished oak, its grains swirling in elegant patterns. The neck and a strange, protruding mechanism at the top were crafted from a gleaming, silvery bronze metal, the join between wood and metal so seamless it looked as if it had grown there naturally. It was elegant, minimalist, and radiated an aura of thoughtful, intelligent design. It was also, as far as Isabella could tell, completely useless. "What a broken bar is it?" Eva asked, her professional curiosity overcoming her usual reserve. She leaned forward slightly, peering at the object. "A new type of inkwell, perhaps, or a container for rare perfume?" "I have no idea," Isabella confessed, lifting the object from its velvet bed. It felt solid, balanced in her hand, the wood warm, the metal cool. "It's beautiful, I'll grant him that." "But what does it do?" Tucked into the lid of the box was a small, rolled-up piece of fine vellum, sealed with a plain, unmarked disc of wax. Isabella broke the seal and unrolled it. The script was elegant, precise. It was a user guide. "This is getting stranger," Isabella murmured, handing the parchment to her knight captain. "Read this aloud, Eva." "Let's unravel the mystery of my father's latest turnip." Eva took the vellum, her brow furrowed in concentration as she began to read, her voice the clear, formal cadence of an officer delivering a report. "A Ferrum elixir, a revolution in personal refinement," Eva began. The enclosed vessel contains a cleansing elixir of unparalleled quality, a secret formulation of House Ferrum. To access the elixir, place the hand beneath the nozzle and depress the pump mechanism firmly but gently. A single application will dispense a measured dose, sufficient for one cleansing ritual. The elixir, when combined with water, produces a rich, silken lather that purifies the skin without harshness, leaving behind only a state of serene cleanliness and a subtle, invigorating olfactory signature. Eva paused, blinking. "Olfactory broken bar signature, Your Highness?" "It means a smell, Eva," Isabella said dryly, turning the strange bottle over in her hands. "My father has sent me a broken bar fancy, verbose soap, in a bottle with our broken bar a pump mechanism." She stared at the object, a slow, disbelieving grin spreading across her face. 1,000 gold coins says this is the most expensive, most over-engineered bar of soap in the entire history of the kingdom. She walked over to the wash basin in the corner of her chambers, a simple, functional porcelain bowl with a large ewer of fresh water beside it. She held the dispenser over the basin, curiosity finally winning out over skepticism. Well, let's see if this cleansing ritual is any different from scrubbing with a lump of lion tallow. Following the instructions Eva had just read, she placed her other hand beneath the gleaming nozzle. She pressed down on the pump head. Click hiss. The sound was clean, precise, unexpectedly satisfying. A dollop of thick, creamy, pale beige liquid landed softly on her palm. It wasn't watery or thin, it had a substance, a viscosity, that felt a broken bar luxurious. And the scent of broken bar, it wasn't the overpowering, cloying floral perfume she associated with Nobel woman's cosmetics. It was a clean, sharp, herbaceous fragrance. Rosemary. It smelled like a cool morning in the high country gardens, not a stuffy drawing room. Intrigued, she rubbed her hands together. The cream felt smooth, silken. She gestured for Eva to pour some water, and as the cool liquid hit her hands, the magic happened. A lather bloomed, rich and dense, completely unlike the thin, reluctant foam of the usual household soap. It wasn't just bubbly, it was creamy, thick, almost like whipped cream, enveloping her hands in a soft, fragrant cloud. "God's a broken bar," Isabella breathed, genuine surprise in her voice. She worked the lather over her hands, feeling it lift away the faint grime from her morning's paperwork. It felt a broken bar, wonderful. Not abrasive, not harsh, just clean. She rinsed, and was even more surprised. The soap washed away instantly, completely, leaving no residue, no sticky film, no feeling of tightness. Her skin felt a broken bar different. She dried her hands on a clean linen towel, then held them up, examining them in the morning light. They were clean, yes, but more than that. The slight roughness, the calluses from her sword practice, seemed softer. The skin felt smooth, supple, hydrated, and it carried that faint, pleasant, lingering scent of rosemary. She turned to Eva, her earlier skepticism completely gone, replaced by a look of genuine, almost bewildered, astonishment. "Here," she said, holding out the dispenser. "You try it." Eva, her professional composure momentarily forgotten, did as she was told. Her own reaction was a mirror of Isabella's, a widening of the eyes at the quality of the lather, a soft exclamation of surprise at the clean, soft feeling of her skin afterwards. "It is a broken bar." "Remarkable, Your Highness," Eva said, staring at her own hands as if they belonged to someone else. "I have never used a soap that felt a broken bar like that. It feels more like a fine oil than a cleanser." Isabella took the dispenser back, looking at it with new eyes. This wasn't a joke, this wasn't a spiky turnip. This was a genuine innovation. A small, perfect, and deeply desirable piece of everyday magic. "To think," Isabella murmured, her mind, so accustomed to matters of strategy and warfare, now grappling with this new, unexpected front of domestic revolution. Someone is out there, not just thinking about forging better swords or designing stronger castle walls, but about a broken bar. This about how to fundamentally improve something as mundane as washing your hands. They are not just thinking differently, they are thinking outside the very box of what we consider important. She shook her head, a slow smile of pure, intellectual admiration on her face. "Whoever is behind this, if a broken bar, they have a mind I would like to meet. A mind that sees a problem and engineers a truly elegant solution." Her gaze drifted towards the strategic map on her wall, her thoughts following her father's journey. "You said he sent this from the Ferrum estate, Eva?" "Yes, Your Highness. He is attending the Archduke's family summit." "The Ferrums," Isabella mused, the name bringing a familiar face to mind. A face of fierce pride and quiet, intense competence. "Jothi's house." She smiled, a flicker of genuine warmth in her eyes. Jothi Ferrum, her good friend and, she would admit in her more honest moments, her friend from their shared, competitive years at the Bethlehem Royal Academy. Jothi was one of the few people Isabella considered a true peer, a woman whose strength and will matched her own. "Now I remember," Isabella said, a frown creasing her brow as another, less pleasant, memory surfaced. "Jothi has a brother, doesn't she?" "The air." Lloyd Ferrum. The name tasted like ash in her mouth. Her expression, which had been one of admiration for the anonymous innovator, hardened instantly into one of pure, unadulterated contempt. "A useless lump of a man," she spat, the words sharp with a frustration that was old and deep. "A disgrace to the Ferrum name. I saw him at the academy, before he was so politely asked to leave. He skulked through the halls like a ghost, avoiding the training yards, failing his elemental studies. A drab duckling with none of the fire, none of the strength, of his lineage." She began to pace, her earlier admiration replaced by a fiery, protective anger. "And because of him, because of his mediocrity, all the pressure, all the weight of expectation, falls on Jyothi's shoulders. She has to be twice as strong, twice as brilliant, just to compensate for the disappointment of her own heir. She carries the honor of their house alone, all because her brother is a spineless, unambitious waste of a noble title." "If I were his sister," she declared, her hand balling into a fist, "I would have beaten the mediocrity out of him in the training yard myself. I would have taught him what it means to be a Ferrum, even if I had to hammer the lesson into his thick skull with the flat of my blade." Eve remained silent, knowing better than to interrupt the princess when she was in the throes of one of her righteous furies. Isabella finally stopped her pacing, coming to a halt before the desk. She looked down at the elegant, innovative oak and bronze dispenser, a symbol of a brilliant, forward-thinking mind. Then she thought of Lloyd Ferrum, the embodiment of everything she despised: weakness, apathy, a failure to live up to one's potential. She picked up the dispenser again, its smooth, cool weight a strange contrast to the heat of her anger. She held a piece of his brilliance in her hand, utterly, completely, and blissfully unaware that she was despising the very mind that had conceived it. The drab duckling had just received his first, unwitting, and most ferociously positive, royal review, and a threat of a potential sword-based lesson, for good measure. Looking at Jyothi now, standing calmly in the center of the sparring circle, radiating an aura of quiet, absolute competence, Lloyd understood. She wasn't just trying to restore the family honor he had tarnished at Bethlehem. She was building her own legend. And it was a legend built on skill, discipline, and a mastery of Ferrum power that was, frankly, breathtaking. His own small victory against Kenta suddenly felt a broken bar insignificant by comparison. He had surprised them with Fang's lightning. Yes, he had used a subtle trick with his hidden steel wire. But Jyothi, a broken bar Jyothi had dominated, effortlessly, without even breaking a sweat, without even needing to call upon her spirit companion. He felt a familiar pang, not of jealousy this time, but of something closer to broken bar aspiration, a grudging, almost reluctant, respect. She was good, damn good. And for the first time since his return, Lloyd felt a genuine spark of something akin to fraternal pride. His sister, the disappointment-turned-prodigy, was a force to be reckoned with. The Ferrum family summit, he realized with a dawning, slightly unsettling, clarity, was far from over, and the most interesting battles, it seemed, were yet to come. The Ferrum family summit tournament had progressed with a relentless, almost brutal, efficiency. Matches were fought, victories declared, egos bruised, and the occasional piece of ancestral furniture inadvertently damaged by an over-enthusiastic void blast. The initial shock of Lloyd's surprisingly competent takedown of Kenta Ferrum had slowly given way to a grudging, if still somewhat bewildered, acceptance that the drab duckling might, just might, have a few unexpected feathers in his cap. He still wasn't considered a serious contender by most. Jyothi's effortless dominance and Ram's simmering, aggressive power were clearly the main attractions, but he was no longer the guaranteed comedic relief everyone had anticipated. He was a broken bar, an anomaly, a weird, soap-making, lightning wolf-owning anomaly who occasionally tripped people with invisible wires. His tea remained untouched, a silent, bitter testament to Riverian culinary failings. After what felt like an eternity of watching cousins pummel each other with varying degrees of skill and enthusiasm, and one rather unfortunate incident involving a rogue flock of magically summoned, extremely aggressive pigeons, the herald finally called his name again. Next match, Lord Lloyd Ferrum vs. a broken bar Lord Mike Ferrum of the Stone Mill Ferrums. Lloyd sighed internally, pushing himself up from the bench. Right. Round 2. Time to shatter some more carefully constructed preconceptions, and hopefully avoid any more Agavian attacks. Pigeons were surprisingly vicious. His opponent, Mike Ferrum, was a burly youth, a year or so older than Lloyd, with a square jaw, fists the size of small hams, and an expression that suggested his primary mode of communication involved blunt force trauma. He wasn't known for his subtlety or his powerful spirit, but for his sheer, dogged physical strength and a reckless disregard for his own safety. He was the kind of opponent who would charge headfirst into a brick wall, hoping the wall would fall down first through sheer surprise. He probably saw Lloyd's earlier victory over Kenta as a fluke, a lucky trick, and was now eager to correct the record with some good old-fashioned brawling. As Mike stomped into the sparring circle, cracking his knuckles with an audible series of pops that sounded suspiciously like small bones breaking, he shot Lloyd a look that was pure, unadulterated disdain. "Heard you got lucky with Kenta, cousin," Mike sneered, his voice a low rumble. "Tricks won't work on me. I don't bother with fancy spirit dances. I fight like a true Ferrum with my fists." He pounded a massive fist into his open palm, the sound like a side of beef hitting a stone slab. "A bold strategy, cousin Mike," Lloyd replied, his voice mild, almost academic. "Let's see how it plays out." He didn't bother with a pre-match bow. Mike probably wouldn't appreciate the subtlety. "Combatants, ready," the referee called, looking slightly apprehensive, as if anticipating the imminent destruction of more ducal property. "Begin." Mike didn't wait for a spirit summons. He didn't waste time on posturing. He simply roared, a sound like a hungry bear discovering its favorite honey tree was empty, and charged. He moved with surprising speed for his bulk, his massive fists raised, aiming to overwhelm Lloyd with a flurry of haymakers before Lloyd could even think about summoning that fancy mutt of his. Lloyd watched the approaching avalanche of muscle and fury with a calm detachment that bordered on boredom. "Seriously? A straight-line charge? Does no one in this family study tactics or basic geometry?" He didn't move. He didn't summon Fang. He simply waited. Chapter 182. Just as Mike was about to enter striking range, his face contorted in a grimace of anticipated impact, his knuckles white as he prepared to unleash his barrage. Lloyd acted. It was a repeat performance, almost contemptuously casual. A subtle shift of weight, a flick of his will. The invisible, whisper-thin filament of gleaming Ferrum steel snapped taut from the floor, coiling around Mike's leading ankle with the silent, inescapable precision of a striking viper. Trip. The result was even more spectacular, and arguably more humiliating, than Kenta's earlier faceplant. Mike, a charging bull suddenly, inexplicably, tethered by one leg, let out a bellow of surprised rage as his momentum carried him forward, his feet scrambling uselessly for purchase. He didn't just stumble, he went airborne, executing a perfect, if entirely involuntary, somersault over his own entangled ankle, before crashing down onto the stone floor with a resounding, bone-jarring thud that probably registered on the ducal seismograph. The air rushed from his lungs in a whoosh. He lay there, stunned, winded, looking like a particularly large, angry turtle that had just been unceremoniously flipped onto its back. Before Mike could even register what had happened, before he could even attempt to push his dazed, aching body upright, Lloyd was there. Not with a sword, not with a void blast, but with Fang. The wolf spirit materialized beside him in a silent shimmer, not with the overt crackle of lightning this time, but with a low, menacing growl rumbling deep in his chest, his golden eyes fixed on the prone, groaning form of Mike Ferrum. Fang didn't attack. He didn't need to. He simply stalked forward slowly, deliberately, and placed one very large, very solid paw directly onto Mike's chest, pinning him with a pressure that was both physically immobilizing and profoundly psychologically demoralizing. The message was clear, delivered without a single spark: move, and you become a chew toy. A very large, very surprised, chew toy. Mike let out a strangled grunt, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain, disbelief, and dawning, horrified comprehension. He'd been beaten again, by the drab duckling, without Lloyd even breaking a sweat, without Lloyd even throwing a punch. Tripped by nothing, pinned by a dog. The humiliation was absolute. Mike stared up at Lloyd, then at the massive wolf paw pressing into his sternum, then back at Lloyd's calm, almost smiling face. The fight was gone from him, replaced by a crushing, bitter defeat. He'd charged in like a raging bull and ended up looking like a clumsy calf that had tripped over its own hooves. "Yeah, broken bar, I concede," Mike mumbled, his voice muffled by the stone floor and his own bruised pride. "Excellent choice," Lloyd replied cheerfully. He nodded to Fang, who removed his paw with a final, disdainful sniff, then dissolved back into shimmering motes of light. Lloyd offered a hand to his defeated cousin. "No hard feelings, Mike. Just a friendly contest, after all." Mike ignored the offered hand, scrambling awkwardly to his feet, his face flushed a furious, mottled red. He shot Lloyd one last look of pure, impotent hatred, then turned and stomped out of the sparring circle, the sound of snickering laughter from the assembled youths following him like a swarm of angry bees. Lloyd watched him go, a faint, almost invisible smile playing on his lips. 2 down, 29 to go. This tournament might actually be broken bar amusing. In a deeply strange, slightly sadistic, soap empire funding kind of way. He turned to acknowledge the referee, who was looking at him with an expression of profound, almost fearful, respect. Before the referee could even declare him the victor, however, a voice, sharp and authoritative, cut through the lingering murmurs of the crowd. "That wire." Just now, when young Mike fell, every head turned. Standing near the edge of the dais, his face a mask of stunned disbelief and dawning, almost horrified, recognition, was Lord Ferrum, head of the Ironwood branch family, a man known for his deep knowledge of Ferrum history, his traditionalist views, and his almost fanatical devotion to the 8 true Ferrum ways. His eyes, wide and slightly wild, were fixed directly on Lloyd, not with anger, but with a kind of shocked, almost reverent, awe. "Archduke Croy," Lord Kyle called out, his voice trembling slightly, turning towards the dais, his gaze never leaving Lloyd. "That a broken bar that was not iron manipulation. Not the crude, forceful binding of our common bloodline. That filament a broken bar, it was too fine, too strong, too precise. It gleamed like a broken bar, like true steel. Tempered by fire, wielded with impossible finesse." He took a hesitant step closer to the sparring circle, his eyes still locked on Lloyd, who now felt a cold knot of apprehension forming in his stomach. This wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. Lord Kyle's voice rose, filled with a mixture of disbelief and dawning, almost ecstatic, certainty. "My Lord Archduke, the legends are broken bar, the ancient texts are broken bar, the whispers of the true blood. Can it be? After all these centuries? Does your son, Lord Lloyd, a broken bar, can he already wield the steel?" The question, sharp as a shard of freshly broken glass, hung in the suddenly silent, utterly electrified, grand hall. Every eye, from the humblest branch family member to the King of Bethlehem himself, was now fixed, with a new, profound, and potentially very dangerous, intensity, directly on Lloyd Ferrum. The drab duckling, it seemed, had just sprouted some very large, very shiny, and very, very problematic, steel feathers, and everyone had noticed. The grand hall of the Ferrum estate, already a tinderbox of familial rivalries, political tensions, and now, the lingering scent of electrified cousin, went utterly, deathly silent. Lord Ferrum's question, "Can he already wield the steel?" Echoed off the ancient stone walls, not as a query, but as a pronouncement, a shattering revelation that resonated deep within the collective consciousness of every Ferrum present. Lord Kyle, his face flushed with a mixture of ecstatic discovery and fearful reverence, was still staring at him as if he'd just sprouted a second head that was reciting ancient Ferrum prophecies in flawless Riverio. Several other older Ferrum lords, heads of prominent branch families, men who had spent lifetimes studying the nuances of their shared bloodline power, were now leaning forward in their seats, their expressions eerily similar to Kyle's. The subtle signs, the nuances Lloyd had hoped would pass unnoticed amidst the chaos of the tournament, had the impossible fineness of the wire, its inherent strength, the almost contemptuous ease with which he'd manipulated it, as they hadn't missed them. They had perhaps dismissed Kenta's defeat as a fluke, A lucky trick with a surprisingly potent spirit. But Mike's takedown, the effortless, invisible control, a broken bar. It had been too clean, too precise, too a broken bar for him, in a way that resonated with forgotten legends and closely guarded family secrets. They knew, or at least, they suspected. The veil of a mediocre heir was not just torn, it was being systematically, publicly, shredded. Lloyd glanced towards the dais. His father, Archduke Roy Ferrum, sat ramrod straight, his face an unreadable granite mask, but his eyes, those dark, penetrating Ferrum eyes, held a flicker of something, a broken bar complex. Resignation, calculated acceptance, or perhaps, just perhaps, a sliver of grim, paternal pride that this moment, however unexpectedly, had finally arrived. Viscount Rubel Ferrum, Lloyd noted with a flicker of grim satisfaction, looked as if he'd just swallowed a particularly large, particularly venomous toad. His face, already pale from his earlier public humiliation, had drained of all remaining color. His eyes, fixed on Lloyd, were wide with a mixture of disbelief, fury, and dawning, horrified comprehension. Steel blood? In Thie's a broken bar, this soap-making, art-critiquing, inexplicably competent nephew. The carefully constructed narrative of Lloyd's mediocrity, a narrative Rubel had subtly cultivated for years, was crumbling before his very eyes. His own ambitions, his son-Ran's future, a broken bar. It all felt suddenly, terrifyingly fragile. Roy Ferrum finally broke the suffocating silence. He rose slowly from his chair, his movements deliberate, commanding. Every eye in the hall snapped to him. He didn't look at Lord Kyle, nor at the other murmuring branch heads. His gaze was fixed, with that unnerving, paternal intensity, directly on Lloyd. Lord Kyle Ferrum of Ironwood, Roy began, his voice calm, steady, yet resonating with an authority that brooked no dissent. Your eyes, as always, are sharp. Your knowledge of our family's true heritage, commendable. He paused, letting the words hang, then turned his gaze briefly towards the assembled clan, a subtle challenge in his eyes. You ask if my son, Lloyd, can wield the steel. He let the silence stretch for another heartbeat, building the tension, then declared, his voice ringing with a quiet, almost understated, yet absolute certainty, yes, he can. A collective gasp, quickly suppressed, rippled through the hall. Confirmation from the Archduke himself. It was true. The legends were real. And the heir, the one they had dismissed, ridiculed, underestimated, a broken bar, he possessed it. Rubel Ferrum actually flinched, a visible tremor running through him. His face, if possible, grew even paler. Man, beside him, looked like he might spontaneously combust from sheer, impotent rage. Dorothy, Lloyd noted with a pang, was staring at him, her earlier shock now overlaid with a complex mixture of disbelief, dawning respect, and perhaps, a flicker of something akin to broken bar sibling pride, or maybe just profound confusion. It was hard to tell with Ferrums. They were a complicated, emotionally constipated bunch. Chapter 184. King Liam Barthellem's frown deepened. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Roy Ferrum now, no longer the jovial Lady James, but the shrewd monarch. His voice, though still quiet, carrying an edge of steel that matched the topic at hand. Archduke Roy, the king murmured, his words clearly intended for Roy's ears alone, yet audible to Lloyd in the sudden, intense quiet. If this is true, a broken bar, if young Lord Lloyd indeed commands the steel blood, a broken bar, then you have been remarkably a broken bar, discreet, a broken bar regarding his development. The unspoken accusation was clear. You kept this hidden. Why? To think, the king continued, his eyes narrowed, that you would have passed down the truth of Ferrum, initiated him into the full rights of the true lineage, at such a remarkably a broken bar early stage. In his training a broken bar, he let the sentence hang, the implication heavy. The truth of Ferrum, the knowledge contained within the sealed book of Ferrum, the rituals required to break the ancestral curse and unlock the full potential of the steel blood, a broken bar. These were secrets guarded more closely than the ducal treasury, passed down only when an heir was deemed truly ready, truly worthy. For Roy to have done so for Lloyd, the supposedly mediocre Lloyd, was almost unthinkable. Roy Ferrum met the king's probing gaze without flinching. His expression remained impassive, but Lloyd saw the subtle, almost imperceptible tightening around his father's mouth. He knew this question was coming. He knew the king would see the implications. "Your Majesty," Roy replied, his voice equally quiet, equally firm, subtly acknowledging the king's true status without breaking the charade for the wider assembly. "You misunderstand." He paused, then delivered the statement that sent another, even more profound, shockwave through those few who understood its true weight. "I have not passed down the truth of Ferrum to my son. I have not shown him the book. I have not initiated him into the rites." He turned his gaze back to Lloyd, and for the first time, Lloyd saw not just paternal authority, not just ducal scrutiny, but a flicker of something else in his father's eyes, something akin to broken bar, bewildered awe. The same emotion he'd seen on Lord Kyle's face. "It would seem, Your Majesty," Roy Ferrum stated, his voice resonating with a quiet, almost stunned, respect that was utterly foreign to their usual dynamic, "that Lloyd a broken bar, my son a broken bar, has discovered this path on his own. He has awakened the steel blood, perhaps even begun to unravel the ancestral curse, through sheer, innate talent, through instinct, without guidance, without the truths." King Liam Barthelem stared, his handsome face, for the first time since Lloyd had encountered him, utterly, completely, comprehensively devoid of its usual charming composure. His mouth fell slightly open. His eyes, usually so sharp, so calculating, were wide with sheer, unadulterated, royal disbelief. Lloyd Ferrum, the Drab duckling, the soap-making heir, the boy who had stumbled into awakening ancient, legendary powers through what his father now apparently believed was sheer, dumb, accidental genius? The king looked from Roy Ferrum's grave, almost reverent face, to Lloyd Ferrum's carefully neutral, inwardly panicking expression. He looked at the stunned, disbelieving faces of the Ferrum clan. He looked back at Roy. The Ferrum family summit, Lloyd thought, as he felt the weight of the king's astonished, suddenly very focused gaze land back on him, had just taken another sharp, unexpected, and probably incredibly dangerous turn. And his soap sales projections were looking increasingly irrelevant in the face of impending inter-kingdom power re-evaluations. This, he decided, was definitely going to require more than just good tea to get through. The grand hall remained suspended in a state of stunned, almost reverent, silence. King Liam Barthelem was still processing the bombshell revelation of Lloyd's instinctive awakening of the steel blood, his handsome face a mask of profound, analytical disbelief. Archduke Roy Ferrum stood on the dais, radiating a grim, almost reluctant, paternal pride. The Ferrum clan elders were muttering amongst themselves in hushed, awestruck tones, their earlier skepticism replaced by fearful respect. Viscount Rubel looked like he might actually be physically ill. Ran was practically vibrating with a rage so potent it was a miracle his impeccably tailored tunic hadn't spontaneously combusted. Jotham stared at Lloyd with an expression that was an unreadable cocktail of shock, confusion, and something that might, just might, have been a grudging, almost pained, reassessment of her disappointing older brother. Lloyd, the epicenter of this sudden, chaotic storm of revelation and political recalibration, just wanted his terrible tea back, and maybe a very large, very soundproof hole to hide in for the next 50 years. Lloyd watched, a flicker of morbid curiosity overcoming his own desire for invisibility. Faria and Rosa, the fiery southern marquis's daughter and the icy northern ice princess. This should be broken bar interesting, or possibly just very awkward. Like watching two glaciers attempt polite conversation. Lady Rosa, Faria began, her voice a low, conspiratorial murmur, yet carrying clearly enough for Lloyd, and probably half the hall, to overhear, thanks to the lingering, almost preternatural silence. Her tone was no longer challenging or haughty, but filled with a genuine, almost effusive, admiration. "Forgive my intrusion, but I simply had to offer my broken bar congratulations." Rosa tilted her head slightly, a silent, questioning gesture. "Congratulations? For what?" "For successfully enduring a tedious family summit. For managing not to spontaneously freeze the potted fern." With a disapproving glare, Rosa remained silent, her veiled face giving nothing away. Lloyd cringed internally. "Oh, here we go. Faria's about to sing my praises to my wife, who probably still thinks I'm a mildly perplexing, sofa-dwelling life form who occasionally smells of experimental soap. This is going to be a masterclass in awkward. Faria, however, was oblivious to Lloyd's internal discomfort, caught up in the thrill of the revelation. He kept it so remarkably well hidden. She continued, her eyes shining. That display in the Guildhall, his drawing a broken bar. I thought it merely unconventional, perhaps a touch eccentric. But now a broken bar. Now I see the depth, the power, the sheer, understated confidence of a man secure in his true abilities. She leaned closer to Rosa, her voice dropping again, becoming almost girlish in its enthusiasm. You are a fortunate woman, Lady Rosa, to be wed to such a man. So full of our broken bar, unexpected strengths, hidden depths. And, she added, a mischievous twinkle entering her amethyst eyes, a hint of her earlier competitive fire returning, but directed now in a surprisingly different, almost camaraderie-seeking way, quite an artist too, in his own a broken bar unique, rather terrifyingly precise, fashion. It makes one quite a broken bar jealous, I confess. She laughed, a light, genuine sound that seemed utterly out of place in the usually frigid atmosphere surrounding Rosa. Rosa Siddiq, throughout this effusive, almost gushing, monologue, remained perfectly still. Her veiled face betrayed no emotion. Her obsidian eyes, fixed on Faria, held no flicker of surprise, no hint of pleasure, no trace of agreement. If Faria had been hoping for a shared moment of wifely pride or perhaps even a flicker of female solidarity over the unexpected brilliance of their shared acquaintance, one by marriage, one by near-death monster battle and flower retrieval, she was to be sorely, comprehensively, disappointed. Lloyd watched, a familiar sense of weary resignation settling over him. Rosa wasn't just an ice princess, she was an emotional black hole, absorbing praise, criticism, enthusiasm, and existential dread with equal, unnerving, impassivity. He almost felt sorry for Faria, almost. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of Faria's enthusiastic pronouncements meeting Rosa's silent, veiled indifference, Rosa spoke. Her voice, when it came, was the usual cool, crisp monotone, utterly devoid of warmth or inflection. Translation: Lloyd's internal 80-year-old cynic supplied, yeah, he's weird. I've noticed. Still trying to figure out if he's a harmless eccentric or a ticking time bomb of questionable life choices and alarming magical phenomena. Mostly, he just leaves soap residue in the washroom. Faria blinked, her enthusiastic smile faltering slightly at Rosa's clinical, almost detached, response. This wasn't the reaction she'd expected. Oh, Faria managed, a hint of confusion entering her voice. So broken bar you were also unaware of his broken bar full potential? Awareness of Lord Lloyd's potential, Lady Faria, Rosa replied, her voice as smooth and cold as glacier ice, is a fluctuating variable, subject to frequent, often bewildering, recalibration. She paused, then added, with a subtle emphasis that was, for Rosa, almost theatrical in its implications, his capacity for generating a broken bar unforeseen outcome as a broken bar appears to be considerable. Then, as if sensing Faria's lingering, perhaps even intensifying, interest in the Lloyd Ferrum anomaly, Rosa did something truly unexpected. A subtle shift in her posture, a fractional narrowing of her visible obsidian eyes. A faint, almost imperceptible, line appeared between her dark brows, a tiny indentation in the smooth perfection of her forehead. A frown. Rosa Siddiq, the Ice Princess, the Queen of Serene Indifference, was actually frowning. Not a frown of anger, or annoyance, or even disapproval, but a frown of a broken bar, something else. Something that looked suspiciously like a broken bar territorial displeasure, directed not at Lloyd, but at Faria's enthusiastic, almost proprietary, interest in him. It was gone in an instant, smoothed away by her usual icy composure, so fleeting Lloyd almost convinced himself he'd imagined it. But he'd seen it. That tiny, almost invisible, crack in the glacial facade. And it was a broken bar baffling. Chapter 186. Rosa didn't care about him. He knew that. She tolerated his presence as a political necessity, a contractual obligation. Their marriage was a sham, their cohabitation a Cold War fought with silence and strategically placed potpourri. She had made it abundantly clear, through every gesture, every word, or lack thereof, that she felt nothing for him beyond a detached, almost clinical, curiosity about his increasingly bizarre behavior. If he decided to run off and join a traveling circus, or spontaneously combust in the middle of the grand hall, she would probably just make a dispassionate note in her internal logbook: a subject Lloyd Ferrum, exhibited terminal eccentricity, unfortunate incendiary event. Conclusion: sofa now available for more practical storage purposes. And then calmly return to her advanced curse-breaking studies. The idea of her feeling anything remotely resembling jealousy, possessiveness, or even mild annoyance at another woman showing interest in him was a broken bar, ludicrous, hilarious, utterly, comprehensively, impossible. Yet a broken bar. He'd seen the frown. His internal monologue, usually so cynical, so pragmatic, suddenly found itself adrift in a sea of confused, almost hopeful, speculation. Was it possible? Could the Ice Princess actually possess a broken bar? Human emotions, beyond a mild disdain and a perpetual ennui? Could Faria's enthusiastic, almost fawning, admiration for his hidden depths have actually a broken bar pricked something? Stirred some dormant, deeply buried, possibly even fossilized, flicker of far broken bar something? It was too absurd to contemplate. He dismissed it immediately. Probably just a trick of the light, or a rogue eyebrow muscle twitching from excessive exposure to Faria's unbridled enthusiasm. Yes, that had to be it. Faria, however, seemed oblivious to the fleeting frown, or perhaps chose to ignore it, her own focus still firmly on the fascinating enigma that was Lloyd Ferrum. "Well," she said, her voice regaining some of its earlier brightness, though now tinged with a thoughtful, almost speculative, gleam, "he is certainly a broken bar, a man of many surprises, Lady Rosa. One might even say a broken bar, a diamond in the rough, requiring only the right broken bar polishing a broken bar to reveal his true brilliance." She shot another appraising, almost predatory, glance towards Lloyd, who immediately pretended to be deeply engrossed in counting the threads in the fern's fronds. Rosa's lips, hidden beneath the veil, thinned almost imperceptibly. The temperature in their immediate vicinity seemed to drop another 5 degrees. The potted fern suddenly looked a lot less disgruntled and a lot more actively terrified. Faria, finally sensing the sudden, arctic shift in the atmosphere, the unspoken warning beneath Rosa's polite, chilling words, blinked. Her enthusiastic smile faltered again. She looked from Rosa's veiled, unreadable face to Lloyd, who was now trying to blend into the fern with an intensity that suggested he was seriously considering photosynthesis as a viable escape strategy. "Ah," Faria said, a flicker of understanding, and perhaps a touch of amused surprise, dawning in her amethyst eyes. She offered Rosa a small, knowing smile, a gesture of female solidarity that Rosa did not, in any way, reciprocate. "Quite right, Lady Rosa. Abrasions are to be avoided, especially from a broken bar, particularly sharp diamonds." She inclined her head politely. "Almost her broken bar illuminating summit." "I shall leave you to a broken bar observations." With a final, enigmatic glance towards Lloyd, Faria Crutz turned and, with a graceful swirl of her southern silks, made her way back towards her father, leaving behind a very confused Lloyd, a suddenly very frosty Rosa, and a potted fern that was probably going to need therapy. Lloyd stared after her, then cautiously glanced at Rosa. Her face was still veiled, her expression still unreadable. But the air around here, a broken bar, it definitely felt colder. Considerably colder. As if someone had left the freezer door of her soul wide open. He had no idea what had just happened. But he had a sudden, sinking feeling that his soap empire, his system coins, and his general life expectancy had just become significantly more complicated. And it probably had nothing to do with giant snakes or exploding butlers this time. The Ferrum Family Summit Tournament, having weathered the initial shockwaves of Lloyd's unexpected competence and the even more unexpected royal soap investment, had settled into a grim, determined rhythm. The sparring circle, cleared of fallen cousins and the lingering scent of electrified ambition, became a stage for a relentless series of duels. Ferrum youths, eager to prove their worth, to settle old grudges, or simply to avoid the dubious honor of being the next to be effortlessly tripped by an invisible wire and then sat upon by a surprisingly judgmental wolf, clashed with a ferocity that made Lloyd's earlier encounters look like polite tea parties. He saw cousins he vaguely remembered from his first life, now grown into surprisingly competent young warriors, their faces alight with fierce Ferrum pride. He saw others whose ambition clearly outstripped their actual skill, resulting in swift, often comical, defeats. He mentally cataloged strengths, weaknesses, spirit types, void power manifestations. It was all data. And data, as his engineering background had taught him, was power. Especially when that data involved a large number of heavily armed, magically gifted relatives who might, at some future point, decide that the accidental prodigy needed to be re-evaluated permanently. Then, the herald announced the match that brought a sudden, expectant hush to the hall, a match that everyone, Lloyd included, had been anticipating with a mixture of eagerness and trepidation. Next combatants, from the main Ferrum line, Lady Jotham Ferrum, and from the Ashworth Ferrum branch, Lord Ferrum. A ripple of anticipation went through the crowd. This wasn't just another bout. This was a rematch. A grudge match. Jotham, the reigning champion from last year's summit, the quiet prodigy whose effortless control over iron had left everyone speechless, and Ran, the arrogant, powerful scion of Viscount Rubel, his pride still smarting from his previous defeat, his eyes burning with a fierce, almost desperate, need for vindication. This was the true main event, the clash of titans everyone had been waiting for. Jotham stepped into the circle with her usual quiet, almost serene, confidence. Her dark eyes were focused, intense, her expression calm, betraying nothing of the pressure she must be feeling. She wore simple, practical training leathers, her movements fluid, economical. She looked, Lloyd thought with a flicker of familial pride he quickly suppressed, no need to get sentimental. This was a tactical assessment, like a coiled spring, radiating contained power. Ran, in stark contrast, strode into the circle like a conquering hero returning from a particularly successful war against a very small, very insignificant, neighboring village. His handsome face was set in a sneer of arrogant disdain, his eyes, fixed on Jotham, glittering with a predatory light. He exuded an aura of raw, barely controlled aggression, his muscles bunched, his practiced sword held in a white-knuckled grip. He clearly intended to overwhelm Jotham with sheer, brutal force, to avenge last year's humiliation and reclaim his perceived rightful place as the strongest of the Ferrum youth. "Ready, little sister?" Ran taunted, his voice dripping with condescension, deliberately emphasizing the familial diminutive, trying to get under her skin. "Or are you still tired from your broken bar diligent studies at Bethlehem? Wouldn't want you to overexert yourself." Jotham's expression didn't flicker. She simply met his gaze, her dark eyes holding a cool, unwavering challenge. "Save your breath for the fight, cousin Ran," she replied, her voice calm, steady, devoid of emotion. "You'll need it." The referee, looking even more apprehensive than usual, these two had a history, and it wasn't a history involving polite handshakes and shared cups of terrible tea, quickly called for the spirit summons. Ran roared his challenge, his spirit stone blazing. "Come forth, Conga." With a ground-shaking crash, his spirit materialized. Conga, a monstrous, silver-backed gorilla, easily 10 feet tall, its fur the color of obsidian, its eyes burning with a savage, red-hot fury. Its massive fists, each the size of a small boulder, pounded its chest in a display of primal aggression, the sound echoing through the hall like thunder. It was a creature of pure, unadulterated brute strength, a living siege engine designed to smash, crush, and pulverize. Ascension level, Lloyd noted, though perhaps not as refined as Ken's Reborn. All power, little finesse. Jotham, unlike in her previous match, didn't hesitate. She, too, reached for the spirit stone embedded in the hilt of her slender practice sword. "Seraphina," she murmured, her voice barely audible above Conga's intimidating roars. The air beside her shimmered, coalesced, and a creature of breathtaking, savage beauty materialized. Seraphina, a magnificent white tigress, larger than any natural feline, its fur pristine as freshly fallen snow, striped with intricate patterns of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and flow like liquid moonlight. Its eyes were a piercing, intelligent sapphire blue, holding a calm, watchful intensity that was a stark contrast to Conga's mindless fury. It moved with a fluid, predatory grace, every line of its powerful body speaking of speed, agility, and lethal precision. Manifestation level, Lloyd assessed, but clearly very close to ascension, radiating a potent, controlled energy. The two spirits faced each other, a study in contrasts. Conga, the embodiment of raw, brute force, roaring its challenge. Seraphina, the personification of elegant lethality, meeting its gaze with a calm, almost disdainful, silence. Then, the battle began. Chapter 188. Jyoti, however, was already moving. She didn't meet force with force. She danced. Her movements were fluid, precise, almost balletic, as she and Seraphina wove around Conga's clumsy, telegraphed attacks. Seraphina, a blur of white and silver, darted in and out, raking at Conga's flanks with claws that left shallow, smoking furrows on its obsidian hide, then evading the gorilla's retaliatory swipes with contemptuous ease. Simultaneously, Jyoti herself engaged Ran. Her control over her iron blood ability was, as before, breathtaking. She didn't need grand gestures, no overt displays of power. Subtle shifts in the metallic dust on the floor created invisible tripwires that hampered Ran's aggressive lunges. The iron studs on his boots suddenly seemed to cling to the stone, throwing off his balance. His practice sword felt heavier in his hand, its movements sluggish, as if fighting against an unseen resistance. Jyoti didn't attack directly. She controlled the battlefield, using her void power to disrupt, to unbalance, to frustrate her more physically powerful cousin. It was a masterclass in controlled, intelligent combat. Jyoti and Seraphina, working in perfect sync, were slowly, methodically, dismantling Ran and Conga's aggressive assault. Ran grew increasingly frustrated, his roars of rage echoing through the hall, his attacks becoming wilder, more desperate. Conga, bleeding from a dozen shallow cuts, its fury mounting but its movements becoming increasingly clumsy, was clearly outmatched in agility and precision. Then, something shifted. Jyoti, after executing a particularly elegant evasion that left Ran stumbling and Conga roaring in frustration, faltered. Just for a fraction of a second, a barely perceptible tremor ran through her, her breath hitched almost inaudibly, and a fleeting shadow of weariness, of profound exhaustion, crossed her usually composed features. It was gone in an instant, replaced by her usual focused intensity. But Lloyd, his senses honed by 80 years of observation and a lifetime of analyzing subtle tells, had seen it. "She's tired," he realized with a jolt of surprise. Genuinely tired. Not just the normal fatigue of combat, but something deeper, a weariness that went bone deep. The battle continued, but the rhythm had changed. Jyothi's movements, while still precise, seemed a fraction slower. Seraphina's attacks, while still swift, lacked some of their earlier bite. Ran, sensing a shift, perhaps mistaking her fatigue for weakness, redoubled his assault, his roars of rage now tinged with a desperate, almost feral, hope. Conga, battered but still immensely powerful, pressed its advantage, its blows landing with increasing frequency. The turning point came swiftly, brutally. Jyoti, attempting to create another metallic dust snare, hesitated for a fatal fraction of a second. Her concentration wavered. Ran, seizing the momentary opening, lunged, his practice sword a blur. Jyoti tried to parry, but her movement was too slow, her block too weak. Ran's sword slammed into hers, the impact jarring, sending a shockwave up her arm. Her sword flew from her grasp, clattering across the stone floor. Simultaneously, Conga, with a final, desperate roar, landed a crushing blow on Seraphina's flank. The white tigress shrieked in pain, its form flickering violently. Then, with a final, sorrowful glance towards Jyoti, it dissolved into shimmering motes of light, vanquished. Jyoti stumbled back, disarmed, her spirit defeated, her face pale with shock and a dawning, horrified disbelief. She stared at Ran, who stood panting, his obsidian bear spirit, Conga, roaring in triumph behind him, its chest still heaving, but victorious. The silence in the grand hall was absolute. Stunned. Lloyd Ferrum, a broken bar defeated by Ran? Impossible. Ran himself looked almost as surprised as everyone else, his initial triumphant grin quickly morphing into an expression of dazed disbelief, then solidifying into a sneer of pure, unadulterated, gloating satisfaction. He had done it. He had actually done it. He had beaten Lloyd. He had avenged last year's humiliation. Well, little sister, Ran panted, leaning heavily on his sword, trying to project an arrogance he probably didn't entirely feel, his victory clearly as unexpected to him as it was to the crowd. It seems your broken bar diligent studies a broken bar at Bethlehem have left you a little broken bar out of practice. Perhaps you should spend less time with dusty books and more time in the training yard. Like a true Ferrum. He spat the last words, a final, contemptuous dismissal. Lloyd didn't respond. She simply stood there, her face pale, her dark eyes wide with a mixture of shock, shame, and a profound, almost unbearable, weariness. She looked a broken bar broken. Lloyd stared, his own earlier amusement, his strategic assessments, forgotten. He felt a surge of something unexpected, something fierce, at the exhaustion he had seen flicker across Lloyd's face. She hadn't lost because Ran was better. She had lost because she was tired. Deeply, profoundly tired. Bethlehem Academy. Lloyd remembered his father's pronouncements. The rigorous training. The demanding curriculum. Lloyd, striving to restore the family honor, pushing herself, perhaps too hard. The image of her earlier cool dismissal of him, her fierce pride in her own accomplishments, suddenly took on a different, more poignant light. It wasn't just arrogance. It was the brittle defense of someone carrying an immense burden, someone perhaps stretched to their very limits. He looked at his sister, truly looked at her, for the first time in years. And he saw not the confident prodigy, not the dismissive younger sibling, but a tired, fiercely proud, incredibly lonely young woman who had just suffered a crushing, public defeat. The summit, Lloyd realized with a sudden, chilling clarity, wasn't just a stage for his own unexpected rise. It was a crucible, testing them all, exposing weaknesses, forging new strengths, and perhaps, just perhaps, offering a chance for connections, however unexpected, to be reforged. Even between a disappointing older brother and his fiercely proud, suddenly vulnerable, little sister. The Ferrum Family Summit Tournament, a chaotic tapestry woven from unexpected victories, bitter defeats, and enough simmering familial resentment to power a small siege engine, ground relentlessly onwards. The initial shock of Lloyd's defeat at the hands of a gloating, if slightly bewildered, Ran Ferrum had slowly given way to a new, even more perplexing, focal point of discussion, Lloyd Ferrum. The drab duckling, the sausage obsessed her, the kid who probably still needed help tying his own bootlaces, was, improbably, inexplicably, still in the tournament. Not just surviving, but a broken bar winning. His matches, after the initial, almost contemptuous, dismissal of Kenta and the equally effortless takedown of the brawling Mike, had followed a disturbingly similar pattern. Opponents, brimming with confidence, eager to expose the fluke, would charge in, spirits blazing, void powers flowering. And Lloyd, a broken bar Lloyd, would just stand there, looking vaguely bored, perhaps offer a dry comment about the weather or the questionable quality of the pre-tournament canapé copyright S. Then, with a subtle flick of his wrist, an invisible wire would snap taut, an opponent would execute an involuntary, undignified faceplant, and Fang, who was now radiating an aura of smug, lightning-infused wolfish superiority, would thoughtfully place a very large, very solid paw on their chest until they conceded, or, if they were particularly stubborn, until they started smelling faintly of ozone and regret. He hadn't broken a sweat. He hadn't drawn a weapon. He hadn't even bothered to summon Fang for more than a few seconds in most matches, relying almost entirely on those impossibly fine, terrifyingly strong, unseen steel wires. The whispers in the grand hall had shifted from mockery to bewildered awe, then to a kind of fearful, almost superstitious, respect. They didn't understand it. They couldn't see it. But they could see the results. And the results were a broken bar deeply unsettling. He's toying with them. Did you see that? Young Marcus, just a broken bar tripped over nothing. It's like he has invisible hands. The steel blood, a broken bar. It's more than just strong metal. A broken bar. It's a broken bar, something else. Lloyd, of course, was oblivious to the finer points of their fearful speculation, or perhaps just chose to ignore it. He was too busy calculating the optimal trajectory for a non-lethal ankle trip while simultaneously trying to remember if he'd left the lye solution properly sealed back in the smokehouse. Priorities. And now, impossibly, almost ludicrously, he found himself in the semi-finals. Lloyd Ferrum, the youth everyone, including probably himself, had expected to be the first casualty, the comedic warm-up act, was one match away from the final. The grand hall buzzed with attention so thick you could spread it on toast, though, given the quality of the ducal catering, Lloyd suspected the toast would probably taste better. His opponent for the semi-final bout was announced, and a new ripple of surprise, this one tinged with a different kind of anticipation, went through the crowd. Semi-final match. Lord Lloyd Ferrum vs. a broken bar. Lady Riva Ferrum of the Silverstream Ferrums. Riva Ferrum. Lloyd felt a flicker of genuine surprise, quickly followed by a strange, almost reluctant, warmth. Riva. He actually remembered Riva. Not from his first life's hazy, disconnected memories, but from these past few weeks, since his reawakening. She was a cousin, a few years younger than him, from one of the more distant, less politically ambitious branch families. And she was, as far as he could recall, the only Ferrum youth who hadn't treated him with either outright disdain, fearful avoidance, or that particularly grating brand of condescending pity reserved for hopeless cases. Chapter 190. She was a broken bar nice, a genuinely pleasant, intelligent young woman with bright, curious eyes, a quick smile, and a refreshing lack of overt Ferrum ambition. She'd actually spoken to him, on several occasions, at meals or in the gardens, asking polite, if slightly bewildered, questions about his broken bar unusual interests. She listened, actually listened, without judgment, without mockery. She'd treated him like a broken bar, well, like a person. A slightly odd, possibly demon-eyed person, perhaps, but a person nonetheless. It was a novel experience. He watched as Riva stepped into the sparring circle. She was slender, almost willowy, with long, sun-streaked blonde hair tied back in a practical braid, her movements graceful, almost bird-like. She wore simple, well-maintained training leathers, and her expression, as she looked across the circle at him, was not one of fear, or arrogance, or predatory anticipation. It was a mixture of surprise, rueful amusement, and a hint of genuine, almost apologetic, regret. "Well, Cousin Lloyd," Riva said, her voice clear, melodic, carrying easily across the suddenly quiet hall. She offered him a small, wry smile. "This ice a broken bar unexpected. I confess, when the lots were drawn, I never imagined I'd be facing you at this stage, or," she added, her eyes twinkling with a humor that was refreshingly devoid of malice, "at any stage. If I'm being perfectly honest, you've been a broken bar rather full of surprises today." Lloyd felt a genuine smile touch his own lips, a rare occurrence in this den of vipers and simmering resentments. "The sentiment is mutual, Cousin Riva," he replied, his voice warm. "I believe a full of surprises is rapidly becoming my new family motto." Right after a questionable tea and a hereditary predisposition to brooding, a ripple of surprised laughter went through the crowd. Actual laughter, not derisive snickers, but genuine amusement. The tension in the hall seemed to ease fractionally. Riva's open, friendly demeanor, her lack of overt hostility towards Lloyd, was a refreshing change. "Yeah, broken bar. I've never fought you before, Lloyd," Riva continued, her smile fading slightly, replaced by a look of thoughtful assessment. "I've seen your matches today. Your control a broken bar. It's remarkable. Unlike anything I've witnessed." She paused, then added, her voice dropping slightly, a hint of genuine curiosity in her tone, "You've hidden your strength well, cousin." "For a very long time. Perhaps I was merely a broken bar waiting for the right moment to unpack it," Lloyd replied cryptically, offering a slight shrug. "Or maybe I just misplaced the instruction manual for a few decades." Riva chuckled again, a light, pleasant sound. "Well, misplaced or not, You've certainly found it now. She drew her practice sword, a slender, well-balanced blade, its surface gleaming. I won't underestimate you, Lloyd. I may not possess the broken bar raw power broken bar of some of our cousins. A subtle, pointed glance towards the still fuming Ferrum did not go unnoticed, but I have a few surprises of my own. I would expect nothing less, Riva, Lloyd said, inclining his head respectfully. He liked her genuinely. He didn't want to humiliate her, or trip her into an undignified faceplant. This match a broken bar, this one felt different. Riva closed her eyes for a moment, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her spirit stone, a pale, almost translucent crystal embedded in the crossguard of her sword, pulsed with a soft, silvery light. Arya, she called, her voice clear, ringing. With a rush of wind and a piercing, melodic cry, her spirit materialized. It was a magnificent eagle, its plumage the color of polished silver, its wingspan easily twice Riva's height. Its eyes were like molten gold, sharp, intelligent, and fiercely loyal. It circled once above Riva's head, its cry echoing through the hall, then settled onto her outstretched, gauntleted arm, its talons gripping lightly, its gaze fixed, with unnerving intensity, on Lloyd. Another spear eagle, Lloyd murmured, impressed. Manifestation level, but a powerful one. Known for their incredible eyesight, their speed, their aerial maneuverability, and their ability to channel and project blasts of concussive force, or ether bolts. A formidable opponent. He glanced at Fang, who was sitting patiently beside him, his tail thumping a slow, rhythmic beat on the stone floor, his golden eyes fixed on the other spear eagle with a look of intense, almost professional, curiosity. Ready for another lightning-fast takedown, Lloyd? Fang seemed to be asking, or are we going to try something a broken bar different a broken bar this time? Lloyd considered. He could win this quickly, easily. A focused thousand-sharp strike, Fang's speed would overwhelm the eagle before it could even launch an ether bolt. Or another subtle steel wire trip, followed by the paw of doom maneuver. But against Triva broken bar it felt wrong. Disrespectful, somehow. She deserved better than a humiliating, sub-1 minute defeat. She deserved a proper fight, or at least, the illusion of one. He made a decision. No immediate spirit takedown, no invisible tripwires. He would meet her on her own terms, at least initially. He would let her showcase her skills. He would give her the respect she had, uniquely, shown him. Fang, he said quietly, engage defensive maneuvers only, initially. Let's see what Arya can do. He didn't draw a weapon. He simply stood there, his hands clasped loosely behind his back, projecting an air of calm, watchful readiness. Riva looked surprised by his passive stance, by the lack of an immediate, overwhelming assault from Fang. But she didn't hesitate. She was a warrior, and an opportunity was an opportunity. Arya. Ether bolt, high, she commanded. The other spear eagle shrieked, launching itself into the air with a powerful beat of its silver wings. It circled once, gaining altitude, then dove, its beak opening, a shimmering ball of concentrated, bluish-white energy forming with terrifying speed. Lloyd watched it approach, his new black-ring eyes subtly active beneath his normal gaze, tracking the trajectory, calculating the speed, the energy signature. He could dodge it. Fang could intercept it. But that wasn't the plan. Just as the ether bolt was about to strike, Riva suddenly cried out, her voice sharp with warning, Lloyd, look out. Below. Simultaneously, she stamped her foot hard on the stone floor of the sparring circle. The ground beneath Lloyd's feet erupted. Not with an explosion, but with a series of sharp, metallic screeches as dozens of wicked-looking iron spikes, each as long as his forearm, thrust upwards from the stone, emerging from seemingly solid rock like the teeth of some subterranean metal beast. They shot up with incredible speed, aiming to impale his feet, to trap him, to create a deadly, impassable cage of sharpened iron. Iron spikes from the ground. Lloyd's mind registered the attack instantly. Her void power, a variation of earth manipulation, perhaps, combined with iron control. Clever, unexpected. Using the ether bolt as a distraction for a ground-based ambush. Riva wasn't just a pleasant conversationalist, she was a cunning tactician. But Lloyd Ferrum, the man who had danced with giant snakes, outwitted abyss monsters, and possessed senses honed by 80 years of often lethal experience, was not easily surprised. And his feet, thanks to a lifetime of navigating treacherous terrain, both literal and political, were remarkably light. Even as the iron spikes erupted, even as the ether bolt screamed towards him, Lloyd moved. Not with a clumsy leap, not with a desperate dive, but with a smooth, almost effortless, sideways flow, like water parting around a stone. His body seemed to blur for a fraction of a second, his feet barely touching the ground as he glided a mere 6 inches to the left. The erupting iron spikes missing him by a hair's breadth, the ether bolt streaking past his shoulder to explode harmlessly against the far wall of the grand hall, leaving a smoking, fist-sized crater in a priceless ancestral tapestry depicting the heroic, and probably entirely fictional, subjugation of the Snugglepuff Wombats of Upper Cruddington. He came to rest, perfectly balanced, his hands still clasped behind his back, a faint, almost invisible shimmer of displaced hair the only evidence of his impossible, instantaneous movement. He hadn't used wires. He hadn't used fang. He had simply a broken bar moved with a speed, a grace, a preternatural awareness of his surroundings, that defied conventional explanation. Riva stared, her attack thwarted, her mouth slightly open, her eyes wide with stunned disbelief. The ether spear eagle circled overhead, screeching in confusion, its primary attack having missed its mark so spectacularly. The crowd, which had gasped in anticipation of Lloyd's impalement, was now utterly silent, trying to process what they had just witnessed. Lloyd offered Riva a small, polite smile. "An excellent combination, Cousin Riva. Well executed. My compliments on the broken bar aggressive landscaping." He paused, then added, his voice still mild, almost conversational, "However, perhaps you should aim a little lower next time, or..." His smile widened fractionally, a hint of something dangerous flickering in his eyes. "Perhaps you shouldn't aim at all." The semi-final, it seemed, was just getting started. And Lloyd Ferrum, the master of unexpected surprises, clearly had a few more up his deceptively plain, slightly soap-scented sleeve. The grand hall was a vortex of bewildered whispers and stunned silence. Riva Ferrum's combined aerial and subterranean assault at the ether bolt from her ether spear eagle, Arya, and the sudden eruption of iron spikes from the very stone beneath Lloyd's feet had been a masterful display of tactical cunning and unexpected void power. It should have been a checkmate. It should have left Lloyd Ferrum impaled, incinerated, or at the very least, deeply impressed and possibly slightly singed. Chapter 192. Instead, he had simply a broken bar sidestepped, glided, flowed like smoke in a breeze, or water parting around a rock. One moment he was there, the target of a seemingly inescapable pincer attack. The next, he was 6 inches to the left, perfectly balanced, hands still clasped behind his back, offering polite, almost academic, commentary on her aggressive landscaping. Riva stared, her initial shock morphing into a frustrated disbelief that was rapidly giving way to dawning, horrified awe. How had he moved so fast, so precisely? Without a flicker of void energy, without a discernible spirit enhancement? It was as if he'd known exactly where the spikes would erupt, exactly where the ether bolt would strike, and had simply a broken bar chosen not to be there. It wasn't just skill, it was preternatural awareness, an almost insulting economy of motion. "But a broken bar how?" she stammered, her voice barely a whisper, the question echoing the silent bewilderment of the entire hall. Her ether spear eagle, Arya, circled overhead, screeching in confusion, its attack having met nothing but empty air and a rather unfortunate ancestral tapestry. Lloyd offered another of those faint, infuriatingly calm smiles. "Excellent reflexes, Cousin Riva." "Years so far broken bar avoiding poorly thrown objects." And, he added, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief, "a profound appreciation for not having my feet turned into Ferrum kebab." He didn't give her time to process. He hadn't come this far, endured this much public scrutiny and questionable tea, just to engage in a prolonged, aesthetically pleasing, but ultimately inefficient, aerial ballet. He needed to conserve energy. He needed to win. And he needed to do it in a way that was decisive, slightly terrifying, and ideally involved minimal personal exertion. Fang, Lloyd said quietly, his gaze flicking upwards towards the circling ether-spear eagle. That bird is becoming a broken bar, distracting, and it's probably shedding feathers all over Father's meticulously polished floor. Discourage it, would you? But try not to make too much of a mess. The cleaning staff have suffered enough today. Lloyd, simultaneously, focused his own will. Not on fine, tripping wires this time, but on something he'd experimented with during the unfortunate Ridge Runner incident. Solid projectiles, refined, controlled. He cupped his hands loosely before him, and the air within them shimmered. 3 small, dense spheres of gleaming steel, each no larger than a pigeon's egg, materialized from the void, spinning slowly, humming with contained kinetic energy and a faint, almost invisible, internal heat. Steel bullets. His improvised ammunition, now crafted with greater precision, greater control. Aria. Evasive maneuvers. Ether shield. Reva screamed, sensing the shift in Lloyd's intent, recognizing the dangerous, focused energy coalescing around him and his wolf. The ether-spear eagle shrieked, its silver wings beating frantically as it tried to gain altitude, a shimmering barrier of bluish-white ether energy beginning to form around it. Too slow. Fang, Lloyd murmured. Suppressing fire. With a sound like a whip crack, Fang didn't launch a lightning bolt. Instead, a concentrated beam of pure, azure electrical energy, thin as a needle but crackling with terrifying intensity, shot from his snout, not at the eagle itself, but at the nascent ether shield. The beam struck the shimmering barrier, and instead of deflecting, it seemed to broken bar stick, to spread, to overload the shield's matrix with a chaotic surge of raw power, causing it to flicker, sputter, and then collapse with a sound like shattering glass. The eagle shrieked in alarm, its primary defense gone. My turn, Lloyd said softly. With a flick of his wrists, he launched the 3 spinning steel bullets. They didn't fly with the arc of a thrown object. They shot upwards with the flat, lethal trajectory of projectiles fired from a high-powered rifle, propelled by his focused void power, spinning so rapidly they were almost invisible blurs. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 distinct, sickening impacts. One bullet struck Arya's left wing near the joint, shattering bone and sinew. The second slammed into its right leg, crippling it. The third, a devastating center mass shot, punched clean through the eagle's breast. The ether-spear eagle let out one final, agonized, broken cry, its silver plumage stained with dark, ethereal spirit blood. It tumbled from the sky like a stone, its magnificent wings useless, its form flickering violently before it dissolved into dissipating motes of silver light just feet from the horrified Reva, leaving only a scattering of singed feathers and the faint scent of ozone in despair. Spirit defeated again. With a casual, almost contemptuous, display of ranged, kinetic power that no one, not even his own father, had ever witnessed from him before, Reva stared at the spot where Arya had vanished, her face ashen, her body trembling. Her spirit, her companion, her friend a broken bar gone. So quickly, so brutally. She looked at Lloyd, her eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief, dawning horror, and a profound, almost fearful, respect. This wasn't just hidden strength. This was a broken bar terrifying. Before she could even process the loss, before she could rally her own void power for a desperate counterattack, Lloyd acted again. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He simply a broken bar willed it. The air around Reva shimmered almost invisibly. Dozens of whisper-thin steel wires, finer than spider silk, stronger than any chain, extruded themselves from the floor, from the air, from seemingly nowhere, and wrapped around her limbs, her torso, her sword arm, with inescapable precision. They tightened, not cutting, not burning, but binding her completely, immobilizing her as effectively as if she'd been encased in solid stone. She struggled, but the wires held firm, a silent, gleaming testament to Lloyd's absolute, terrifying control. She was trapped, helpless, at his mercy. Fang, who had been waiting patiently, padded forward, circling the ensnared Reva with a low, menacing growl, his golden eyes fixed on her, a faint crackle of azure lightning now playing around his paws. He wasn't attacking. He was just a broken bar waiting for the word from his master, waiting to deliver the final, electrifying coup de grace. Reva looked at Lloyd, Her earlier friendliness, her wry amusement, completely gone, replaced by a stark, undeniable understanding. She had underestimated him grossly, hilariously, fatally. He wasn't just full of surprises, he was a walking, talking, terrifyingly competent enigma, wrapped in layers of deceptive mediocrity and smelling faintly of rosemary. "Yeah, broken bar, I concede, Cousin Lloyd," Reva said, her voice barely a whisper, her shoulders slumping in defeat. "We're broken bar, you win." The words were a bitter admission, but also, perhaps, a profound relief. She had no desire to discover the full extent of Fang's persuasive lightning talents. Lloyd nodded, a faint, almost apologetic smile touching his lips. He flicked his wrist, and the steel wires vanished as silently and mysteriously as they had appeared, releasing Reva from her bonds. Fang, with a final, slightly disappointed-sounding huff, let the lightning around his paws dissipate. "A well-fought match, Cousin Reva," Lloyd said, his voice genuinely respectful. "Your tactics were broken bar inspired. The iron spikes were a particularly nice touch." He offered her a hand, mirroring her earlier gesture, helping her to her feet. "You have considerable talent." Reva took his hand, her fingers still trembling slightly. She looked at him, her eyes searching his, trying to reconcile the polite, almost gentle young man before her with the terrifyingly efficient warrior who had just dismantled her and her spirit with such casual, almost contemptuous, ease. "Lloyd, a broken bar," she began, then trailed off, shaking her head, still unable to fully comprehend. "We're broken bar, you are not what you seem." "Few of us are, Cousin Reva," Lloyd replied softly, his smile enigmatic. "Few of us indeed." He turned, acknowledging the stunned silence of the hall, the wide, disbelieving eyes of his family, the thoughtful, almost predatory, gaze of King James Bethlehem. Lloyd Ferrum, the drab duckling, the soap-making heir, the master of invisible wires and lightning wolves, was in the final against Tran. This was going to be broken bar memorable. He leaned down, pitching his voice low, for her ears only, though the entire hall was probably straining to hear. "Well, my lady wife," he murmured, a teasing, almost roguish, glint in his eyes. 2 matches down. Still standing. Still, apparently, full of surprises. He paused, then delivered the line he'd been mentally composing for the past hour. The one that was probably going to get him exiled to the sofa for eternity, or possibly just electrocuted by an irate ice princess. "Tell me honestly, Rosa Broken Bar, isn't your husband a broken bar just a little bit cool?" Behind him, Rosa Siddiq, the ice princess, the queen of serene indifference, did not speak. But if one had been observing very, very closely, with senses perhaps as preternaturally sharp as Lloyd's own newly awakened black ring eyes, one might have seen it. A fractional tightening of the delicate silver threads in her veil. A minute, almost imperceptible, clenching of her perfectly manicured fingers. And then, as Lloyd swaggered, yes, swaggered. Lloyd Ferrum, swaggering, away, a subtle, almost infinitesimal, upward roll of her visible obsidian eyes. It wasn't a frown. It wasn't a glare. It was something far, far worse. It was the ocular equivalent of a world-weary, exasperated sigh. The kind one reserves for particularly trying, inexplicably persistent, and surprisingly competent, if utterly infuriating, household bests or husbands. "My dear Rosa," he purred, his voice a low, conspiratorial rumble that probably made the potted fern wilt with second-hand embarrassment. "Is that a broken bar rosemary I detect?" A subtle, yet undeniably delightful, fragrance. He beamed at her, his eyes sparkling with a mischief that was pure, unadulterated, 80-year-old troublemaker. "It seems you've finally understood the true value of my love, my lady. My deep, abiding, rosemary-scented love. Clearly, my soap has worked its magic, not just on your skin, but on your very soul. You are smitten. Utterly, hopelessly, fragrantly smitten." Chapter 194. For the first time since Lloyd had known her, across 2 lifetimes and several near-death experiences, Rosa Siddiq's carefully constructed mask of icy indifference didn't just crack, it shattered. Her veiled face, which usually betrayed nothing, seemed to contort. Her shoulders, usually so regally still, trembled almost imperceptibly. Her visible obsidian eyes, which had just executed a world-class eye roll, now widened, not with shock, not with anger, but with an expression of such profound, unadulterated, almost visceral disgust. It was a masterpiece of pure, unadulterated revulsion. It was the look one might reserve for discovering a particularly large, particularly sentient, slug attempting to propose marriage with a bouquet of wilted swamp gas. Then, she rolled her eyes again. Not a subtle, infinitesimal roll this time, but a full, dramatic, almost theatrical, 360-degree ocular rotation that clearly communicated, in no uncertain terms, her utter, comprehensive, and deeply personal loathing for his current existence, his olfactory observations, his misguided romantic pronouncements, and quite possibly, the entire concept of rosemary-scented love. Lloyd just grinned, utterly delighted. The Ice Princess had emotions after all, and they were, apparently, highly flammable when exposed to excessive levels of smug, soap-related affection. This, he decided, was even more entertaining than winning the tournament. Lloyd Ferrum vs. Ranferum. The A-drab duckling turned A-accidental prodigy with a penchant for invisible wires and surprisingly effective soap versus is the arrogant, powerful scion of the ambitious Ashworth branch, the youth who had, until recently, been considered the most likely, if not the most desirable, successor should Lloyd continue his trajectory of underwhelming mediocrity. It wasn't just a tournament final, it was a battle for perception, for pride, for the very future of the Ferrum mayorship, played out on a public stage under the watchful eyes of their entire clan, their allies, and, most significantly, a disguised king who seemed to find the whole spectacle vastly entertaining. He was just contemplating the strategic advantages of marketing a rosemary-infused aura of icy disapproval perfume, targeting discerning noblewoman with a penchant for silent judgment and really good skin, when a familiar, unwelcome voice cut through the pre-match buzz. Viscount Rubel Ferrum, his face a mask of forced cordiality that did little to conceal the furious ambition still simmering in his eyes, had approached the dais. He stood before his brother, Archduke Roy Ferrum, his posture one of deep, almost exaggerated, respect, yet his words, when they came, were laced with a subtle, reptilian challenge. Roy Ferrum's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. He knew that tone. Rubel wasn't just making polite pre-match conversation, he was maneuvering, positioning, preparing to strike. "Your intentions, Brother Rubel?" Roy inquired, his voice flat, cold, giving nothing away. "Speak plainly." The barb, though veiled in polite phrasing, was clear. Lloyd's past mediocrity, his Bethlehem disgrace, his years of drifting all subtly, poisonously, invoked. "Now, however," Rubel continued, his voice gaining a note of magnanimous, almost paternal, consideration, "we see a broken bar encouraging signs. Young Lord Lloyd has indeed displayed certain broken bar unexpected talents today. A commendable spirit, a surprising aptitude for a broken bar unconventional tactics." The way he said a unconventional tactics made it sound suspiciously like a questionable trickery and possibly witchcraft involving invisible wires and an overly aggressive dog. "He has done well, better than many, myself included, might have anticipated." He paused again, his gaze sweeping towards his own son, Ran, who stood near the edge of the sparring circle, practically vibrating with suppressed aggression and arrogant confidence, his obsidian bear spirit, Conga, a hulking shadow of brute force beside him. A look of fierce, almost desperate, paternal pride filled Rubel's eyes. "But let us be honest, Your Grace, esteemed kin," Rubel declared, his voice ringing with a conviction that was both passionate and profoundly self-serving. "While Lloyd has shown a broken bar improvement, a broken bar my own son, Ran, has consistently demonstrated the raw power, the martial prowess, the unwavering Ferrum spirit, that has always defined the true strength of our line." His victory over Lady Jorothy, while perhaps unexpected by some, was a testament to his superior strength, his relentless determination. He conveniently omitted the fact that Jorothy had been clearly exhausted and that Ran's victory had been more about brute force opportunism than superior skill. Rubel straightened, drawing himself up to his full, if somewhat diminished, height, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "Therefore, "Your Grace," he announced, his voice ringing with theatrical finality, "as we stand on the cusp of this final, decisive match, a match that will pit these two promising young Ferrums against each other in a true test of their abilities, I humbly propose that the outcome of this contest carry a broken bar significant weight, that it serve as a clear, undeniable demonstration that the victor, the one who proves himself the strongest, the most capable, be formally recognized, here, before our entire clan and our honored guests, as the undisputed, primary heir to the Ferrum Archduchy." He had said it. The words hung in the air, audacious, incendiary, a direct challenge to Roy's authority, a blatant attempt to leverage the tournament, and his son's perceived current superiority, into a political coup. He was essentially demanding that Roy Ferrum set aside his firstborn, Lloyd, and declare Anne the heir, based on the outcome of a single sparring match. Lloyd, however, felt a strange sense of calm settle over him. He'd seen this coming, or something like it. Rubel was desperate. His earlier attempt to frame Lloyd had backfired spectacularly. This was his last, desperate gamble, a public power play designed to force Roy's hand, to exploit any lingering doubts about Lloyd's competence. He watched his father. Roy Ferrum's face remained an unreadable mask, but his eyes, those dark, piercing Ferrum eyes, had gone cold. Utterly, terrifyingly cold. The temperature in the grand hall seemed to drop several degrees. Every Ferrum present, every guest, even the potted fern, which now looked positively catatonic with terror, knew that Viscount Rubel had just crossed the line. A very dangerous, very final line. They had all inwardly sneered at Rubel's blatant ambition, his transparent maneuvering. They had seen Lloyd's unexpected rise, his surprising competence, Jothy's fierce skill. They had witnessed Roy's subtle but undeniable shift in favor towards his elder son, his public endorsement of the soap venture, his almost reverent acknowledgement of Lloyd's instinctive awakening of the steel blood. Rubel's desperate, ill-timed power grab was not just audacious, it was foolish, suicidal, even. Roy Ferrum let the silence stretch, letting the full weight of his brother's treasonous proposal settle over the hall. Then, he spoke, his voice deceptively quiet, yet carrying a resonance that made the very stones seem to tremble. "Brother Rubel," Roy began, his tone so calm it was infinitely more menacing than any roar of fury could ever be. "A broken bar concern, a broken bar for the clarity of the Ferrum succession, ice, a broken bar noted." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Rubel with an expression that could peel paint from walls. "And your confidence in your son, man, ice, a broken bar commendable." If perhaps, a flicker of something cold and dangerous entered his eyes, slightly a broken bar premature. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet every person in the hall strained to hear his words. "You propose that the outcome of this single match determine the heirship of this duchy?" He let the question hang, heavy with unspoken contempt. "You suggest that generations of tradition, of primogeniture, of my own solemn judgment as Archduke, be swept aside by the fleeting victory of a youth in a sparring circle?" He shook his head slowly, a gesture of profound, almost pitying, dismissal. "No, Brother Rubel, that is not how the future of House Ferrum will be decided." He straightened, his gaze sweeping over the entire assembly, his voice regaining its full, ducal authority. "My son, Lloyd Ferrum, is my firstborn. He is the heir apparent. That is the law. That is the tradition." That, his eyes flickered briefly, almost imperceptibly, towards Lloyd, a silent acknowledgement of the steel blood, the royal investment, the unexpected potential, "is my will." The pronouncement was absolute, unshakable. A door slammed shut in the face of Rubel's ambition. However, Roy continued, a new, almost predatory, glint entering his eyes, and Lloyd felt a familiar knot of apprehension tighten in his stomach. "Oh number." Here comes the however. The however is never good. A broken bar enthusiasm, a broken bar for a clear demonstration of strength is not entirely without merit. And the outcome of this final match will indeed be broken bar instructive. He looked directly at Ran, who was still smirking confidently, perhaps not yet fully grasping the extent of his father's public miscalculation. Then, his gaze shifted to Lloyd, and his expression became unreadable, a complex mixture of challenge, expectation, and perhaps, just perhaps, a sliver of something that might have been a broken bar hope. If Lloyd Ferrum wins this match, Roy declared, his voice ringing through the suddenly silent hall, if he demonstrates a clear, undeniable superiority in skill, in power, in Ferrum's spirit a broken bar, then I will a broken bar consider a broken bar his future potential. I will observe his development closely. I will perhaps grant him a broken bar traditional responsibilities, opportunities to prove his worth further. He paused, letting the carefully chosen, deliberately vague, words hang in the air. But, he added, his voice hardening, his gaze still locked on Lloyd, that is not a promise of succession, Rubel. It is merely an acknowledgement of demonstrated strength. The final decision regarding the airship, and the timing of any formal declaration beyond what tradition already dictates, remains mine and mine alone. Chapter 196. He then turned his full attention to Lloyd, and the weight of his gaze was almost physical. And you, Lloyd, you have shown a broken bar glimmers, unexpected glimmers. Today, you will show us more. You will fight. You will demonstrate the full extent of these broken bar awakened talent. You will prove whether these recent displays are mere fleeting sparks, or the first true flames of a worthy Ferrum mayor. He leaned back in his chair, his expression once more an unreadable mask of ducal authority. Let the final match commence, and let the outcome be a broken bar inform us all. He looked across the sparring circle at Lloyd Ferrum, whose earlier confident smirk had been replaced by a look of furious, frustrated determination. Ran hadn't gotten what he wanted, but he still had a chance to prove his superiority, to humiliate Lloyd, to perhaps still sway the Archduke's consideration. He would be fighting with the desperation of a cornered wolf. Lloyd took a deep breath. The potted fern suddenly seemed like a very distant, very inadequate, hiding place. This was it. The final. No more tricks. No more subtle ankle trips. This would be a true test. And he had a feeling it was going to be a hell of a lot harder than making rosemary-scented soap. The weight of Archduke Roy Ferrum's pronouncements saw his reassertion of Lloyd's heirship, his subtle but undeniable challenge to both Lloyd and Ran, his cryptic allusions to our future potential and instructive outcomes. Had left the assembled Ferrum clan in a state of breathless anticipation. The final match wasn't just a contest of skill anymore, it was a high-stakes political drama, a public audition for the future of their house. Lloyd Ferrum stood near the edge of the sparring circle, trying to project an aura of calm, focused readiness while his internal monologue was currently cycling through various panic-induced scenarios, most of which involved him tripping over his own feet and accidentally setting fire to Ran's remarkably flammable-looking hair with an ill-timed steel spark. He could feel Ran's furious, predatory gaze burning into him from across the circle, a tangible pressure promising pain and humiliation. Conga, Ran's obsidian bear spirit, paced restlessly beside its master, its red eyes glowing with savage anticipation, its massive fists occasionally pounding its chest in a display of brute, impatient force. This is it, Lloyd thought, taking a slow, deliberate breath, trying to channel the 80-year-old pragmatist and push down the 19-year-old who was currently contemplating the strategic advantages of feigning a sudden, debilitating case of the sniffles. No more easy wins. No more subtle tripwires. Ran knew about the wires now. He'd be expecting them. He'd be prepared. This was going to be a real fight against a stronger, more aggressive opponent, fueled by years of resentment and a burning desire for vengeance. Fun times. He was just mentally reviewing the weak points of a silver-backed gorilla. Were there any? Besides, perhaps, a sudden, inexplicable craving for bananas? When a figure approached him, moving with a quiet, determined grace that cut through the surrounding buzz. Jothy. His sister stopped a few paces away, her dark eyes, so like their father's, fixed on him with an expression he couldn't quite decipher. The earlier shock and shame of her own defeat had receded, replaced by a cool, almost analytical, intensity. She wasn't offering sympathy, nor was she radiating her usual dismissive disdain. She just a broken bar observed him, like a particularly complex, potentially volatile, alchemical experiment she was trying to understand before it either exploded or turned lead into gold. Probably the former, in his case. Brother, Jothy began, her voice low, carefully neutral, devoid of the sharp, cutting edge it had held earlier that morning. There was a weariness in her tone, yes, but also a flicker of something else, a broken bar, something that might have been grudging respect, or perhaps just profound, almost weary, confusion. "We're broken bar, you are in the final." She stated it as a fact, a still baffling, almost unbelievable, fact. Lloyd offered a small, wry smile. "So it would seem, little sister. Apparently, my talent for tripping people with invisible things is more a broken bar than previously anticipated. Who knew? Perhaps I should open a school. A Ferrum's finishing school for graceful gravitational misunderstandings." Catchy, don't you think? Jyoti did not smile. Her gaze remained fixed, probing. "How, Lloyd?" she asked, the question blunt, direct, cutting through his attempt at levity. "How have you done this? Last time I saw you, you were broken bar. You were as you always were." The unspoken disappointment hung heavy in the air between them. "Today I broken bar you defeat Kenta, Mike, others a broken bar with an ease, a controller broken bar. It is not the Lloyd I know. The steel blood a broken bar. Father says you awakened it yourself. Without the truths. How is this possible?" Lloyd sighed internally. The million gold coin question. The one he couldn't answer truthfully without sounding like he'd ingested one too many of Grimaldi's more experimental fungi. He settled for a vague, slightly mysterious, and hopefully not entirely unconvincing, deflection. "Perhaps, Jyoti," he said softly, his gaze meeting hers, "the Lloyd you thought you knew was a broken bar incomplete. Perhaps there were a broken bar depths, a broken bar you hadn't yet perceived." He paused, then added, a hint of genuine vulnerability entering his tone, "Perhaps even depths I myself am only just beginning to rediscover." That, at least, was true. Jyoti considered his words, her dark eyes narrowed in thought. She wasn't buying the mysterious depths routine entirely. He could tell she was too smart, too analytical. But the sincerity in his voice, the subtle shift in his demeanor from his usual awkwardness to this strange, quiet confidence, clearly gave her pause. Then, her expression shifted again, hardening slightly, the pragmatist, the fiercely proud Ferrum, reasserting itself. "It matters not how, I suppose," she said, her voice regaining some of its earlier crispness. "What matters is now. This final match." She looked towards Ran, who was still pacing, radiating aggressive impatience, and a flicker of distaste crossed her features. "Ran is strong, Lloyd. Brutally so. His spirit, Conga, is a force of nature. He will not be easily tripped. He will not be easily deterred. He is fighting not just for victory, but for his father's ambition, for his own pride. He will be broken bar relentless." She turned back to Lloyd, her gaze intense, almost pleading, though her voice remained carefully controlled. "You understand, brother, what is at stake here, do you not?" "Beyond mere tournament victory?" Lloyd nodded slowly. He understood, this wasn't just about a sparring match. This was about perception, about the future of their house. "The honor of the main family rests on your shoulders now, Lloyd," Jyoti stated, her voice low, urgent. "My own failure today a broken bar." He saw the flicker of shame, of frustration, in her eyes again, quickly suppressed. A broken bar has only amplified the whispers, the doubts. Rubal's ambition is plain. Ran's victory would lend a dangerous credence, regardless of father's pronouncements. "Our allies, the king himself, they are watching. They are assessing. They need to see strength, Lloyd. Unwavering strength from the true heir." She looked at him, her dark eyes blazing with a fierce, almost desperate, intensity. The cool, dismissive younger sister was gone, replaced by a warrior, a Ferrum, demanding victory from her kin. She wasn't offering encouragement, not exactly. She was stating a non-negotiable imperative. The weight of her expectation, added to his father's, the king's, the entire clan's, felt immense. Lloyd looked at his sister, truly looked at her. He saw the fear beneath the fierceness, the worry beneath the pride. She wasn't just concerned about family honor, she was concerned about him, about their father, about the future they all faced. The earlier sting of her words, the memory of her disdain, faded, replaced by a different, stronger emotion. A sense of shared burden. A flicker of far broken bar affection. Impulsively, without thinking, He reached out and gently, almost hesitantly, patted her on the shoulder. A simple, awkward, older brotherly gesture of reassurance. "Don't worry, Dorothy," he said softly, his voice surprisingly steady. "I understand. I won't let you down. I won't let further down." Dorothy flinched as if his touch had been a brand of hot iron. Her entire body went rigid. She recoiled instantly, snatching her shoulder away from his hand as if it had been stung by a particularly venomous wasp. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of shock, disbelief, and something that looked suspiciously like a broken bar disgust, or perhaps just profound, ingrained discomfort at this unexpected, unwelcome physical contact from the brother she had held at arm's length for so long. "Do not touch me, Lloyd," she hissed, her voice sharp, cutting, the earlier vulnerability vanishing in an instant, replaced by a resurgence of her familiar icy disdain. She took a hasty step back, her face flushed, her eyes narrowed. "Your broken bar reassurances, a broken bar are unnecessary, and your familiarities, unwelcome." Lloyd stared, his hand still hovering in midair, the warmth of his impulsive gesture instantly extinguished by the arctic blast of her ejection. He felt a familiar rake, a cold stone settling in his chest. Right. Of course. He'd forgotten. The distance between them wasn't just emotional, it was physical. Years of polite detachment, of unspoken disappointments, had built walls too high, too thick, for a simple pat on the shoulder to breach. He was still, in her eyes, the awkward, embarrassing older brother, the one who had failed, the one she had to compensate for. His recent, inexplicable successes hadn't erased that. They had, perhaps, only made him more a broken bar perplexing, more a broken bar alien. Chapter 198. He slowly lowered his hand, a wry, self-deprecating smile touching his lips. "My apologies, little sister," he said quietly, his voice devoid of bitterness, only a weary acceptance. "Old habits." "From our broken bar different time, perhaps." He met her still frosty gaze, a hint of his own hidden strength, his own quiet resolve, flickering in his eyes. "But the promise stands, Dorothy, regardless of our broken bar familiarities." He turned away then, towards the sparring circle, towards Ran, towards the final, daunting challenge. He left Dorothy standing there, her face a mask of conflicted emotions, a shock, confusion, perhaps a flicker of regret, quickly suppressed, watching him go. The brief, almost imperceptible, thaw in their relationship had refrozen, harder than before. But Lloyd knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with soap or system coins, that this fight, this final match, was for more than just himself. It was for his father. It was for the Ferrum name. And perhaps, just perhaps, it was also for the little sister who still, somewhere deep down, might just be hoping her disappointing older brother wouldn't disappoint her again. He wouldn't. He couldn't. The stakes were far too high. The murmur of the crowd, a restless sea of silks and velvets, fell to a hush as the two finalists stepped into the cleared sparring circle. On one side, Ran Ferrum, his handsome face a mask of arrogant disdain, his powerful frame radiating aggressive confidence. Conga, his obsidian bear spirit, a hulking shadow of brute force at his heels. On the other, Lloyd Ferrum, an enigma of quiet composure, his expression unreadable. Fang, his dark grey wolf spirit, a coiled spring of contained lightning beside him. The contrast was stark. Ran, all overt power and belligerent pride. Lloyd, an unknown quantity, a sudden, inexplicable surge of competence and hidden depths that had left the entire clan bewildered and, in many cases, deeply unsettled. The drab duckling versus the heir presumptive, at least in his own mind, and his further rubles. This wasn't just a tournament final, it was a referendum on the future, a clash of expectations and shattered preconceptions. Well, Cousin Lloyd," Ran sneered, his voice dripping with contempt, loud enough for the entire halt to hear. He paced a slow, deliberate circle, like a predator sizing up its prey, Conga mirroring his movements, its red eyes fixed on Fang with savage intensity. "Look at you. Actually made it to the final. Surprised you didn't trip over your own feet on the way here. Or perhaps a broken bar a broken bar carried you?" Lloyd met Ran's taunt with a calm, almost bored, gaze. He didn't rise to the bait. He simply stood there, relaxed, yet radiating an aura of quiet, almost unnerving, self-possession. The journey was a broken bar uneventful, Cousin Ran, Lloyd replied, his voice mild, almost conversational. Though I confess, the quality of the pre-match small talk seems to have declined rather sharply. Ran's sneer widened. Still think you're clever, do you? Just because you learned a few parlor tricks with wires and managed to awaken a sliver of the steel blood probably by accident, knowing your usual level of competence doesn't make you the strongest, Lloyd. It doesn't make you a leader. It just makes you a broken bar lucky, and slightly less pathetic than usual. He spat onto the stone floor, a deliberate gesture of disrespect. Don't get any ideas. That smug, self-satisfied look on your face, it's going to be wiped off permanently. Lloyd tilted his head, a faint, almost pitying smile touching his lips. Smug, Ran? Is that what you see? He chuckled softly, a low, confident sound that seemed to grate on Ran's already frayed nerves. Perhaps you mistake a quiet confidence for a smugness, or perhaps, his smile widened fractionally, a hint of something sharp and dangerous flickering in his eyes. You're just projecting your own insecurities. Understandable, I suppose, given your rather broken bar limited tactical repertoire. He paused, letting the insult land, then added, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet carrying clearly in the sudden, tense silence, and as for wiping anything off my face, Cousin Man, a broken bar, I'd be more concerned about not accidentally a broken bar soiling your own rather expensive trousers. When you finally witness the full extent of what this a slightly less pathetic cousin can actually do. A collective gasp went through the crowd. The quiet, awkward Lloyd Ferrum, trading insults with the notoriously arrogant Ran, offering veiled threats. This was a new Lloyd indeed. Dorothy, watching from the sidelines, felt a strange mixture of shock and fun. Her brother, for all his earlier awkwardness, was not backing down. He was meeting Ran's aggression head-on, with a cool, almost contemptuous, confidence that was utterly baffling, yet undeniably compelling. Ran's face contorted with fury. The polite veneer of aristocratic disdain vanished, replaced by a raw, unadulterated rage. You insolent broken bar! He roared, his voice cracking. You think you can mock me? Me? I am Ran Ferrum. I will crush you. I will break you. I will show this entire clan who the true power in this family is. He didn't wait for the referee's signal. He didn't bother with formalities. He simply exploded into motion, his spirit stone blazing, conga roaring in unison. Conga, pulverize him. The massive obsidian bear spirit charged, a furry, 10-foot-tall avalanche of muscle and fury, its colossal fists raised, aiming to turn Lloyd and Fang into a pair of unfortunate floor stains. Ran followed close behind, his practice sword a blur of aggressive, powerful strikes, his face a mask of murderous intent. The attack was swift, brutal, overwhelming, a display of raw, untamed Ferrum power, designed to shock, to awe, to utterly dominate. The crowd gasped, leaning forward, expecting a swift, decisive, and probably quite messy, conclusion. But Lloyd Ferrum did not flinch. He did not retreat. He did not even seem surprised, as the roaring behemoth that was Conga bore down on him, as Ran's sword slashed towards his throat. Lloyd moved. And he moved with a speed, a precision, a terrifying, almost unnatural, grace that stole the breath from every onlooker. Fang, Lloyd's voice was calm, almost serene, amidst the chaos. Pattern delta, evasive dispersal. Then, target prioritization, limbs. Keep Conga broken bar off balance. Simultaneously, Lloyd met Ran's furious sword assault. Not with brute force, not with desperate parries, but with an almost contemptuous ease, a fluid dance of deflection and evasion that made Ran's powerful strikes look clumsy, telegraphed, almost pathetically slow. Lloyd's own hands were empty, yet he seemed to anticipate every move, every feint, every lunge. He wasn't just dodging, he was redirecting Ran's momentum, using his cousin's own aggression against him, forcing Ran to overextend, to stumble, to fight not just Lloyd, but his own increasingly frustrated rage. The onlookers stared, dumbfounded, This wasn't the match they had expected. This wasn't the easy victory for Ran they had anticipated. This was a broken bar, something else entirely. Lloyd Ferrum, the drab duckling, was not just surviving, he was a broken bar controlling the fight. Effortlessly, almost contemptuously. "Stand still and fight me, you coward," Ran roared, his face flushed, sweat pouring down his temples, his attacks becoming wilder, more desperate, as Lloyd continued to evade him with that infuriating, almost insulting, ease. "Fight you, Ran?" Lloyd replied, his voice calm amidst the storm of Ran's blows, sidestepping another furious slash that would have taken his head off. "But we are fighting." "Or rather," he added, a flicker of that dangerous, unsettling smile touching his lips, "I believe the more accurate term would be broken bar. I am leading, and you, my dear cousin, are rather enthusiastically, if somewhat clumsily, following. Perhaps a waltz next? Or do you prefer a brisk polka?" The sheer, unadulterated audacity of the insult, delivered with such calm precision amidst a life-or-death struggle, seemed to make Ran's brain short-circuit. He let out a strangled yell of pure, incoherent rage and lunged again, all pretense of skill or tactics abandoned, relying solely on brute, desperate force. This, Lloyd thought, his eyes narrowing, is the opening. He didn't need wires this time. He didn't need Fang's lightning. He simply focused his will, his firm steel, his innate understanding of metal, of force, of balance. As Ran's sword arced towards him, Lloyd didn't just dodge. He moved into the attack, his hand shooting out, not to block, but to meet the flat of Ran's blade with his open palm. It looked like an act of suicidal madness. But the moment his palm connected with the steel, Ran felt it. A shock. Not electrical, but kinetic. A jarring, irresistible force that traveled up his sword arm, making his bones ache, his muscles seize. It felt as if he'd struck not flesh, but solid, unyielding Ferrum steel. And then, worse, the steel seemed to broken bar flow, to adhere, to control. With a subtle, almost imperceptible twist of his wrist, a precise application of his void power, Lloyd didn't just stop Ran's blade, he seized control of it. He didn't disarm Ran in the traditional sense. He simply a broken bar took the sword. One moment Ran was holding it, the next it was gone. Lloyd's fingers wrapped around the hilt, Ran's own hand empty, tingling, numb. It was done so quickly, so smoothly, so utterly unexpectedly, that Ran just stood there for a fraction of a second, staring at his empty hand, his brain struggling to process what had just happened. Chapter 200. The Grand Hall was a cathedral of stunned silence, Lloyd's quiet, cutting taunt echoing more profoundly than any shout. Ran Ferrum stood frozen, the confident sneer on his face curdling into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. The crowd watched, breathless. The drab duckling hadn't just fought back, he had mocked the lion. Then, a sound ripped from Ran's throat. It wasn't a roar of rage. It was a laugh. A sharp, ugly, almost unhinged bark of sound that was devoid of all humor. "A waltz, cousin?" he snarled, his eyes blazing with a wild, desperate light. "An excellent idea. But it will be my lead." He straightened up, his earlier frustration melting away, replaced by a chilling, absolute certainty. "You think you've won because you can disarm a man holding a practice sword? You think your little wire tricks and your surprisingly fast dog make you a warrior?" He shook his head, the laugh turning into a sneer. "You are still just a bug, Lloyd. And you have just made the mistake of annoying a giant." Before he could even finish his word of humiliation, the practice sword flew through the air. Lloyd had tossed it, end over end, with casual, almost contemptuous disdain. It clattered to the stone floor at Ran's feet. "Pick it up," Lloyd said, his voice quiet but carrying a chilling authority that cut through the murmurs of the crowd. He stood unarmed, his hands loose at his sides. Ran's eyes blazed. The command, the sheer arrogance of it, was a physical blow. He stared at the sword on the ground, then at Lloyd's calm, waiting expression. To refuse was to admit defeat. To obey was to accept the role of a chastened student being given a second chance by a vastly superior master. Gritting his teeth so hard his jaw ached, hate coiling in his gut, Ran bent down and snatched the practice sword from the floor. His knuckles were white on the hilt, his entire body trembling with suppressed rage. He rose to his full height, ready to lunge, to wipe that infuriatingly calm look off Lloyd's face. But as he met Lloyd's gaze, he was met not with fear, but with a faint, pitying smile. "There, you see," Lloyd said softly, his tone now laced with a kind of weary disappointment, as if explaining something to a slow child. "Even with steel back in your hand, you still look like you're about to lose. The weapon doesn't make the man, Ran. It only reveals his desperation." That was it. The final, unbearable insult. The condescension, the psychoanalysis, the absolute dismissal of his strength. It was a humiliation too profound to bear. A strangled roar of pure, incoherent rage ripped from Ran's throat. With a dramatic, almost theatrical flourish, he discarded the practiced sword a second time, hurling it away as if it were venomous. He would not play this game anymore. He would not be toyed with. His hand went not to his empty hip, but to the scabbard on his back. A scabbard holding a weapon May had dismissed as a decorative dress sword, part of his formal attire for the summit. But it was no mere ornament. He drew another weapon. This was no blunt training tool. It was a true sword, a heavy, single-edged blade of dark, gleaming steel. Embedded in its crossguard, pulsing with a faint, angry red light, was a spirit stone. The air crackled as live steel was drawn in a sparring circle. A gasp swept through the nobles who recognized the difference. From the sidelines, Jothi shot to her feet, her voice a sharp, furious cry. "That's a live blade." "Father, he's cheating." All eyes snapped to the dais, expecting the Archduke to intervene, to stop this gross violation of the contest's spirit. But Lloyd Ferrum did not move. He simply raised a single, commanding hand, a silent, absolute order for Jothia and everyone else to be still. His eyes, cold and calculating, remained fixed not on Ram's transgression, but on Lloyd's reaction. He knew. Of course, he knew. An ornament on his ambitious nephew. He had suspected it from the moment Ran entered the hall. But Thesa broken bar, this was the perfect test. A trial by fire, unscripted and real. "Show me, son." The unspoken command hung in the air. "Show me if this newfound power is truly enough." "The time for games is over." Ran snarled, his voice raw with hatred, emboldened by the Archduke's lack of intervention. He raised the live sword high, the spirit stone blazing with incandescent light. "Conga, ascend." The air ripped apart. Conga, the massive obsidian gorilla spirit, let out a roar that was not just sound, but a concussive blast of raw power that shook the very foundations of the hall. The creature's form began to warp, to swell. Its bestial shape contorted, growing taller, broader, shedding its fur-covered, animalistic form. In its place rose a new horror, a monolithic, humanoid figure easily 12 feet tall. Its body was no longer fur, but plates of what looked like rough, black iron, interlocking like crude, powerful armor. Its powerful arms and legs were thick as tree trunks, its fists the size of anvils. And atop its broad, powerful shoulders sat the same furious gorilla head, its eyes now burning with a malevolent, sentient red light. It was Conga, but transformed into a terrifying, armored primate golem, a living siege engine of muscle and metal. This was its ascended form. A wave of awe and terror washed over the crowd. "Ascension." Someone breathed. "He's reached the ascension stage." "By the ancestors of Broken Bar, no wonder he beat Jothi," another nobleman muttered to his neighbor. "Her spirit is still at manifestation. The power gap is immense." The mood in the hall shifted instantly. Lloyd's clever tricks, his surprising speed, his invisible wires, a broken bar, they all seemed like children's games now, pathetic parlor tricks in the face of this overwhelming, raw power. Jothi's victory last year, they now realized, had been against a mere baby Conga. Thesa broken bar, this was a different beast entirely. "Now, cousin," Ran hissed, a triumphant, almost mad grin twisting his face as he and his ascended spirit began to advance in perfect, terrifying sync. "Let's see you dance." Lloyd could feel the crushing weight of Conga's spiritual pressure, a physical force that made the air thick and hard to breathe. He and Fang together, at their peak, might have stood a chance. But they were both drained from the earlier fights. Conga charged, its iron-plated feet making the stone floor boom with each step. It swung a fist the size of a boulder, not aiming for precision, but for utter obliteration. Lloyd moved, a blur of motion, diving sideways, the wind from the passing blow tugging at his tunic. He came up, already backpedaling, as Ran slashed downwards with his live steel, the blade whistling through the air where Lloyd's head had been moments before. For a few desperate moments, he held them off. He was a shadow, a ghost, weaving between their clumsy, powerful attacks. His void sense screamed warnings, allowing him to anticipate their moves a fraction of a second before they happened. Fang darted in and out, a flash of grey, trying to harry Conga's legs, but the ascended spirit's scion-like hide deflected its claws with contemptuous ease. But they were relentless. A two-pronged assault of overwhelming force. Ran herded him, his sword slashes forcing Lloyd into predictable paths, while Conga acted as a living battering ram, cutting off escape routes, its every stomp and swing designed to shatter, to pulverize. The end came swiftly. Conga slammed a fist into the floor, not at Lloyd, but beside him. The stone cracked, a shockwave erupting outwards. Lloyd stumbled, his balance broken for a fatal instant. It was all they needed. Ran was on him in a flash, the butt of his sword slamming brutally into Lloyd's ribs. Pain, sharp and blinding, exploded in his side. He gasped, the air driven from his lungs. As he staggered, Conga's massive, iron-plated hand came around in a sweeping backhand. It wasn't a killing blow, just a contemptuous swat, like a giant batting away a fly. The impact sent Lloyd flying, tumbling bonelessly across the stone floor to land in a crumpled, broken heap. His vision swam, black spots dancing before his eyes. He heard a pained yelp as Fairy, caught in the backlash of the blow, was forcibly dismissed, her spiritual form shattering. He was alone. Broken. The taste of blood, coppery and sharp, filled his mouth. Through a haze of pain, he saw Ran and the monolithic form of Conga stalking towards him, victorious, their shadows looming over him like twin death sentences. Ran stood over him, panting slightly, his face flushed with triumph. "Not so smug now, are you, cousin?" he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. "Where are your fancy wires? Where's your clever little mutt? Looks like true power, raw for a might, always wins in the end." He raised his sword, Conga mirroring the movement with one of its colossal, rock-like fists, preparing for the final, crushing blow. "Time to finish this. Time to show everyone who the real heir is." The grand hall of the Ferrum estate held its collective breath, a suffocating, palpable silence broken only by Ran Ferrum's ragged, triumphant panting and the low, menacing growl of his ascended spirit, Conga. Lloyd lay broken on the stone floor, blood staining his lips, his vision blurring, the searing pain in his side a constant, agonizing reminder of his utter, comprehensive defeat. Fang, his loyal companion, was a crumpled, smoking heap near the far wall, whimpering softly, his vibrant lightning extinguished. Despair, cold and absolute, threatened to drown Lloyd in its icy embrace. This was it. The end of his improbable tournament run, the brutal affirmation of his perceived inadequacy. Ran stalked towards him, the obsidian giant Conga a terrifying shadow at his heels, a cruel, victorious sneer twisting his handsome features. "Not so smug now, are you, cousin?" he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. "Where are your fancy wires? Where's your clever little mutt? Looks like true power, raw for a might, always wins in the end." He raised his practice sword, Conga mirroring the movement with one of its colossal, rock-like fists, preparing for the final, crushing blow. "Time to finish this. Time to show everyone who the real heir is." Then, something inside him snapped. Not a bone, though several felt perilously close. But something deeper. A core of stubborn, 80-year-old, thrice-lived defiance that refused, absolutely refused, to go down like this. Not to Ran. Not after everything. He had faced down mythological horrors, negotiated with disguised kings, started a soap empire from cow fat and existential dread. He was not going to be beaten by a glorified bully with an oversized gorilla and an ego the size of the Ferrum Duchy. The word was a silent, internal roar, a surge of pure, unadulterated willpower that momentarily drowned out the pain, the despair, the encroaching darkness. He didn't have the void power for steel wires. He didn't have the spirit energy for Fang. But he had something else. Something new. Something a broken bar unexpected. The black ring eyes, with a grunt of sheer, teeth-gritting effort, fueled by a desperate, almost suicidal surge of adrenaline. Lloyd didn't try to get up, he couldn't. But he could move. He dashed. Not physically, not with his broken body, but with his will, with his gaze. He forced his swimming, blood-flecked eyes open, and locked them, with a terrifying, preternatural intensity, directly onto Lloyd Ferrum, who was just beginning his triumphant, final downward swing. Ran met his gaze, and for a fraction of a second, he faltered. There was something in Lloyd's eyes, a broken bar, something that wasn't there before. Something cold, ancient, utterly alien. Something that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, a primal instinct screaming at him to look away, to run. But it was too late.